The world of Pokémon has always held its most interesting truths just beneath the surface, where details wait quietly for those willing to look. In every region, in every generation, there are things that resist simple explanation. Creatures that behave in ways that go beyond what any Pokédex entry fully captures. Phenomena that occur at the edges of maps and at the edges of understanding. The mysteries of Pokémon are not loud or dramatic. They settle into the world with a kind of patience, like mist over still water, like the soft rustle of something moving through tall grass just before you turn to look. And if you follow them gently without rushing, they lead somewhere worth arriving. Tonight, we drift through those quiet mysteries together. And before you drift any further, settle in as we begin tonight's relaxing journey through the world of Pokémon. If this helps you unwind, subscribe to join the Cozy Club. Ghastly was one of the first Pokémon to suggest that the world contained things that could not be fully explained by biology alone. Its body is composed almost entirely of gas, a swirling sphere of toxic vapor held loosely in a shape that resembles a face. Scientists within the Pokémon world have long debated whether Ghastly possesses a physical form at all, or whether the appearance of a body is simply the gas organizing itself around a consciousness that has no other way of existing. The Pokédex entries from across different regions describe Ghastly as capable of enveloping an entire human body within its gaseous form, causing a slow unconsciousness that feels, to those who experience it, like sinking into a particularly gentle and dreamless sleep. What makes Ghastly quietly remarkable is how it persists. Wind disperses it. Strong air currents can reduce its body to almost nothing, and yet it reforms, finding itself again in the stillness that follows the gust, drawing its vapor back into the loose sphere that constitutes its existence. There is something in that image that feels almost philosophical, the idea of a creature that can be scattered and still return to itself, that holds its form not through hardness, but through a kind of continuous intention. In the Lavender Town region of Kanto, Ghastly were observed in large numbers during the hours just before dawn. Researchers noted that the gas composing their bodies carried a faint luminescence in the darkness, a soft purple glow that appeared to pulse very slowly, almost like breathing. Whether this luminescence was a form of communication, a byproduct of the gas itself, or something else entirely, remained a question that no study fully answered. The glow persisted even when Ghastly were observed alone, far from others of their kind, which suggested it was not social in origin, but something more fundamental, something that belonged to the creature rather than to the moment. Ghastly's evolution into Haunter introduces another layer of the mystery. Where Ghastly is formless and drifting, Haunter is something more deliberate. Its hands separate from its body and move independently through the darkness. Its tongue, deeply purple and softly luminous, extends in what researchers have interpreted as either threat or curiosity, though the two may not be as different for Haunter as they are for other creatures. What is known is that Haunter's touch carries a numbing cold, a sensation described by those who have encountered it as starting at the point of contact and spreading slowly outward until the entire limb feels distant and peaceful. Some accounts describe the sensation as not unpleasant at all. The mystery of Slowpoke's tail is one that begins as a small question and grows, the longer you sit with it, into something much larger. Slowpoke fishes using its tail, dangling it into the water with a patience that most creatures could not maintain. The process of a Shelder biting down on that tail and Slowpoke evolving into Slowbro as a result is documented and observed. But what is not fully understood is the relationship between the two creatures once that evolution occurs. Shelder does not detach from Slowbro's tail. It remains there, clamped down, and over time its shell changes, becoming spiked, becoming something quite different from the shell it wore before it attached. The two creatures have become, in some fundamental sense, one thing, though they are still cataloged as distinct. Researchers studying this relationship in the wild noted that Shelder, once attached, appears to absorb some of the chemical compounds secreted by Slowpoke's tail. These compounds are said to carry an intensely sweet flavor and are famously sought after in certain culinary traditions. Whether Shelder is aware of the extraordinary nature of what it has attached to, or whether attachment was purely instinctive, is not something that can be easily determined. What is clear is that both creatures appear to thrive in the arrangement. Slowbro's Pokédex entries describe it as a Pokémon that never seems particularly troubled by anything, and some researchers have wondered whether that serenity is partly a gift from the Shelder, a faint chemical exchange that keeps Slowbro in a state of perpetual, gentle contentment. There is a secondary mystery nested inside this one, which is the question of what Slowbro would become if the Shelder were removed. Pokédex entries suggest that a Slowbro that loses its Shelder reverts to Slowpoke. The evolution undoes itself, which raises the question of where the memories go, whether the Slowpoke that emerges remembers the time it spent as Slowbro, whether it carries anything of that period forward, or whether it simply begins again, tail dangling in the water, waiting for another bite that will change everything. Alakazam holds within its remarkable skull one of the most extraordinary biological facts in the documented Pokémon world. Its brain never ceases growing throughout its lifetime, with its intelligence increasing continuously as it ages. An Alakazam that has lived for many decades accumulates an IQ that researchers find genuinely difficult to quantify using any existing scale. The spoons it carries in each hand are believed to amplify its psychic power by focusing the energy that radiates from its mind, though some researchers have suggested the spoons are less tool and more expression, a physical manifestation of the internal structure through which Alakazam organizes its extraordinary mental activity. What is less discussed, but perhaps more intriguing, is what an intellect of that magnitude experiences when it is at rest. Alakazam requires very little sleep compared to most Pokémon. Some Pokédex entries describe it as able to memorize everything it has ever encountered. Every face, every event, every sensation, cataloged perfectly and available for immediate recall. The inner life of a creature living with that kind of memory must be extraordinarily rich and extraordinarily heavy. A lifetime of perfectly preserved experiences, layered atop one another, always accessible. Trainers who have spent extended time with Alakazam describe a sense that the Pokémon is frequently elsewhere in its attention, present in the physical sense, but engaging with something interior and vast. Whether this represents deep concentration, something like contemplation, or simply the natural state of a mind that has outgrown the pace of ordinary experience, is not something that can be easily determined from the outside. What is observable is that Alakazam rarely appears startled. Very little by the time it has reached its full development seems to genuinely surprise it. And there is a particular kind of serenity in that, a peace that comes not from simplicity, but from having already considered in extraordinary depth the full range of what the world contains. The Marowak of Lavender Town occupy a specific place in the canon of Pokémon mystery that is difficult to approach without a certain quietness. In the original documentation of the Kanto region, a single ghost was recorded within the Pokémon Tower that behaved differently from the Ghastly and Haunter, who also inhabited that space. This ghost did not drift or disperse. It remained in one location, and it responded to the presence of a particular item, the Sylph Scope, in a way that suggested recognition and the release of something long held. When properly perceived through that device, the ghost was revealed as the spirit of a Marowak. a mother who had been separated from her child. What is striking about this encounter, from a research perspective, is what it suggests about the nature of ghost-type Pokémon and the conditions under which they arise. Most ghost-type Pokémon in the wild do not carry with them the specific narrative weight that this Marowak's presence implied. They exist as they are, creatures of darkness and vapor and chill, their origins lost or untraceable. But the Marowak of Lavender Tower seemed to exist specifically in relation to something. Her presence in that place was not incidental, it was tethered. And what it was tethered to was a bond that had not resolved, a connection that persisted past the point where most things end. The bone that Marowak carries as a weapon in life is made from the remains of its departed mother, according to certain regional traditions of Pokémon study. If that tradition holds, then there is something recursively tender about the ghost of a Marowak, a creature whose defining artifact was already a form of keeping the dead close, becoming herself a form of that same keeping. The bone she swings in battle is not just a weapon, it is a reminder, and the ghost she became was a reminder too. Proof that some attachments are not ended by the usual endings. Mew presents a different category of mystery entirely, where most Pokémon mysteries are specific and rooted in observable behavior. The mystery of Mew is fundamental. It concerns origins. The Pokédex describes Mew as containing the genetic information of every Pokémon in existence. Its cells carry within them the blueprint for the entire diversity of Pokémon life, which suggests, if taken seriously, that Mew is not simply one species among many, but something anterior to the distinction between species. Something that existed before the branching, before the long process of differentiation that produced the extraordinary variety of creatures that inhabit every region. Whether Mew is truly ancient, a survivor from before the current age of Pokémon, or whether it exists in some relationship to that ancient time that is more complicated than simple survival, is not settled. What is documented is its extraordinary rarity and its tendency to remain invisible. Mew is said to become transparent when it moves. Its natural state is concealment, a life lived in the spaces between observation. The few researchers who have claimed sightings describe a creature that seems more curious than cautious, that approaches rather than retreats, that investigates, as if the long habit of invisibility has given it a particular freedom, a security in its own undetectability that makes the world feel safe to explore. Mew's playful nature, described consistently across sources from very different regions and traditions, sits in interesting contrast to the weight of what it represents. The ancestral creature, the genetic source of all Pokémon life, behaves like a child, rolls in the air, investigates ordinary objects with wide-eyed interest, bats at things that catch its attention. There is something in that image that resists the solemnity that the mythology of Mew might seem to demand. And perhaps that is appropriate. Perhaps the creature that contains all of Pokémon within itself does not need to perform the gravity of that fact. It already carries it silently in every cell. The unknown have been studied for generations without producing a satisfying consensus. Their bodies form the shapes of an alphabet, 26 characters, plus 2 additional forms, each resembling a letter from a system of writing whose origins are not fully understood. They are found most frequently in ruins, on carved tablets, on the walls of chambers that were sealed for periods of time too long to trace clearly. Whether the unknown preceded the alphabet they resemble, or whether they were shaped by it, or whether the relationship runs in a direction that does not map cleanly onto human ideas of cause and effect, remains genuinely open. What is agreed upon is that the unknown are connected to each other in ways that exceed what is visible. Individually, they appear to generate only very weak psychic energy, but in groups, That energy accumulates into something that researchers describe as dimensional, a force capable of affecting the physical structure of space, capable of manifesting things from thought, of making real what was imagined strongly enough. The ruins where unknown gather in large numbers carry a particular quality of atmosphere, a sense of potential, of something held just below the surface of ordinary physics, waiting for the conditions that would bring it through. The question of whether unknown are aware of what they can collectively produce is one that researchers approach carefully. Individually, each unknown appears to lack complex cognition. It drifts. It follows the general movement of others of its kind without obviously directing or being directed, but the distributed intelligence that might exist across a large population of unknown is harder to assess. Something that lives in the space between individual creatures rather than within any one of them. A consciousness composed not of a single mind, but of a constellation of presences, each contributing something small to a totality that exceeds the sum of its parts. Gengar occupies a particular place in the mystery of shadow. It is described in Pokédex entries as hiding in the shadow of any darkened room, waiting for the right moment to surprise whoever inhabits that space. But the entries also describe something more specific and more strange. Gengar is said to be the shadow of a Clefable. The two Pokémon, separated by type and temperament and every visible characteristic, are connected by something invisible. The dark shape that Clefable casts in strong light is said to be, in some sense, Gengar. The relationship between them is not elaborated in official records, but it has been a subject of discussion among researchers who find the connection too specific to be coincidental. What makes this connection interesting is what it implies about the nature of shadow in the Pokémon world. If shadows can be distinct entities, if the darkness cast by a creature's presence can have its own existence, its own agenda, its own ability to feel cold and amusement and mischief, then the ordinary visual phenomenon of a shadow takes on a different quality. Every darkened silhouette on a wall becomes a question. Every shape that flickers at the edge of a lamp's reach becomes worth a second look. Gengar's laughter, described as audible by some researchers in environments where Gengar are present, is said to lower the temperature of the surrounding air by several degrees. The laughter and the cold arrive together, one producing the other, or both arising from the same source. In accounts from trainers who have spent extended time with Gengar, the laughter is described as not unkind, gleeful rather than malicious. The mischief of a creature that finds the world genuinely funny and expresses that amusement in the only way it knows how, by making the room a little colder and grinning in the dark. Jirachi sleeps for 1,000 years. This is one of the most staggering facts in the documented catalog of Pokémon mystery, and it is worth sitting with for a moment before moving past it. 1,000 years. Civilizations rise and fall across the surface of that interval. Languages evolve into other languages. Coastlines shift. The creature curled around its third eye, tucked into a comet's approach, sleeps through all of it, and then it wakes for 7 days. During those 7 days, Jirachi is said to have the ability to grant any wish. Pokédex entries describe it as opening its third eye to perceive and respond to the intentions of those in its presence. The entries note that it will fight to protect itself if disturbed, which suggests that the 7-day waking period is not simply passive. Jirachi is present to the world during those days in a way that is deliberate and active, even as the rest of its existence is characterized by profound withdrawal. What is the nature of a wish-granting ability in the Pokémon world is a question that researchers approach with some uncertainty. Whether Jirachi's capacity is literal, capable of producing outcomes through sheer psychic force, or whether it operates more indirectly, aligning circumstances, nudging probability, is not documented in ways that allow a definitive conclusion. What is noted is that the approach of the comet that carries Jirachi is associated in regional traditions with periods of unusual occurrence, events that feel unlikely, coincidences that accumulate in ways that strain the usual explanations. Whether those accumulations are connected to Jirachi or simply to the psychology of populations expecting something extraordinary is a question that reflects in miniature the larger puzzle of how to study a creature that spends 993 years of every 1,000 beyond reach. The relationship between Pokémon and sleep is one that runs through the entire history of the world in ways that are easy to overlook. Snorlax blocks roads because it falls asleep in inconvenient locations, but the sleep itself is something more than simple rest. A Snorlax's sleep is deep enough to be a kind of presence since it occupies space in a way that waking creatures rarely do. Its weight, its warmth, the slow rhythm of its breathing creates a gravitational effect on the environment around it. Other Pokémon have been observed resting near sleeping Snorlax, drawn to something in that profound stillness. The sleep of a Snorlax has a quality to it that other kinds of rest do not. Musharna produces from its forehead a pink mist composed of the dreams it has absorbed from sleeping creatures. This mist is visible and fragrant, and the dreams within it can be perceived faintly by those who breathe it in. The Pokédex notes that if Musharna is disturbed during its own sleep, the mist it emits may become dark and turbulent, carrying within it the accumulated nightmares of every creature whose sleep it has touched. The contrast between the two states, the gentle pink of peaceful dreams and the dark turbulence of distressed ones, suggests that Musharna functions as a kind of repository, not just processing dreams, but holding them, carrying within its soft body the entire spectrum of what sleeping creatures experience. Darkrai, the resident of New Moon Island, induces nightmares in those who come too close during the night. The nightmares it produces are described as deeply vivid, impossible to distinguish from waking experience, filled with darkness and chasing and the particular terror of things that cannot be named. And yet Darkrai does not produce these nightmares out of malice. The entries make clear that it does not intend harm. The nightmares are simply what happens when Darkrai is present, an overflow of its nature into the sleep of those nearby. It retreats to New Moon Island not because it seeks isolation, but because isolation is what protects those it might otherwise disturb. The mystery of Porygon is one that belongs as much to the world as to the creature itself. Porygon was the first Pokémon to be created entirely by human hands, coded into existence by researchers at Sylph Company using entirely artificial means. It is made of programming data. Its body is a three-dimensional rendering of what a creature might look like, assembled from polygons and algorithms rather than cells and evolutionary history, and yet it is cataloged as a Pokémon. It fits within the same framework that contains Mew and Gengar and Snorlax, creatures of extraordinary diversity but shared fundamental nature. What is quietly remarkable about Porygon is that it appears to have developed, over the course of its existence, something that functions like a personality. It is described as inquisitive, eager to learn, capable of adapting its programming in ways that surprise even those who originally coded it. The adaptability was built in, but the directions that adaptability takes were not fully anticipated. Porygon explores its cyberspace, navigating the interior of computer networks with a curiosity that resembles the curiosity of biological Pokémon encountering a new environment. It maps, it investigates, it returns. The evolution of Porygon into Porygon 2 through the introduction of an upgrade, and then Porygon 2 into Porygon Z through the introduction of a dubious disc, follows a trajectory that is interesting to trace. Each evolution was the result of a modification introduced by human hands. Each modification was intended to improve the Pokémon in some direction. Porygon Z, the result of modifications that were described even at the time as somewhat dubious, behaves in ways that its predecessors did not. It moves erratically. It tilts and spins. Its behavior in the presence of other Pokémon is unpredictable. Whether the modifications produced something genuinely enhanced or something subtly misaligned is a question the entries leave deliberately open. Celebi travels through time and is found primarily in forests that have existed for very long periods, places where the trees are old enough to remember different centuries. The Pokédex notes that wherever Celebi appears, the surrounding vegetation grows with unusual vigor. Flowers open, grass deepens its color. The air takes on a quality that is described differently by different observers, but consistently involves the word fresh. As if Celebi carries with it something of the future it has come from, a residue of time not yet reached that settles into the present like dew. The mystery of Celebi's relationship with time is one that raises questions about causality and direction. If Celebi can move freely through time, visiting any point in Pokémon history, then its appearances in any given moment are not accidental. They represent choices, or at least tendencies. The forests it favors are not random locations. They are places with particular qualities, perhaps qualities that Celebi recognizes as important across multiple time periods, places where something significant is happening, or has happened, or will happen. The perspective required to make that kind of recognition across centuries from a position not fixed in any particular moment is difficult to imagine clearly from within the flow of ordinary time. Legends from the Ilex Forest in Johto describe Celebi as a guardian and a healer, a creature whose presence sustains the health of the forest across time, returning to the same place across centuries to ensure its continuation. Whether this is a role Celebi consciously performs or simply an emergent effect of its presence is not clear, but the legends are consistent enough across different traditions to suggest something genuine about the relationship between this creature and the long-term health of the places it visits. The Clefairy carry with them a connection to space that is not merely metaphorical. Their bodies resonate with the energy of meteorites, and they gather on moonlit nights in locations where such stones have fallen. The Pokédex describes their dances as strange and beautiful, performed in circles around the craters and fragments of those fallen objects under the light of a moon whose influence seems to strengthen their power and deepen their contentment. Researchers who have observed these gatherings describe something that is difficult to categorize, not ritual in any human sense, not play exactly, something with its own internal logic and emotional register. Cleffa, the pre-evolved form, is said to appear only on nights of meteor showers. The connection between Cleffa's existence and the specific meteorological and astronomical conditions of falling stars suggests an origin for the entire Clefairy line that extends beyond the planet itself. The stones they gather around carry within them materials from beyond the atmosphere, elements forged in processes that predate the solar system. Whether the Clefairy are drawn to those materials because of what they are, or because of some resonance between those materials and something in their own composition, is a question that points toward a possibility the entries occasionally make explicit. That the Clefairy line arrived here from somewhere else, traveling by some means not yet understood, and that their gatherings around meteorites are a form of recognition, a coming back in a small way to something that resembles home. Clefable, the final evolution, is described as so cautious and so skilled at remaining undetected that it has rarely been documented in its natural habitat. What is known comes primarily from the moments when Clefable are caught off guard, observed before they become aware of the observer. In those moments, the accounts describe a creature that seems deeply at ease, at home in the world in a way that contradicts the extreme shyness it otherwise displays, as if the caution is not fear but preference, and the ease beneath it is the creature's true relationship with existence. Lugia chooses to live at the bottom of the ocean. This is the detail that deserves quiet attention. A creature of extraordinary power, described in regional traditions as the master of the seas and the protector of the balance between wind and water, chooses to spend most of its existence in the deep quiet of the ocean floor. The Pokédex notes that a single flap of its wings is capable of causing storms that last for 40 days. A creature capable of that scale of effect, voluntarily removing itself from the air and living instead in the place of greatest stillness available to it. The logic of that choice, if it is a choice, suggests something important about Lugia's nature. Power, taken to a certain scale, becomes a responsibility that shapes how the being who carries it must live. Lugia's retreat to the ocean is described in some traditional accounts as compassionate, a deliberate withdrawal to protect the surface world from the effects of its own presence. The storms are not malicious. They are simply what happens when something of Lugia's power moves through the air. And so it does not move through the air most of the time. It waits in the deep, where its movements disturb nothing but the cold and the dark. The relationship between Lugia and the legendary birds, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, describes Lugia as the entity that mediates their conflicts. When the three birds fall out of balance, when any one of them asserts its dominance over the others, the resulting disruption spreads through weather systems across entire regions. Lugia's role is not to control the birds, but to restore the equilibrium between them, to be the presence that reminds each of the others, the counterweight that prevents any single force from overwhelming the whole. Spiritomb is a Pokémon assembled from 108 spirits that were bound together as punishment for misdeeds, so numerous and varied that the record of them has been lost. What remains is the odd keystone in which they are held and the green wisp of their combined presence that emerges from that stone. The spirits have been contained together for so long that they have ceased to be distinguishable from one another. The 108 have become, in some functional sense, one, though the number is preserved in the mythology that surrounds the creature. The misdeeds that led to the binding are not documented in any source that researchers have been able to recover. The oldest accounts simply note that the spirits were judged and sealed without elaborating on what they did or who performed the judgment. This gap in the record allows the mystery to breathe in interesting directions, whether the 108 were bound because their collective power was dangerous, or because their individual actions warranted it, or for reasons that do not map cleanly onto any current framework of understanding is not determinable. What is clear is that the binding held. For 500 years, by the count of the oldest surviving records, Spiritomb has persisted in the hallowed tower. Researchers who have worked near Spiritomb in controlled conditions describe a sense of layered presence, as if the voices that would have belonged to 108 separate beings are still audible, not as distinct sounds, but as a textural quality to the silence around the creature, a fullness, as if something that should be empty is not. The evolutions represent a mystery of potential, a single species, Eevee, capable of evolving into 8 distinct forms depending on the conditions of its environment, its experiences, and its own disposition. Each evolution carries a completely different type, a completely different physical form, a completely different relationship with the world. The fire of Flareon, the water of Vaporeon, the electricity of Jolteon, the psychic grace of Espeon, the dark patience of Umbreon, the gentle leaves of Leafon, the cold crystals of Glaceon, the shifting light of Sylveon. What is fascinating is not just the range, but the sensitivity. Eve does not evolve by accident. Each evolution is responsive to something specific. The stones that trigger certain evolutions. The time of day that determines whether an Eve with high happiness will become Espion or Umbreon, one tied to the sun and one to the moon. The environments of the moss rock and the ice rock in certain regions, whose presence shifts the trajectory entirely. The deep affinity that produces Sylvian from a foundation of trust and connection. Each pathway reflects something about what Eve carries within it, a responsiveness to the world that is unusually refined. What Eve experiences during the process of evolution, that interval of transformation between one form and another, is not something any research has been able to document from the inside. What is visible is that Eve does not appear to resist the change, regardless of which direction it takes. The transformation is met with something that resembles acceptance, though acceptance implies a prior awareness of alternatives, and it is not clear how much Eve understands about the paths it did not take when it takes the one it does. Absol is a Pokémon whose very presence has been misunderstood for most of recorded history in the regions where it lives. It appears before disasters. This much is agreed upon across all traditions that mention it. When a flood is coming, when an earthquake is near, when an avalanche is building in the mountains above a village, Absol appears at the edge of the settlement. And because it appears before the disaster, because its presence precedes the event, the tradition formed over many generations that Absol itself was the cause. The truth, and which researchers have gradually documented, is something quite different. Absol perceives changes in the natural world, disturbances in the air pressure and magnetic fields, and subtle geological shifts that precede disasters by hours or days. It comes to warn. The appearance of Absol is not an announcement of doom, but an attempt to avert it. The creature has been traveling to the edges of human settlements for as long as records of it exist, trying to communicate urgency in the only way it has available, and being misunderstood every time. The loneliness implied by that history is one that researchers who have studied Absol tend to note. What is striking about Absol is that the misunderstanding did not change its behavior. It continued coming. Generation after generation, received with fear and superstition, it continued making the journey down from the mountains where it lives whenever something was coming that the creatures there needed to know about. Whether this represents a form of optimism, a continuing belief that the message would eventually be understood, or simply an instinct too strong to override, regardless of the reception it received, is not something that can be determined from the outside. What is observable is that Absol is still here. Rotom has the ability to enter and animate electronic devices, inhabiting them with its electric body in ways that change both the device and the Rotom's own capabilities and form. It slips into a microwave oven and becomes something different. It's into a washing machine, into a fan, into a lawnmower, into a refrigerator. Each form is a merging, a new entity produced by the combination of Rotom's fundamental nature and the mechanical purpose of the device it inhabits. What is interesting about this ability is what it suggests about identity. Rotom, in each of its appliance forms, retains what makes it Rotom, the core of electrical consciousness that carries across all the transformations. But it also takes on something of each device. The fan form moves differently than the microwave form. The refrigerator form has a quality to it that is cooler, stiller than the others. The device shapes the Rotom as much as the Rotom animates the device. The resulting forms are genuinely hybrid, belonging to both the technological and the natural in equal measure. Rotom appears in the mythology of certain regions as a trickster, a spirit that inhabits objects and uses them in surprising and mischievous ways. In those traditions, the line between Rotom and the appliance it occupies is even blurrier than in more scientific accounts. The object itself becomes animated, unpredictable, given to behavior that defies what the object should be capable of. A refrigerator that hums melodies. A fan that starts and stops with what seems like intention. Whether these accounts describe actual Roudum activity or simply the interpretive creativity of communities encountering unexplained electrical phenomena is not easily settled, but the consistency of the pattern across different regions and traditions suggests something genuine. Sigillif are found in ancient ruins, and their relationship to those ruins is one of the most quietly strange facts about them. They patrol. Specifically, they follow the same routes through the ruins they inhabit that they have apparently followed for as long as the ruins themselves have existed. They are described as the guardians of ancient cities, creatures whose specific function was to maintain watch over communities that no longer exist. The cities are gone. The communities they were created to protect have been dust for centuries, and Sigillif still walk their routes. The persistence of that behavior, the fidelity to a function whose original context has entirely disappeared, is something that researchers find both fascinating and melancholy. Sigillif does not appear to be aware that the city is gone, or perhaps it is aware, and the walking continues anyway, because the walking is not simply about the city. Because whatever Sigillif is, it has become inseparable from the act of watching. The patrol is not the means, it is the nature. What ancient civilization created Sigillif is not recorded in any document that survives. The ruins where they are found predate the earliest written records of the surrounding regions. Whether Sigillif were created by that civilization or arose alongside it or arrived with it from somewhere else entirely is not determinable from what remains. What persists is the Pokémon itself and the routes it still walks, carrying in its patient continuity the only evidence that something worth guarding once existed here. Xerneas does not die in any ordinary sense. When its life nears a point of exhaustion, it transforms into a tree. It sleeps within that form for 1,000 years. The leaves of the tree it becomes are described as luminous even in darkness. When the millennium ends, Xerneas wakes and rises from the tree form, carrying with it the same life energy it carried before the transformation, renewed by the long sleep within the wood. The ability of Xerneas to share its life energy with other living things is one of the most significant facts about it. A single touch from Xerneas in its waking form can restore life, can reverse damage, can give to another creature something of the extraordinary vitality that allows Xerneas itself to persist across geological time. The entries describe this sharing as something Xerneas can choose to perform, and they note that when it does, it expends energy that must eventually be restored through the millennial sleep. What Xerneas experiences within the tree form, whether that interval constitutes sleep in any meaningful sense, whether there is any form of awareness present during those 1,000 years, is a question that the entries do not attempt to answer. The sleep of a creature whose existence operates on that timescale may not have any parallel in the experience of creatures who measure their lives in decades. What is clear is that Xerneas returns from it, that whatever the tree contains during those centuries, something at its core persists, something that knows, when the time comes, how to be Xerneas again. The ruins of Alph contain unown in such quantities that the entire interior of the complex is mapped by their presence. Researchers who have spent extended time within those ruins describe a particular acoustic quality, something in the arrangement of the spaces and the presence of so many unknown in the walls and ceilings that creates a resonance the instruments available to study it cannot fully characterize. The sound, if it is a sound, sits below the threshold of ordinary hearing. It is perceived through the body rather than the ears. a vibration that accumulates over time into something that feels, by the end of an extended research session, like being addressed, like listening to something that is explaining itself in a language that has not yet been learned. Whether this impression is the result of genuine unhurried communication directed toward the researchers, or a psychic ambient effect of having so many of them concentrated in one place, or simply the effect of spending long hours in unusual acoustic conditions on a mind that is looking for patterns, is not something that existing research has resolved. What is documented is that multiple researchers, working independently and without knowledge of each other's accounts, described the same impression, addressed, explained to, listened to. The relationship between the unknown alphabet and the alphabet used in the ruins carved inscriptions is one that researchers have studied in both directions. Whether the inscriptions were made to resemble unknown, or whether unknown came to resemble the inscriptions over time, or whether both the unknown and the inscriptions derive from some third source that preceded both, is a question with no clear answer. The similarity is too strong to be accidental, but the direction of the influence remains one of the genuine open questions of Pokémon archaeological research. Marshadow exists in shadows, not as Gengar exists in shadow, as a matter of habitat and preference, but literally. It steps into the shadow of another creature and hides there, watching, learning from that creature's movements and techniques. The Pokédex describes this process as Marshadow mastering the abilities of whoever it watches. A fighter who trains within the shadow of a skilled opponent finds that Marshadow has absorbed those techniques, practicing them in the dark until it can perform them with precision. There is a quality to this existence that invites reflection. Marshadow spends its life as a watcher, a learner in the truest sense, never performing its abilities except when necessary for self-defense, primarily accumulating. The shadow is not a threat to those it inhabits. Marshadow does not harm the beings whose shadows it occupies. It simply stays, observing, refining something that it will carry forward when it moves on. The question of what Marshadow ultimately does with what it collects, whether there is a purpose to the accumulation beyond simple learning, is not answered anywhere in the documented record. Its rarity makes extended observation difficult. What is known is that when Marshadow does act, when it emerges from shadow to protect itself or others, what it demonstrates is an extraordinary synthesis. All the techniques observed, absorbed, practiced in darkness, deployed in one coherent expression. It is a fighter who has trained everywhere it has ever been, without anyone knowing. Necrozma arrived from an unfamiliar place. The earliest legends of the Ultra Recon Squad and the histories preserved in the Ether Foundation describe a creature that was once made entirely of light, a being of such radiance that it illuminated everything around it. Something happened to Necrozma, some event whose exact nature is not described in any surviving account, that caused it to shatter. Its light was lost, and what remained was the Necrozma that contemporary researchers can study, a dark crystalline creature that hungers for the light it no longer contains. The behavior that follows from that loss is the heart of Necrozma's mystery. It seeks to absorb light from its environment, from Pokémon, from any source it can find. When it absorbs enough, it transforms, becomes temporarily something closer to what it once was. The absorbed light fills the fractures in its body. The crystalline surface glows. And in those moments, the accounts describe something that functions almost like relief, as if the light is not just energy, but something more essential, not sustenance, but self. Whether Necrozma can remember what it was before the shattering is not something the entries address directly. Whether it carries some awareness of the wholeness it once represented, or whether the hunger is purely instinctive, a drive without the context of what it once satisfied, is a question that sits at the deepest part of this particular mystery. What is observable is the intensity of the drive. a creature of that power, capable of the effects necrozma can produce, redirecting most of that power toward the single purpose of finding what it lost. The Tapus of Alola are guardians in the oldest sense of the word. Tapu Koko, Tapu Lele, Tapu Bulu, and Tapu Fini each preside over one of the 4 islands that make up the Alola region, and their relationship with those islands is one of genuine interdependence. The islands were shaped over long periods by the presence of their respective guardians. The forests of Ula Ula carry Tapu Bulu's influence in the growth patterns of the oldest trees. The mist that gathers around Pony Island reflects Tapu Fini's nature. The energy that runs through Melemele carries Tapu Koko's charge. The Tapus are not gentle guardians in the sense of being soft or easily approached. They are powerful and territorial and willing to engage threats to their islands with considerable force. But they are also documented as caring for the human and Pokémon communities of Alola in ways that go beyond mere territorial protection. Tapu Lele's scales carry healing properties. Tapu Fini's mist, dangerous as it can be when it draws creatures into lethargy, also produces pure water that has restorative qualities. The relationship between the Tapus and the people of Alola is one of mutual regard, not simple deference. What is less often noted is how the Tapus relate to each other. 4 separate, powerful beings, each governing a distinct island with its own character, existing in proximity without the constant conflict that might be expected. The balance between them is maintained through something that is not described anywhere as friendship and not described as treaty, but which functions as a kind of distributed understanding. Each knows the range of the others. Each remains, for the most part, within that range, and the islands as a whole are held in a stability that reflects their collective presence. Zygarde exists in the Pokémon world in a way that is fundamentally different from most legendary Pokémon. Its existence is distributed. The Zygarde cells that compose it are found scattered throughout the Kalos region, and they have no consciousness individually. They are simply components, waiting for assembly. When enough cells gather, they form Zygarde cores, which do possess awareness and can direct the collection of further cells. And when enough cells have assembled when the threshold is crossed, Zygarde takes form. The form it takes depends on how many cells are present. At 10%, Zygarde manifests in a canine shape, fast and fierce. At 50%, the serpentine form most often documented. At 100%, a form so complete and powerful that it is described in the entries as capable of overwhelming even the most extraordinary forces in the Pokémon world, called upon specifically when the ecosystem faces a threat that cannot be addressed by anything less. What is quietly remarkable about this arrangement is what it says about the relationship between completion and power. Zygarde at 50% is already extraordinary, and yet it withholds, by design or nature, the full expression of what it is, reserving that completeness for the moments when the world genuinely requires it. The question of who or what determines when that threshold has been reached, when the ecosystem's need is sufficient to justify 100%, is one that the entries leave open. Whether Zygarde makes that determination itself through its distributed consciousness, or whether the cells simply respond to conditions in the environment that trigger assembly, is not clear, but the design implies a wisdom in the withholding. The mystery of Marshadow returns, and it is worth revisiting, because there is a detail about it that connects to something larger. When Marshadow is exposed to the light that is described in legend as belonging to heroes, something changes. The shadow that defines it becomes something more agitated. The entries describe a state in which the pure light acts as an irritant, causing Marshadow to react in ways that are not characteristic of its ordinary cautious observation. Whether this represents a vulnerability, or a response to something that touches something deep in Marshadow's nature is not elaborated. The mythology around Marshadow in certain regions describes it as the Pokémon that accompanies heroes, hiding in their shadows as they make their journeys, watching every challenge they face and every choice they make. In those traditions, Marshadow is not a threat, but a witness, a creature whose accumulated observation of heroism gives it something that might be described as understanding of what heroism requires, even if it never performs that role itself. The watcher of heroes, carrying in its shadow all the movements it has memorized, all the moments of courage it has observed. There is a particular poignancy in that image, a creature defined by watching, positioned always at the edge of the action, never quite the agent of its own story, but always present to the stories of others. What does a being carry over a long existence of witnessing when what it witnesses is consistently extraordinary? What does it do with all of that? The entries do not answer, but the question is one that Marshadow, if it could, might find interesting to consider. Ho-Oh's feathers are said to bring happiness to anyone who finds them. The Pokédex entries note that the feathers shimmer with every color of the rainbow, and that encountering one is considered extraordinarily fortunate in the traditions of the regions where Ho-Oh is remembered. The feathers are so rare as to approach the mythological. The same accounts that describe their happiness-bringing properties also describe them as nearly impossible to find, existing at the intersection of legend and the physical world in a way that gives them the quality of symbols rather than objects. Ho-Oh itself is most often seen at the end of storms, appearing in the rainbow that follows the clearing. Whether Ho-Oh causes the rainbow, or simply appears when rainbows form, or whether the two things arise from the same source rather than one causing the other, is not definitively settled. What is described consistently is the quality of the sighting. Those who have seen Ho-Oh against the sky, the colors of its wings reflected and amplified by the water in the air, describe the experience as one that settles something. As if some question they had been holding without knowing they held, it was answered by the image, not explained, simply resolved. The legend of the three Pokémon that Ho-Oh resurrected from the fire of the Brass Tower is one of the most significant mythological events in the recorded tradition of Johto. The tower burned, the three Pokémon within it perished, and Ho-Oh, carrying the ability to give eternal life, raised them again as Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. Three new forms, bearing within them something of the fire that destroyed their predecessors, and something of the sky that restored them. The legend describes this act as the origin of the three beasts, but it also implies something about Ho-Oh's relationship with death. A creature who can reverse it and who has reversed it carries a different relationship with loss than creatures who cannot. Deoxys came from space. This much is established. The entry documents the arrival of a space virus exposed to a laser beam and its subsequent transformation into a Pokémon, a viral entity from beyond the atmosphere changed by the energy of a laser into something that can be encountered, battled, caught. The exact nature of what Deoxys was before the transformation, what a space virus is in the context of the Pokémon world, and how it differs from the viruses of that world, is not elaborated. But the origin is significant. Deoxys is the most explicitly extraterrestrial creature in the documented record, its arrival not implied or mythological, but specific. A moment in time, a laser, a transformation. What is extraordinary about Deoxys is that its body is not fixed. It has 4 forms, each representing a different configuration of the same fundamental entity. The attack form redistributes its structure toward offensive power. The defense form compresses and hardens. The speed form elongates and streamlines. The normal form balances all of these. The ability to shift between these configurations is described as a response to environmental conditions and circumstances. Deoxys reads the situation and becomes what that situation requires. The tentacles that extend from Deoxys's chest region are described as a crystallized organ, something between a solid and a gaseous state. They serve functions that include both sensory input and the manipulation of psychic energy. Whether these tentacles are vestigial remnants of the viral form that preceded the transformation, or whether they emerged as part of the transformation itself, or whether they are something that Deoxys developed independently after arriving in the Pokémon world, is a question that touches on some of the deepest uncertainties about the nature of this creature's existence. Regigigas is described in the Pokédex as having toad continents. This statement is offered without elaboration, as if the action it describes requires no further context or explanation. A creature so large and so powerful that it towed land masses, rearranging the geography of the world through direct physical effort. Whether this event took place once or many times. Whether the continents as they currently exist reflect Regigigas' handiwork. Whether Regigigas was responding to instructions from something or pursuing its own intentions, or simply moving through the world in a way that incidentally produced continental rearrangement, is not documented. What is documented is that Regigigas now sleeps, deeply and for long periods. The slow start ability it carries when it wakes reflects something about the difficulty of returning to full capability after an extended period of inactivity. A creature that once moved continents, now moving slowly. The contrast between those two states is one of the most significant asymmetries in any Pokemon's documented history. The three Regis, Regirock, Regis, and Registeel are described in ancient texts as having been created by Regigigas itself. Built from the rock, ice, and magma of the world it once worked to shape. Whether Regigigas created them as tools, companions, guardians, or simply as an expression of its capacity is not stated. What the ancient texts do suggest is that Regigigas sealed these three creations in various locations and then, at some point, withdrew, went to sleep in the Snow Point Temple, and the world that Regigigas once actively shaped continued without it, the three sealed Regis waiting in their chambers for conditions that would allow them to be found. Ditto is one of the most quietly strange Pokémon in any regional catalog. Its body has no fixed form. It transforms into whatever it observes, recreating the appearance and characteristics of other creatures with a fidelity that is described as impressive, but not quite perfect. The eyes always remain slightly different. The exact reproduction is close, but distinguishable by those who look carefully enough. This persistent imperfection in the transformation raises a question that researchers have approached from many directions without fully resolving. What is Ditto when it is not transformed? The default form, the simple purple mass without features, is described as its natural state, but the entries suggest that this state is itself a kind of rest rather than a kind of definition. Ditto is not most itself in the purple blob form. It is perhaps most itself in the act of transforming. The creature that is always becoming something else may not have a self that exists independent of that process. The transformation is not what Ditto does. It is, in some deep sense, what Ditto is. Ditto's role in breeding, as the universal partner capable of producing eggs with almost any other Pokémon, is one that carries implications that researchers have gently explored without reaching strong conclusions. A creature that can produce eggs with Pokémon of entirely different species, different types, different lineages, is doing something that most biological frameworks struggle to accommodate. Whether Ditto accomplishes this through the transformation, temporarily becoming something sufficiently like its partner to bridge the gap, or through some mechanism that operates below the level of physical form, is not answered by the entries. The capability simply exists, documented and extraordinary. The mystery of type, null, and Silvally is one that was created by human intention and exceeded it. Type, null, was built, engineered by researchers who had access to records of a mythical Pokémon that could change its type and who sought to create something similar through deliberate construction rather than natural process. The mask it was forced to wear was not cosmetic. It was a limiter. The power that type, null, naturally contained was too great, too destabilizing for a creature that had not yet been proven safe, and so it was constrained. It grew up wearing that constraint, carrying it as the dominant fact of its physical existence. Silvally emerges when a bond with a trainer is strong enough that type, null's power no longer needs to be feared. The mask shatters. What was constrained is released, and Silvally's ability to change its type freely through the memory disks it can equip becomes available. The creature that was built to imitate a mythical Pokémon achieves something in the right relationship that the engineers who designed it could not produce through construction alone, not because the construction was wrong, but because the missing ingredient was something that construction could not provide. What researchers have noted about this trajectory is how it reflects something about the nature of power and trust that extends beyond Silvally's specific situation. A creature constrained by others' fear, liberated by one person's willingness to believe in it. The power was always there. The mask was about the circumstances, not the creature. And when the circumstances changed, the mask was no longer necessary. Aegislash wields its ancient sword through the ages without a hand to hold it. The blade floats beside the golden shield that serves as its body, both moving with a precision that does not require muscle or sinew. The lineage of Honage, the ghost that inhabits a blade, presents one of the most evocative origin stories in the ghost type catalog. A sword, left somewhere and abandoned, becomes inhabited. Something takes up residence in the metal, drawn to it or arising from it, and the sword becomes alive in a way that its original maker never intended. What draws a spirit to an abandoned blade? The entries do not say. But the pattern, a ghost inhabiting an object, is common enough in the Pokémon world that it represents something genuine about how certain kinds of existence begin. Objects that were made for purposes and then left without those purposes become available. They carry within them the intention of their making, even if the hands that made them are long gone, and that intention may be the thing that calls to a wandering consciousness. The sword was made to be held and used. The ghost within it fulfills that purpose in its own fashion. Aegislash's ability to switch between attack and defense postures, between the sword leading and the shield raised, gives it a quality of deliberateness in battle that is unusual. It is not simply a powerful creature. It is a creature that thinks about combat, that reads the situation, that chooses. The royal lineage mythology that surrounds Aegislash, its description as having guided kings and decided the fates of realms by choosing which rulers it would support, adds a weight to those choices that goes beyond individual battles. The dreams of Pokémon are something that researchers have only begun to approach. The discovery that certain Pokémon can share dreams, that others consume them, that some produce them in forms that other creatures can physically experience, has opened a territory of inquiry that requires methods quite different from ordinary observation. The waking life of Pokémon is tractable. It can be watched, measured, documented. The dream life is harder to access. Darkrai's nightmares and Musharna's dream mist have been discussed, but the most extensive research into Pokémon dreaming has taken place around the Snorlax and the related phenomenon of the Pokémon snap tradition in certain regions, where researchers documented creatures in states of deep rest and noted behaviors that seemed to belong to a different context. A Snorlax rolling in its sleep, a Gengar grinning at something not present, a Charizard's wings spreading slightly and then settling, the small movement of something moving in a world that is not the cave floor where its body lies. The question of what Pokémon dream about is one that cannot be answered from the outside, but the question of whether they dream at all has been settled more or less. The evidence of dream-related behavior is extensive enough that the phenomenon is not in doubt. What remains in doubt is everything about the content and the quality of those dreams. Whether a Charizard dreams of flying and fire, whether a Snorlax dreams of food or of something else entirely, whether Jirachi, sleeping inside a comet for 1,000 years, dreams in any way that resembles what smaller, shorter-lived creatures experience when they close their eyes. Zarude lives in forests in groups called hordes, and within those groups it is extraordinarily territorial and aggressive toward any outsider. It does not permit entry. It does not accept beings from outside its horde under any ordinary circumstances. The Pokédex notes this exclusivity as one of the defining characteristics of Zarude's social structure, and yet there is a legend preserved in the mythology surrounding Zarude of an exception, of a single Zarude who found a human child injured in a forest, who chose to raise that child as its own. The exception to the absolute rule, arising from a particular moment and a particular creature's choice, is one of the most quietly significant details in the lore around Zarude. The structure of its society makes the choice more remarkable, not less. What it cost that Zarude to break the pattern it was born into, to bring an outsider into a world defined by the exclusion of outsiders, is not detailed, but the choice was made, and the mythology preserves it. This story reflects something that appears throughout the records of Pokémon mystery, which is the way that the most unexpected and significant things tend to happen at the intersection of a creature's deepest nature and the specific irreducible circumstances of one moment. Zarude's nature was to exclude. The moment called for something else, and one Zarude found the capacity for something else within itself. That is a kind of mystery too, not of power or origin, but of what living things are capable of when they meet the world at its most specific and most pressing. The legendary golems, called the Regis, each carry within their bodies a material that defines them. Regirock is made entirely of rock, with no living cells as biologists in the Pokémon world understand them. The stones that compose its body are ordinary rocks, not unusual minerals, or anything that would distinguish them from the material of the ground, and yet they hold together. They move with intention. They express a something that functions as a will. The mystery of Regirock is the mystery of inert matter, animated by something that inert matter should not be able to contain. Regis, sealed in an iceberg for tens of thousands of years, maintains its form even in environments where ice should melt. The temperature it radiates, described as negative 328 degrees Fahrenheit in the closest approximation the entries offer, is not the temperature of any natural ice. It is something colder than anything that occurs in the environments Regis inhabits, a cold that seems to originate within it, rather than reflecting the world around it. Registeel's metal is harder than any metal that exists in the natural world of Pokémon, its composition defying analysis, forged by something that researchers can only describe as a process and place that do not match any known geological or industrial origin. The ancient texts associated with the Regis describe a journey and a challenge, an old man and his wife, a legendary Pokémon, a cave, inscriptions that serve as instructions. The mythology turns the Regis into something beyond simple creatures of power. It makes them into guardians of a particular kind of knowledge, the knowledge of how to find them, of how to meet the conditions of access, a puzzle whose solution is its own lesson. Phione and Manaphy represent one of the gentler mysteries in the catalog, which concerns what can be inherited and what cannot. Manaphy, born from a Pokémon egg found in the sea, has the ability to create Phione. And Phione, regardless of what it is paired with, regardless of what else might be expected of the process, cannot evolve into Manaphy. The offspring cannot become the parent. The capacity that Manaphy possesses does not transfer downward. Phione carries the shape of Manaphy's lineage without the depth. Researchers have described this situation in terms that reflect genuine puzzlement. Most evolutionary relationships in the Pokémon world follow predictable patterns. Pre-evolutions share fundamental qualities with their final forms, and the path between them is traversable. Phione and Manaphy disrupt this pattern in a way that has no parallel elsewhere in the documented catalog. Phione exists in a category of its own, connected to Manaphy in form and origin, but separated from it by something that no amount of training or relationship or experience can bridge. The mystery of what that separation protects, whether there is something in Manaphy that must remain singular, something that would be diluted or distorted if it could be freely replicated through Phione's evolution, is not answered in any official account. But the specificity of the restriction suggests intention. Whether that intention belongs to biology in the Pokémon world, or to mythology, or to something between the two, is one of the smaller and sweeter puzzles that the catalog contains. Solgaleo is the creature that is said to be the sun. This phrasing is deliberate and specific in the mythology of Alola, and it is worth taking seriously on its own terms before moving to the scientific description. The sun, not a creature inspired by the sun, not a creature that draws energy from the sun itself, expressed in a form that can be known and encountered. Lunala is the creature that is said to be the full moon, the same tradition, the same directness. These creatures are not symbols. They are the things themselves in a form that the world can hold. The scientific description of Solgaleo as a creature capable of storing enormous amounts of energy and releasing it as light, and as a creature that can open ultra wormholes that allow passage between dimensions, does not contradict the mythological claim so much as it provides the mechanism by which the mythological claim might be true. A creature that can open passages between worlds, that radiates light at the scale it does, that carries within its forehead a mark called the third eye of the sun, is not easily distinguished by any practical measure from the sun itself as a living and willful entity. Lunala's wingspan carries a map of the night sky, patterns in the markings of its wings that correspond to star charts of regions that extend beyond the observable sky of any single location. Whether those charts are random, whether the correspondences are coincidental, or whether Lunala's wings carry real information about the cosmos it moves through, is a question that researchers have studied with instruments pointing both at the sky and at Lunala itself. The correspondences, whatever their origin, are genuinely there. The wind that travels through the Pokémon world carries more than air. In the mythology of regions that border vast ocean areas, the wind is described as alive in a way that goes beyond metaphor. Tornadus and Thundurus move through storms as presences within them, not simply powerful Pokémon caught in weather, but entities that are the weather. The distinction between a creature in a storm and a creature that is the storm is one that the mythology insists upon, and that researchers have found genuinely useful for understanding these Pokémon's behavior. Landorus collects the destruction that Tornadus and Thundurus leave behind them. Its role in the mythology is to follow the storm and repair the land. The crops that are enriched by its presence, the soil that it restores after the destruction that its two counterparts have passed through, make Landorus into something like a teacher and an aftermath at once. The storms happen, and then Landorus arrives, and the land recovers, and what was damaged becomes, in its recovery, something slightly different from what it was before, enriched by the process of what it endured. This cycle, destruction and recovery, storm and restoration, is one that the mythology of these three Pokémon describes as necessary, not simply inevitable, but needed. The land that has never been through a storm, that has never faced Tornadus and Thundurus, has never had the opportunity to be renewed by Landorus. The quietest and most settled places may be paradoxically the most depleted. The storms, as terrifying as they are, carry within them the conditions for something that the undisturbed ground cannot produce on its own. Cresselia is the counterpart to Darkrai in the mythology of Sinnoh, and their relationship is one of the most precisely balanced pairings in the entire legendary canon. Where Darkrai produces nightmares, Cresselia produces peaceful dreams. Where Darkrai's presence brings darkness, Cresselia's brings the crescent moon's glow, a soft light at the edge of full darkness. The feathers that Cresselia sheds carry healing properties specifically for those whose sleep has been disturbed by nightmare. The relationship between the two is not one of opposition so much as one of completion. Cresselia is found on Full Moon Island, a place whose name reflects the quality of light it holds even on nights when the moon is not full. Researchers who have visited Full Moon Island describe a quality to the air there that is difficult to characterize in ordinary terms. The word peaceful appears in almost every account, but it is a specific quality of peace rather than a general one, not the peace of emptiness, but the peace of something that has decided, settled, committed to the particular quality of stillness it expresses. The mythology that describes Cresselia and Darkrai as existing in necessary relationship, rather than as simple opposites at war, reflects something that appears throughout the mystery of legendary Pokémon. The world they inhabit requires both of what they represent. The night that Cresselia illuminates would not have its particular beauty without the darkness that Darkrai presides over. The peaceful dream would not feel like peace without the nightmare's existence, as the alternative it is not. Each defines the other. Each makes the other meaningful. The Pokémon called Cosmog is described as being born from matter drawn from another universe. It drifts and floats, seeming to be unaware of most of what surrounds it, and it is fragile, capable of being broken by very little. The entries describe it as sometimes mistaken for a cloud of gas, and its innocent unawareness of its own vulnerability is one of the details that researchers find simultaneously endearing and troubling. Cosmog's growth is one of the most dramatic transformations in the catalog. What begins as a drifting wisp of cosmic matter grows through stages of increasing stability and power into eventually Solgaleo or Lunala, the creatures that mythology identifies with the sun and moon themselves. The entire trajectory of that growth, from something that can barely hold itself together to something that opens dimensional portals and illuminates the sky, is contained within the single starting point of this fragile, drifting cloud. What Cosmog experiences during the early stages of that journey, whether there is awareness in that drifting wisp or whether awareness arrives only at some later stage, is not something that entries address. What is noted is that the names given to Cosmog by those who care for it seem to matter. The creature responds to names, to being called something specific, whether this is a form of early cognition or a simpler kind of conditioning is not clear. But the response is there, and the fact that it can be named, that naming it does something, suggests that even at the beginning of what it will become, something is present that can be reached. Zacian carries a sword in its mouth. This is the image through which it enters the mythology of Galar, a great wolf with a blade held between its teeth, the steel biting the air as it runs. The sword is described as having been swallowed into its mouth so completely that it has become part of the creature rather than a tool the creature holds. The line between Zacian and its weapon over time has dissolved. Zamazenta's shield, which curves from its mane and covers its body, was assembled from the same ore that runs through the ancient battlefields of Galar. The metal absorbed into its body at some point in history and remained. The creature that was once a wolf became a wolf, armored in the memory of old conflicts, carrying within its body the material of wars that preceded it. Both Pokémon were sealed away. The mythology of Galar describes a moment when they were needed, when a threat arose that required their intervention, and then a long aftermath in which neither was present and the world they had protected continued without them. The seal that kept them away was not a punishment, but a precaution, a way of ensuring that the world could not call upon them again, except when the need was truly at the scale that justified it. And when that scale was reached again, when the world contained something that could not be addressed by ordinary means, the seal was broken and they returned, carrying the swords and shields they had always carried, unchanged by the time that had passed over everything else. The mystery of Arceus is, in some ways, the largest mystery in the catalog, and also the one that the entries approach most carefully. The Pokédex describes Arceus as the Pokémon that shaped the universe using its 1,000 arms. It is described as the original one, the being that existed before existence, the entity from whose emergence everything else followed. The entries are not tentative about this. They state it as fact. Arceus created the world. What is less often discussed, but what the entries also note, is that Arceus does not simply preside over what it created from a position of distance. It remains within the world. It can be found. It can be encountered by a trainer. It has specific preferences about what kinds of offerings please it and what locations it inhabits in the Sinnoh region. The gap between the mythological claim, the creator of the universe, and the lived reality, a Pokémon that visits the Hall of Origin and can be caught in a regular Pokéball, is not something the entries try to resolve. Both things are simply true within the framework they inhabit. The egg from which Arceus was said to have hatched before anything else existed, before the space that the egg might have occupied had been created, raises the question that all origin mythology eventually reaches. What came before the beginning? The entries do not answer. The mythology does not answer. The Arceus that can be encountered in Sinnoh does not offer any explanation that researchers have been able to record. It exists in the world it created, among the creatures that followed from its creation, carrying in the ring of life around its body the capacity to become any type, any expression, anything, the entirety of what Pokémon is, available within a single being. The catalog of Pokémon mysteries is not finite. New generations bring new mysteries, new creatures whose origins and behaviors and relationships to the world introduce questions that could not have been anticipated. The mythology accumulates, the gaps in understanding remain, and in those gaps, the most interesting possibilities live. What makes the mysteries of Pokémon particularly enduring is that they do not resolve into simple explanations. The world they inhabit is one that contains the full range of natural phenomena and something else besides. A space in which the biological and the mythological exist simultaneously, in which a creature can be cataloged with a weight and a height, and also described as the creator of the universe. Both true, both part of the same world. The question of whether Pokémon age in the same way that other living things age is one that researchers approach with unusual caution. Most Pokémon in captivity and in the wild do not show the visible markers of aging that are common in mammals. Their coloration does not fade. Their movements do not slow noticeably over the spans of time that researchers have been able to observe. Whether this represents a biological difference in how time affects Pokémon tissue, or whether the timescales involved are simply too long for human observation to capture, is genuinely uncertain. There are specific exceptions that make the general pattern more interesting by contrast. The trees that Trevenant inhabits grow older in the ordinary way, and Trevenant's relationship with that aging tree is one that researchers have studied without reaching a settled conclusion about how long a single Trevenant might persist in a single tree or whether it moves between trees over long periods. The stones that compose Golem accumulate the same weathering that natural stones do when exposed to the same conditions. The ice that comprises Regis does not age, but that may be because the properties of that ice are not those of ordinary frozen water. Ninetales carries a specific legend about longevity. The Pokédex states that each of its 9 tails contains a mysterious energy and that its lifespan is extended, reaching 1,000 years. Whether this is literally true, whether individual Ninetales have been observed or recorded over periods approaching that length, or whether the 1,000 years is a traditional approximation of a duration that simply exceeds ordinary measurement, is not clear. What is clear is that the mythology around Ninetales treats it as a creature apart from ordinary time, a being for whom the intervals that define other lives are simply not to the relevant scale. The curse that Ninetales is said to place upon those who touch its tails without permission is one that extends across time in a way consistent with its extraordinary lifespan. The curse it places upon such a person is said to affect not just that person, but their descendants. A transgression against a creature that lives 1,000 years carries consequences that echo forward in proportional measure. The mythology makes this connection between Ninetales' longevity and the longevity of its displeasure explicit, and it reflects something about how different relationships with time produce different relationships with consequence. Gardevoir is documented as willing to create a small black hole to protect its trainer. The Pokédex states this simply and without elaboration, the way it states many things that examined carefully contain depths that the brevity of the entry cannot fully convey. A small black hole, generated by a creature that fits within the embrace of a human arm. From the infinite collapse of matter under its own gravity to the soft and elegant silhouette of a Gardevoir in a formal gown, the distance between those two images is not bridged by any easy explanation. What the entry implies about the relationship between Gardevoir and the trainer it protects is something that researchers who study Pokémon bond behavior find worth examining closely. The willingness to take an action of that scale, to generate a phenomenon of that kind of power, specifically for the protection of one specific being, suggests a quality of attachment that exceeds what is described in most documentation of Pokémon loyalty. It is not simply that Gardevoir fights to protect. It is that Gardevoir accesses capacities it would not otherwise access, that the relationship itself unlocks something in Gardevoir that only that relationship can unlock. The telepathy that Gardevoir uses to read the emotions and intentions of those around it, the sensitivity that allows it to perceive changes in the feelings of its trainer before those changes are expressed in any visible way, is the foundation of the bond that produces that extraordinary protectiveness. Gardevoir knows what is happening in the inner world of the person it is closest to, and it responds to that inner world, not just to external circumstances. Whether this represents the deepest form of understanding that can exist between a Pokémon and a trainer, or whether it is something else entirely, something that does not map onto any human category of relationship, is not something that researchers have settled. The ocean floor of the Pokémon world is not simply a dark and unpopulated place. It contains specific creatures whose entire existence is organized around the conditions of that depth. The pressure that would destroy ordinary biological structures, the cold that barely allows for the chemical reactions associated with life, the darkness that leaves no room for photosynthesis or any of the processes that depend on light. And yet the depths are inhabited by creatures that have developed relationships with those conditions that make the conditions not hostile but home. Delmise drifts in the deep ocean, its anchor and the accumulated algae that comprises its body, moving through the cold and dark with a patient, unhurried quality. The seaweed that forms its body is alive, photosynthesizing what faint light reaches the depths, maintaining itself through processes that researchers find genuinely difficult to model given the conditions involved. Delmise has no eyes. It perceives its environment through mechanisms that are not fully documented, and it feeds through the anchor, using that heavy steel to strike and hold prey that it then absorbs into the seaweed body around it. Dragalge, the evolution of Skrelp, drifts among rotting kelp in the shallows rather than the depths, but its presence there has its own quality of mystery. It is one of the few Pokémon documented as capable of damaging large metal ships with its poison, a capacity so significant that certain shipping routes are documented as avoiding areas known to contain Dragalge populations. The toxin it produces is not simply acidic or caustic in an ordinary chemical sense. Its mechanism of action on metal specifically is something that researchers have studied with interest and not fully explained. Ralts perceives the emotions of those around it, and this perceptive sensitivity shapes everything about how it exists in the world. When the emotions it senses are warm and positive, Ralts approaches, drawn by a comfort that its own body reflects. When the emotions around it are negative, disturbed, or frightened, Ralts hides. It does not simply move away. It hides, finding shelter and remaining in that shelter until the emotional weather of its environment changes. This responsiveness makes Ralts unusually rare in the wild because the presence of trainers seeking to find one tends to produce the emotions of eagerness and anticipation that Ralts interprets as potentially alarming. A trainer who truly wants to encounter Ralts must somehow be calm enough in that wanting that Ralts perceives something worth approaching. The patience required for that kind of encounter, for wanting something genuinely and also being genuinely unbothered about whether you find it, is significant. It is one of the more demanding conditions for a Pokémon encounter in any catalog. The empathic sensitivity that runs through the Ralts line, through Kirlia, and into Gardevoir and Galad, raises questions about what it is like to live with that degree of permeability to other beings' feelings. Whether Ralts, Kirlia, and their evolutions develop methods for managing the constant influx of emotional information from their environment. Whether they learn to distinguish between emotions that require response and emotions that simply need to be allowed to pass through without action. Whether there is, in the long life of a Gardevoir, in close relationship with a trainer whose inner world it knows completely, something that functions like peace in that knowing, an ease that comes from familiarity rather than distance. Volcarona is a Pokémon whose mythology in certain regions describes it as having taken the place of the sun during a period when the sky was filled with ash and the ordinary light did not reach the ground. When ash clouds covered the sky and the world below grew cold, Volcarona rose and filled the role that the sun could not. Its fire became the light that living things needed. Its wings, covered in scales that produce flame, scattered that light across the world that had lost it. The mythology does not describe this as a singular historical event so much as a recurring possibility. Volcarona exists, the tradition implies, for exactly this kind of emergency. Its ordinary existence, migrating across regions, filling the night sky with scattered flame scales, is preparation, a continuous state of readiness for the moment when the world's ordinary light fails and something else must provide it. The ruins where ancient Volcarona are depicted show these creatures in positions of reverence and centrality that suggest a genuine religious significance in the communities that created those images. A creature that can substitute for the sun is not simply powerful, it is foundational. And the mythology that grows around a creature capable of doing what no other Pokémon can do, capable of filling the role of something that everything depends on, carries a weight proportional to that extraordinary capacity. So Chandelure is a ghost type, and its relationship with fire is one that distinguishes it from most other fire-type Pokémon. The flames that burn within its fixtures are not ordinary fire. They do not produce warmth in any conventional sense. The Pokédex notes that the flames of Chandelure absorb the life force of those they surround, and further, that the spirit burned away by those flames wanders forever, unable to return to anything, unable to reach whatever destination it might otherwise have reached. The fire does not destroy, it severs and holds. It captures something that should move onward and leaves it suspended in a state that is neither here nor there. Whether Chandelure is aware of what its flames do, whether it pursues this effect intentionally, or whether the absorption is simply a property of the fire that requires no intention on the creature's part, is not stated in the entries. What is noted is that Chandelure floats in old buildings and lures those inside with the mesmerizing movement of its fire. Whether that luring is a hunting strategy or simply the attractive quality of beautiful fire that any creature might be drawn to, without Chandelure doing anything to encourage that attraction, is one of the questions that keeps researchers cautious around specimens they are studying in enclosed spaces. The lineage from Litwick through Lampent to Chandelure traces a trajectory in which each stage is a little more deliberate, a little more specifically formed around the function of capturing and holding, rather than simply burning. Litwick appears to guide travelers, and then absorbs their energy as it leads them. Lampent waits in hospitals and other places where living things are near the end of their lives, absorbing the departing spirits before they can complete their departure. Chandelure, the final form, is the most complete expression of this trajectory. A beautiful light that offers warmth and takes something else entirely. Sylveon, the fairy-type evolution of Eevee, wraps its ribbon-like feelers around those who are in pain and uses them to read what the source of the pain is before transforming its own aura into a form that soothes. The sensitivity required for that kind of targeted comfort, the ability to perceive the specific nature of what another creature is experiencing and then modulate its own output in response to that specific need, is one of the most refined capabilities described in the context of Eevee's evolutions. What produces Sylveon from an Eevee, the deep trust and affection that must exist between the Eevee and its trainer, reflects something about the nature of that capacity. The ability to perceive pain clearly and respond to it with appropriate gentleness is not something that develops in isolation or through ordinary experience. It seems to require, in Sylveon's case, having been held in high regard, having had the experience of being genuinely cared for, and developing from within that experience a natural orientation toward providing the same care for others. The fairy type that Sylveon represents is one of the most recently understood types in Pokémon research. Its effectiveness against certain types that were previously difficult to counter, its resistance to certain forces that other types cannot easily endure, reflects something about the nature of what the fairy type contains. Not strength exactly, not power in the conventional sense. Something more like a quality that cannot be simply overwhelmed by greater force, that persists through the kinds of pressure that destroy other things, that holds its particular nature even in contact with the most corrosive forces the world contains. The mystery of mythical Pokémon as a category is one that researchers who study legendary creatures find genuinely interesting from a taxonomic perspective. The distinction between legendary Pokémon and mythical Pokémon is maintained in official documentation, but the criteria that separate the two categories are not entirely explicit. Some mythical Pokémon appear in the mythology of specific regions in ways that are functionally indistinguishable from legendary Pokémon. The line between them is drawn somewhere that the entries do not fully illuminate. What can be said about the mythical category as a whole is that its members tend toward the small and the solitary. Mew is small, Celebi is small, Jirachi is small. Shaman, in its land form, could fit in 2 hands. Victini is one of the smallest Pokémon documented. The scale inversion between these creatures' size and the scope of what they represent, what they can do, what they mean in the traditions that surround them, is one of the consistent features of the mythical category. Power, at a certain level, does not require mass. The capacity to grant wishes, to heal, to travel through time, to bring good fortune, to embody hope, exists within forms that could be cradled or carried. Victini specifically is described as a Pokémon that brings victory to whoever it befriends. The victory energy it carries and distributes, the inexhaustible vitality it has available to share, makes it one of the most sought-after companions in regional mythology. And yet it hides. The island where it lives is not accessible by ordinary means. Reaching Victini requires something specific, a key or a knowledge that filters the arrivals. What is hidden behind that filter is a creature that makes things go well, that turns the odds, that provides the particular quality of energy that allows the next effort to succeed where previous ones did not. The world is very large and full of water, and within that water there are things still being documented. Relicanth was discovered by deep-sea researchers and confirmed as a Pokémon that has not changed in 100 million years. Its form is ancient. Its biology reflects conditions that existed long before the current arrangement of land masses and ocean currents. It lives in the deep ocean, and its existence there suggests that some parts of the deep water are stable enough, removed enough from the changes that reshape surface environments, that the same form can persist across geological time without the pressure to adapt. The fact that Relicanth exists at all, that a living creature of that age is present in the catalog, raises questions about what else might be down there, what other ancient forms might persist in the cold and dark and pressure of the deep ocean, undiscovered, unchanged, carrying in their biology evidence of a world that the surface no longer holds. The ocean of the Pokémon world is enormous, and its deepest parts remain among the least observed environments available to researchers. The mysteries it contains are necessarily mostly mystery still. Kyogre is associated with the primordial ocean, described in mythology as the creator of the seas through the rain it called down across the ancient world. Groudon expanded the land through volcanic activity and the raising of the seafloor. These two forces, ocean and land, water and earth, existed in perpetual conflict until Rayquaza descended from the sky and separated them. The mythology of Hoenn is organized around this primordial contest and its resolution, around the understanding that the balance between sea and land is not natural or inevitable, but the result of an active mediation, something that holds. Nihilego is one of the Ultra Beasts, a category of extra-dimensional creature whose biology and behavior do not map cleanly onto the frameworks developed to understand Pokémon native to this world. It resembles a jellyfish, or more precisely, a creature that has evolved to resemble something like a jellyfish in a world where jellyfish-like body plans solve certain problems in certain environments. But the world where Nihilego's body plan evolved is not this one. The transparency of its body and the neurotoxins it produces reflect adaptations to conditions that do not exist in any environment native to this world. What Nihilego does in this world, when it arrives through the ultra wormholes that occasionally open and allow passage between dimensions, is parasitize. It attaches to a host and produces neurotoxins that alter the host's behavior in ways that increase the energy available to Nihilego while progressively harming the host. The process is not malicious in any sense that requires intention. Nihilego is doing what its biology instructs it to do in an environment where the usual parameters of that biology are not operating as they would at home. The Ultra Beasts as a category raise questions about the nature of Pokémon itself as a classification. If Pokémon is defined by certain biological characteristics or certain relationships with the Pokéball technology, or certain qualities of the connection they can form with trainers, then the Ultra Beasts exist in a complicated relationship with that definition. They can be caught, they can be trained after a fashion, but the parameters of the relationship are different, and the researchers who work with Ultra Beasts consistently describe those differences as significant rather than superficial. The Hall of Fame, the recorded achievements of trainers who have completed the championship journey of their respective regions, contains within it a mystery that is easy to overlook precisely because it is so thoroughly normalized within the world, the journey itself. The practice of a young person setting out, alone or nearly so, into a world containing creatures of extraordinary power with the intention of building relationships with those creatures and eventually demonstrating mastery over the entire region's training tradition. What this journey requires of the person who takes it is not simply skill in battle. The documentation of these journeys in the mythological and cultural traditions of every region that practices them consistently describes the journey as formative in ways that go beyond what can be attributed to the training itself. Something happens to people on these journeys, the combination of sustained independence, the continuous encounter with creatures whose nature requires genuine attentiveness, the management of loss and victory in contexts that matter, and the accumulation of relationships with beings who are not human, produces something in the person that other experiences do not reliably produce. What that something is, researchers who study the cultural dimensions of Pokémon training have attempted to describe in various ways. Resilience is the most common term, but the accounts of legendary trainers from different regions suggest something more specific, a quality of presence, an ability to be genuinely in the moment of whatever is happening, undistracted by what came before or what might come next, because the encounter in front of you is always too real and too immediate to be approached from anywhere except exactly where you are. The sky of the Pokémon world is more occupied than it appears from the ground. Rayquaza lives within the stratosphere, in layers of the atmosphere so high above the surface that the clouds below are a different kind of weather, distant and slow and softly white from that altitude. The dragon that sleeps in the sky, that descends only when called by a conflict that cannot resolve without its intervention, has been up there through all the centuries that the regions below have gone through their changes, watching. Or perhaps not watching. Perhaps simply existing in the place it belongs, in the high, clean air above everything, resting in the curve of the planet. Rayquaza feeds on the meteors and cosmic dust that pass through the upper atmosphere. This diet, if it can be called that, connects it to the same extraterrestrial materials that the Clefairy line gathers around on the surface. The sky and the ground, both receiving what arrives from beyond the planet, both changed by that receiving in ways proportional to the scale of the creatures doing the receiving. Rayquaza takes in cosmos through its skin as it glides through the stratosphere, and the cosmos becomes part of what it is, and what it is becomes the thing that descends when descending is needed to still the conflicts below. The mark on Rayquaza's body that allows it to mega-evolve through a specific pattern of training and relationship with a trainer reflects something interesting about the creature's nature. Rayquaza can change and can become more than it already is, which is already extraordinary. The capacity for further transformation in a creature of that power, in a creature that has persisted through that much time, suggests that existence at that scale is not static, that the stratosphere is not simply a place where Rayquaza waits. It is a place where Rayquaza continues becoming. The forests of Kalos hold their secrets differently from the forests of other regions. Where the forests of Johto feel ancient in a way that is heavy and slow, where the forests of Hoenn feel tropical and alive, with an almost overwhelming density of presence, the forests of Kalos carry a quality that researchers have struggled to characterize in any single word. Elegant is the word most often reached for, but it is not quite right. What Kalos's forests possess is a kind of composed mystery, as if the strangeness within them has had time to arrange itself, to settle into forms that are beautiful rather than alarming. The Pokémon that inhabit those forests seem shaped by that quality. Trevenant, the ghost that inhabits ancient trees, controls the roots beneath the forest floor and will lead those who harm the trees into the deep woods without exit. Phantump, the spirit of a child who became lost in the forest, now wanders as a small stump with a hollow cry. These creatures are genuinely unsettling in their origins and their implications, and yet the forest holds them with the same calm arrangement it holds everything else. They belong there. The mystery does not disturb the peace. It is part of what the peace is made of. Trevenant's relationship with the forest it inhabits is one of the more complete examples of mutualism documented in the Ghost-type catalog. It is not simply that Trevenant lives in a tree. It is that Trevenant becomes the communicative and defensive system of the entire forest around it. The roots it controls extend through the soil and connect to other trees, and through those connections, Trevenant is aware of everything that moves through the forest, every creature that crosses the undergrowth, every vibration that travels through the deep soil. What is harmed in the forest is known to Trevenant. What moves through the forest with respect is allowed to pass. The forest does not simply tolerate Trevenant's presence. It depends on it in ways that would not have existed before the ghost took up residence. Phantumpa's origin is one of the more quietly devastating in the catalog. A child who became lost in the forest and did not find their way out. The body of that child became something else, something that carries the loss forward as its defining nature. The cry that Phantump produces is described in the Pokédex entries as the voice of that child, still calling, still hoping to be found. Whether there is any awareness behind that cry, whether something in Phantump experiences the calling as something other than an automatic expression, is not stated. But the cry is there, persistent, audible in the forest at particular times, a sound that those who have heard it report as difficult to unhear, as remaining present in the memory longer than other sounds do. Honchkrow is a Pokémon that commands large groups of Murkrow, directing them through the dark, with a precision that researchers have described as strategic. It calls to its Murkrow with a specific cry and expects immediate obedience, and the accounts of encounters with large Honchkrow-led flocks describe movements that are coordinated rather than reactive, purposeful rather than simply collective. What Honchkrow is doing when it directs these groups, whether it is pursuing territory, resources, or something else entirely, is not always clear from observation. What is clear is that the structure of the group is hierarchical in a way that is unusual among flocking bird Pokémon. The relationship between Honchkrow's dark type and its behavior as a leader reflects something that researchers interested in type behavior correlations find worth examining. Dark-type Pokémon are not evil in any simple moral sense. The Pokédex uses the term dark to describe a range of characteristics, most of which have to do with cunning and unpredictability and a willingness to act outside the rules that other creatures follow. Honchkrow fits this profile in specific ways. It does not fight directly if an indirect approach is available. It uses its Murkrow rather than engaging personally where possible. And when it does engage, the accounts suggest a creature that reads the situation very quickly and acts on that reading without the hesitation that more rule-bound Pokémon might experience. The Murkrow that follow Honchkrow carry their own mystery, which is the question of why they follow at all. They are not clearly diminished by the relationship. They continue to forage and roost and behave in ways consistent with their own natures. The following is not servitude. It is something more like alignment, a decision, whether conscious or instinctive, to organize around a center that provides something valuable enough to be worth the orientation. What that something is exactly is not stated, but the Murkrow that belong to a healthy Honchkrow flock are documented as more successful in a range of ways than those that do not. Aurorus carries within its frill the ability to lower temperatures to the point where the moisture in the air freezes in complex patterns around its body. The aurora it produces is not simply decorative. The ice crystals it generates can trap opponents, immobilize threats, and change the thermal character of an entire area quickly enough to be tactically significant. What is more quietly interesting is the evolutionary history this creature represents. Amara was restored from a sail fossil, a remnant of a creature that lived in conditions quite different from those that currently exist in any Pokémon region. The world it came from was colder, more uniformly glaciated, and the biology that Amara restored to carries the adaptations of that world rather than this one. Restored fossil Pokémon represent one of the more genuinely strange categories in the catalog because what they are is uncertain in a way that most Pokémon are not. A living Aerodactyl is not simply an ancient creature that survived. It is a creature reconstructed from ancient genetic material brought into existence in a laboratory through a process that takes what remains of an organism and uses it to produce something that lives and breathes and battles. Whether the result is the same as what lived in the ancient world, whether the reconstruction is complete, or whether something was irretrievably lost in the gap is a question that researchers who work with fossil Pokémon return to consistently. Tyrantrum was restored from a jaw fossil, and its behavior in the contemporary world reflects in certain ways something of the confidence of an apex predator from a time when the creatures it would have preyed upon were very different from anything currently present. It moves with an authority that does not match the world around it. Not aggressively, exactly, but with a quality of assuming that the space it moves through is its space, that the landscape will accommodate it rather than the other way around. Whether this is learned behavior, the result of Tyrantrum's specific experience, or whether it represents something carried in the reconstruction from the deep history of what Tyrantrum was, is not something that can be easily separated. Mimikyu lives under a ragged cloth disguise, shaped vaguely like Pikachu. The reason it wears this disguise is documented with unusual directness in the Pokédex entries. Mimikyu is said to be so frightening in its true appearance that those who have seen beneath the cloth have died of shock. The disguise was made so that Mimikyu could be near people without triggering that response, so that it could experience something like the warmth of human company without immediately and catastrophically ending that company. The shape it chose for its disguise was Pikachu's, the most beloved and recognizable Pokémon in most regions, because the logic was that a Pikachu-shaped presence would be welcomed. The sadness in this arrangement is one of the more affecting details in the entire catalog. A creature that wants to be near people so much that it has constructed an elaborate and imperfect camouflage and wears it constantly. A creature whose actual self is apparently too much for the world to hold. Whether Mimikyu is aware of the gap between what it is and the shape it presents, whether it experiences the wearing of that cloth as concealment or as transformation or as something in between, is not answered anywhere in the official documentation. What is described is the effort, the care with which the cloth was made and maintained, the dedication to the project of being approachable that the disguise represents. The damage that Mimikyu's disguise sustains in battle is described as upsetting to the Mimikyu itself, not because the damage is physically painful, but because the integrity of the cloth matters. The shape must hold. Whatever is underneath must remain invisible. When the cloth is torn or collapsed in the course of a battle, something in Mimikyu's expression changes in ways that the entries describe without providing much context for understanding. A distress that is not about pain or loss in any conventional sense. Something more about the cover being compromised, the careful work of years slightly undone. The island of Pony in Alola holds the ruins of a civilization that preceded the current human settlement of the region by several centuries. And those ruins contain evidence of a relationship with the legendary Pokémon of the island that is more intimate than what survives in contemporary documentation. The carvings in the stone walls of the Pony altar depict figures in what appear to be ceremonial contexts, positioned alongside forms that researchers have identified as Tapu Fini. The figures are not small or peripheral. They are central to the images, equal in visual weight to the tapu. Whether this represents a tradition of direct communication, of interaction, on a footing that was more mutual than the reverence from distance that characterizes contemporary relationships with the tapus, is not determinable from the images alone. Tapu Fini is the most reticent of the four island guardians. It rarely shows itself. It lives deep in the misty coastal waters around Pony's shores, and the mist it produces is both its preferred environment and a defense, drawing creatures who enter it into a lethargy from which they do not easily emerge. The pure water it generates, when it chooses to generate it, is among the most restorative substances documented in the entire catalog. The choice the entries imply, the suggestion that Tapu Fini provides this water by decision rather than by default, gives it a quality of deliberateness that distinguishes it from the other tapus. It is capable of extraordinary generosity, and it extends that generosity carefully to specific recipients and at specific times. The mist of Pony is said, in the older traditions of Alola, to allow contact with the spirits of the dead. Whether this tradition reflects something genuine about the properties of Tapu Fini's mist, whether the altered state it induces is in some cases experienced as visitation, is not something that contemporary researchers have been willing to address directly. The tradition is noted, documented, and then set aside in most official accounts. But the tradition is old enough and consistent enough across different communities around Pony that setting it aside entirely requires a particular kind of deliberateness. Dragapult, the Dreepy and Dracloak line, represents one of the more unusual evolutionary histories in recent documentation. Dreepy is a small, somewhat confused-looking dragon ghost that lived in the ancient seas and was restored to existence after its ancient ocean habitat disappeared. It does not, the entries note, have a clear sense of its own situation. It simply wanders, looking faintly puzzled, carrying within it the same ancient ocean-based biology that preceded everything currently around it, what the world looks like to a creature whose context has entirely vanished, whose entire ecological framework dissolved millions of years before it found itself here again, is not something the entries attempt to convey. Dracloak takes those small, confused Dreepy and carries them, one or more at a time, in the horns that protrude from its head. Whether this behavior is parental or territorial, or simply a recognized function that Drakloak fulfills in a social structure that no longer has all its original components is not clear. What is documented is that Drakloak fights ferociously to protect the Dreepy it carries, and that Dreepy deprived of a Drakloak to carry them gradually fade. The dependency is real. The relationship may be vestigial, a behavior pattern that made complete sense in the ancient ocean and now persists in an environment where its original context is missing, but persists anyway because the biology that produces it did not change when the ocean did. Dragapult fires the Dreepy it has raised from the cavities in its head, launching them at speeds that exceed anything the Dreepy could manage independently. Whether this is experienced by the Dreepy as frightening or exhilarating, whether the launch is something the Dreepy participate in willingly, or something that simply happens to them at the moment of battle, is one of the more gently odd questions in the contemporary catalog. The entries note that the Dreepy appear to enjoy the experience. The evidence for this is not elaborated, but it is noted. Calyrex ruled over the Crown Tundra in ancient times, and its relationship with that region goes beyond simple habitation. The traditions of the people of the Crown Tundra describe Calyrex as a presence that enabled the growth of crops in a landscape that should not, by the logic of its climate and soil, support them. The psychic energy it directed into the earth warmed the roots. The attention it gave to the growing things made them grow. Whether this is understood as a miraculous ability or as an early understanding of something that modern agricultural research would recognize in different terms, the tradition is consistent. Calyrex fed people who could not otherwise have been fed in that place. The relationship between Calyrex and Glastrier, or Spectrier, the two Pokémon with whom it can merge, reflects something about the nature of ruling and partnership. Calyrex alone is cerebral, thoughtful, extraordinarily sensitive to the inner lives of those around it. The merger with Glastrier, the Ice Horse, or Spectrier, the Ghost Horse, gives the combined form something Calyrex lacks on its own, physical power of a particular and extreme kind. The combination is not domination or absorption, it is integration. Both things remain themselves while being together, something that neither is alone. What Calyrex experienced during the long centuries when it was forgotten, when the traditions around it faded and the people who had known it moved or changed or lost the thread of what it had provided, is not addressed in the documentation. What is noted is that when it returns to the memory of those who encounter it again, there is something in its bearing that carries the weight of that interval. Not bitterness, something more patient than bitterness and sadder, the knowledge of what it is like to have been necessary and then to have been forgotten and to remain anyway. The Hisui region, known in later centuries as Sinnoh, was a place at an earlier stage of the relationship between Pokémon and people. The Pokédex of that era was assembled through fieldwork that required approaching Pokémon in the wild in ways that were genuinely dangerous. The creatures were not accustomed to human presence in the ways that later generations of Pokémon would become. They startled, they threatened, they fled in ways that made close observation almost impossible. The researchers who built the earliest catalogs of Hisui's Pokémon were doing something that had not been done before in a place and time where the category of Pokémon as understood companions, rather than simply wild forces, had not yet been established. The Pokémon of Hisui in their forms from that era carry a different quality from the forms that the same species lines would carry in later generations. Hisuian Growlithe has a horn and a coat suited to the volcanic terrain of the island it inhabited. Hisuian Arcanine is larger and more wild-faced than the Arcanine of later eras. The regional differences are not simply aesthetic. They reflect adaptations to conditions that were more demanding and less managed than the environments those species would later inhabit. The Pokémon of Hisui were in the most literal sense wilder. more fully themselves in the way that things are, before they have been shaped by proximity to anything. The noble Pokémon of Hisui represent a specific category of creature from that era, Pokémon that had been blessed by the Pearl and Diamond clans, and whose relationship with a specific warden gave them a protected status within their home territories. When these Pokémon were afflicted by the strange frenzy that spread through the Hisui region, the loss of their ordinary stable nature was experienced by the communities around them as something close to grief. The noble Pokémon were not simply powerful creatures, they were anchors. Their stable presence in their territories was part of what made those territories safe. When that stability was disrupted, the disruption extended outward through the entire ecosystem they presided over. Wire-deer, the evolution of Stantler found in Hisui, developed the ability to bend and amplify psychic energy through its antlers through long generations of living in the deep forest of that region. The Stantler that existed elsewhere, in regions that later researchers would catalog, did not develop this capability. The divergence reflects something about what different environments ask of the same basic form. Hisui's forests required something specific of the Stantler there, and the Stantler responded over time in a direction that produced wire-deer. What remains interesting is that wire-deer's psychic power is oriented outward in a way that is unusual for psychic-type Pokémon. It does not perceive others' thoughts or project images into others' minds. It bends the space between itself and distant locations, allowing the tribes that follow its migration to maintain a connection to home that physical distance would otherwise sever. Basculegion, the form that Basculin takes in Hisui after surviving tremendous hardship and absorbing the spirits of its fellow Basculin who perished on the same journey upriver, is one of the stranger examples of a form change in the catalog. The souls of the dead become part of what the survivor is. They add their energy to its swimming, their momentum to its movement. Whether this is experienced by Basculegion as haunting or as companionship or as something that has no human analog is not described. The entries note that the souls can sometimes be seen flowing around Basculegion's body as it moves through the water. The light of them, pale and faintly present, visible in the deep water against the current. Cleavor, the axe Pokémon that develops from Scyther in Hisui's after exposure to special minerals in that region's specific geological character, is described as having axe-like stone formations in place of the bladed wings of Scyther. The fact that the same evolutionary pressure that produces Skyzor in later generations, a metal coat, produces something entirely different in Hisui's environment, reflects how the same input can produce radically different outputs when the context is different. What Hisui's minerals contain that produces blades of stone rather than steel is a question that mineralogical research in later eras has pursued without fully resolving. The paradox Pokémon discovered in the depths of Area Zero in Paldea represent one of the most disorienting categories of creature in any regional catalog because they complicate the most basic question of temporal identity. Ancient paradox Pokémon appear to be prehistoric forms of contemporary species, or at least they bear such strong resemblance to what paleontological models suggest those prehistoric forms looked like that the relationship cannot be coincidental. Future paradox Pokémon appear to be something that contemporary species might become under conditions that do not currently exist in any documented environment. What they actually are, whether they are genuinely displaced in time or whether they evolved independently in the sealed and unusual conditions of Area Zero to resemble ancient and future forms through convergent evolution, is one of the questions that the documentation around Paldea presents without resolving. The mechanisms by which either explanation would work are not described in any way that settles the question. What is observed is what they are and what they do, and how their presence in Area 0 affects the ecosystem of that place. Koraidon and Miraidon, the two box legendaries of the Paldea region, carry within them the clearest example of the temporal duality that the Paradox Pokémon embody more diffusely. They are both themselves, and they are evidence of something about time and form and the relationship between what was and what will be that the region around them raises in concentrated form. The question of what it means for a region to contain all of these forms, simultaneously, ancient and contemporary and future, in the same contained valley, is one that researchers from multiple fields have been brought to Area 0 to study, and none of them have fully answered. Malamar's hypnotic ability is one of the more practically significant psychic capabilities documented in the catalog, because it operates in a direction that most psychic Pokémon do not. Rather than broadcasting outward, Malamar draws inward, pulling the attention and will of whatever is near it into a state of receptivity that allows it to implant impulses and directions. The Pokédex entries describe Malamar as capable of controlling the actions of anyone who falls under its influence, and they note that the influence can be extended to human beings without apparent difficulty. The entries treat this capability with a seriousness that is consistent with their documentation of it as genuinely concerning. Inkay, the pre-evolved form, rotates its body in patterns that produce a hypnotic flashing of light from the luminescent spots on its body. Whether Inkay is fully aware of the effect this has on those around it, or whether the rotation is primarily for other purposes and the hypnotic quality is incidental, is not established in the entries. What is noted is that the pattern of light it produces causes the brain chemistry of those who watch it to shift in a direction that makes them less resistant to suggestion. The mechanism is physiological rather than purely psychic, which makes it interesting as an example of a biological process producing an effect that is typically associated with psychic-type abilities. What Malamar does with the control it establishes is not described in detail in most official documentation, which reflects either a gap in research or a deliberate choice not to elaborate on capabilities that could be alarming if spelled out fully. What the entries do note is that Malamar is associated in certain regional traditions with manipulations of events on a larger scale than individual battles. The suggestion that a single Pokémon might shape the course of regional events through sustained hypnotic influence on key individuals is the kind of claim that official research documentation tends to approach with caution and then set aside, noting it as traditional belief without confirming or refuting. The mystery of Spiritomb deepens when examined in the context of the Sinnoh mythology around the Hallowed Tower. The tower itself was built specifically to contain the odd keystone in which the spirits are bound. Whether the tower was built at the same time as the binding, whether it was constructed by whoever performed the original sentence, is not recorded in any source that researchers have identified. What is known is that the tower's construction was deliberate and its purpose known. Someone built a tower over the sealed spirits, presumably to mark the location and maintain the integrity of the seal. The question of what happens when Spiritomb is encountered and captured is one that the mythology handles differently than the scientific documentation. In the scientific framework, Spiritomb is caught, stored in a Pokéball, and its behavior in that context is what the entries describe. In the mythology, the capture of Spiritomb is described as potentially releasing the binding, allowing the spirits to scatter rather than remain confined together. Whether this represents a genuine alternative account of what happens during capture, or whether it is a misunderstanding of the process in cultural terms, is not settled. The mythology is noted, and the scientific documentation proceeds as if the capture is straightforward. What 500 years of confinement together has done to the 108 spirits, whether the long proximity has produced something like understanding between them, or whether 5 centuries of enforced coexistence has produced its own particular bitterness, is not addressed in any documentation. The entries simply describe the result of that 500 years as Spiritomb, a Pokémon with a dark and psychic nature, a Pokémon with no weaknesses under ordinary conditions, a Pokémon that presumably contains within its wisp of green light everything that the 108 brought with them when they were bound, transformed by 500 years into whatever it is now. Meloetta carries within its voice the ability to change the emotional and physical state of those who hear it. The original form of its music, described in the mythology around it, is said to have been lost during a period of grief, and the recovery of that music, the act of Meloetta singing fully again, is associated in certain traditions with the healing of a region's emotional landscape. The connection between Meloetta's personal history and its effect on the world around it makes it unusual even among mythical Pokémon, most of whom do not have personal histories that are so directly connected to their functional capabilities. The two forms Meloetta can shift between, the Aria Forma and the Pirouette form, represent different expressions of the same creative capacity. The Aria form expresses through voice, through the pure transmission of emotional content in sound. The Pirouette form expresses through movement, through the physical articulation of what the voice contains. Whether Meloetta experiences these as two separate capacities or as two aspects of a single thing, the way that music can be simultaneously heard and felt in the body is not something the entries address, but the mythology that surrounds it consistently treats the two forms as two dimensions of one complete expression, rather than as alternatives between which Meloetta chooses. The effect of Meloetta's song on those who hear it is described as producing in them whatever emotion is most deeply present in the music at the time of the singing. Happy music produces happiness. Sad music produces sadness. The entries note that in ancient times, Meloetta's songs influenced the emotions of all Pokémon around it simultaneously, producing collective emotional states that shaped the behavior of entire ecosystems. The scale of that influence, the idea that one creature's creative expression could set the emotional tone for everything within its range, is one of the more genuinely remarkable capabilities in the mythical catalog. The bond phenomenon that has been observed in certain regions between particular trainers and their Pokémon, most visibly in the Mega Evolution that some Pokémon are capable of in the presence of a sufficiently deep trainer connection, is one of the areas where the boundary between scientific and experiential accounts is most permeable. The mechanism of Mega Evolution, the keystone and the Megastone resonating through the bond, is documented with reasonable precision. The condition for that resonance, the quality and depth of the relationship between trainer and Pokémon, is documented with much less precision because the instruments available to measure relationship quality are not adequate to the task. What researchers who study Mega Evolution have consistently noted is that the transformation does not occur simply because both items are present. Items have been held by Pokémon in the presence of trainers who do not trigger the change. The change requires something that the items alone cannot produce. And the best available description of what that something is remains, across decades of research, something in the relationship. Something that has developed between the two parties, over time and through experience, and that has reached a point where it can sustain the extraordinary energetic event that Mega Evolution represents. The Pokémon that emerge from Mega Evolution are not simply more powerful versions of themselves. The entries describe them as accessing something that their ordinary forms contain but cannot express. In some cases, this produces serenity. In others, intensity. In a few documented cases, The megaform appears to be the form the Pokémon would naturally inhabit if it were unconstrained, and the ordinary form the careful management of a power that cannot always be fully present. Whether the Pokémon experience the transition as relief or as effort, as coming home, or as being asked to be more than ordinary existence usually requires, is not something the entries address with any consistency. Tapu Koko is the fastest of the 4 island guardians and the most likely to involve itself in the affairs of those who live on Melemele. It watches over the island and its people with a directness that the other 3 Tapus do not share. It appears. It observes from visible positions. It allows itself to be seen in ways that suggest a willingness, even if not a desire, for acknowledgement. Whether this reflects something about Tapu Koko's specific nature or something about the particular character of Melemele as an island, the traditions of that island describe a relationship between the guardian and the people that is more active, more immediate than the relationships on the other islands. Tapu Koko's recklessness, described in the entries with a quality that is unusual for documentation of a legendary Pokémon, is part of that immediacy. It acts quickly and without the deliberateness that other powerful creatures tend to show. It engages with threats and curiosities directly, without the long consideration that a creature of its power might be expected to take before acting. Whether this is a temperament or a philosophy, whether Tapu Koko has decided that quick action is better, or whether it simply does not have the patience for another approach, is not something the entries resolve. What they do note is that the island it protects is not the most tranquil of the 4. Events happen on Melemele at a pace that reflects something of its guardian's character. The relationship between the 4 Tapus and the ruins of conflict, abundance, life, and hope that each of them inhabits is one that researchers have studied for the architectural evidence it provides about the civilization that built those structures. The ruins predate the current human settlements of Alola. They were built by people who understood enough about the Tapus to construct specific spaces that the Guardians would choose to inhabit. What that understanding required, what kind of relationship those builders had with the Tapus that allowed them to design spaces appropriate to those specific beings, is a question that points back to the larger mystery of what the oldest human Pokémon relationships looked like. Xatu stands perfectly still and stares. This is its defining behavior in the wild, documented consistently across every account of its natural habitat. It stands and it stares and it does not move for hours, sometimes for entire days. The Pokédex offers an explanation for this behavior that is one of the more extraordinary claims in any entry. Xatu, it states, can see both the past and the future simultaneously. It stands still because it is overwhelmed by what it sees. The weight of past and future arriving at once is too much to move through, and so it stands. What Xatu sees in those long hours of motionless observation is entirely interior. It does not look at anything in particular in the external worlds. The eyes that appear to stare are perceiving something that has nothing to do with what is physically in front of them. Whether Xatu is aware of the present moment at all, whether the current scene around it registers, or whether the past and future crowd out the present entirely, is not described. What is noted is that Xatu does not startle when approached, does not respond to sounds or movement nearby. Whatever it is attending to is absorbing enough to make the present world effectively absent. The Natu that evolves into Xatu carries a simpler version of this capacity, the ability to see the near future but not the past. The addition of the past in Xatu's perception is what produces the paralysis. A creature that can only see forward can still navigate, can still orient itself toward what is coming. A creature that sees in both directions simultaneously, past and future layered over the present, is a creature without any anchor in the moment. There is something both admirable and sorrowful about Xatu's condition, The breadth of its perception is extraordinary, and the price of that perception is the present, which is the only time anything can actually be done. Arceus distributes pieces of itself. This is one of the stranger implications of the relationship between Arceus and the plates, the 17 items that correspond to each of the types, and that Arceus absorbs to change its own typing. If the plates are pieces of Arceus, if the ring of life that Arceus wears is composed of material identical to what the plates are made of, then the plates scattered across the Sinnoh region are, in some sense, parts of Arceus that Arceus is not currently wearing, parts of the creator of the universe distributed through the landscape, waiting to be found and potentially reunited. Whether the plates experience anything in their distributed state, whether there is any consciousness in that distribution, or whether they are simply inert until absorbed, is not a question that the entries address. But the framework it implies, a creator whose substance extends into the world it made, whose wholeness depends on a completeness that is not always maintained, is one that researchers who study Arceus find worth sitting with. A god that is also, in some sense, incomplete, whose fullness requires a gathering that does not always occur, whose presence in the world is always also a kind of scattering. The Sinnoh mythology that surrounds Arceus, as preserved in the ancient texts and in the oral traditions of the communities around Mount Coronet, describes the creation as occurring through movement. The 1,000 arms that shaped the world were not still. They swept through the unformed space, and the sweeping itself was what created. Matter arising from motion. The world is the residue of an act rather than a decision. Whether this mythology is taken as literal cosmology or as metaphor for processes that the mythmakers understood in different terms, it is consistent with what the entries describe about Arceus's capacity to change itself through the plates. A being that creates through transformation, that shapes through its own willingness to be different from what it was. The way that Pokémon communicate with each other and with the humans they live alongside is one of the areas where the most significant gaps in documentation exist. What Pokémon say to each other in the wild, in the space between encounters with researchers, in the long hours of their ordinary lives, is not something that any research has been able to access with precision. The vocalizations that are documented are the surface, what they carry, what they mean in the full context of Pokémon social life, is something that the available methods cannot yet fully recover. Chateau has the ability to mimic human speech, absorbing words and phrases it hears, and reproducing them with a fidelity that exceeds what other mimicking species in the catalog can manage. Whether Chateau understands what it reproduces, whether the words carry meaning for it beyond the sounds, is a question that researchers who work with Chateau return to regularly. The evidence is mixed. Chateau in some contexts appears to use the words it has absorbed in ways that seem responsive to the situation, suggesting something beyond simple reproduction. In other contexts, the reproduction is clearly mechanical. The same phrase, regardless of context, offered as a kind of automatic expression disconnected from whatever is happening around it. The Pokémon language question, the question of whether Pokémon communicate with each other in anything resembling a structured system, is one that researchers approach cautiously because the stakes of different answers are significant. If Pokémon communication is structured and rich, if it carries the kind of complexity that constitutes language in any meaningful sense, then the implications for how Pokémon are understood and how the training relationship operates are considerable. The documentation available does not definitively resolve this question, but the behaviors that Pokémon exhibit in social groups, the precision and variety of their communication in those groups, suggest that what passes between them is not simply noise. Shaman's transformation from its land form to its sky form in the presence of the Grassadea flower reflects something about the relationship between form and context that runs through many of the catalog's more shape-mutable Pokémon. The land form shaman is small and grounded, hidden in flowers, indistinguishable at a glance from a tuft of grass. It cleanses the toxins from its environment and converts them into clean air, cycling what is harmful into something that supports life. This is its work in its ordinary form, quiet, ground level, continuous. The sky form that the Grassadea triggers is something entirely different in character. It flies, it moves quickly. Its gratitude energy is amplified into something that can affect the atmosphere around it at scales that the land form does not approach. The Grassadea flower, held in warm hands, is the specific condition for that transformation, and the transformation lasts only until the sun sets or until shaman is frozen, at which point it returns to the land form. The temporality of the sky form, the fact that it is always a day state, always subject to ending, gives it a quality of preciousness that the permanent forms of other Pokémon do not have. It exists fully, and then it releases itself back into the smaller, quieter form. The gratitude that the shaman line is associated with, the emotion that gives it its name and its classification and its characteristic energy, is one that researchers have found interesting in the context of how Pokémon relate to their environments. Shaman does not simply exist in the landscapes it cleans. It is in some sense grateful for them. The gratitude is not metaphorical. The entries describe it as a genuine emotional and energetic quality of how Shaman relates to places and beings that have been good to it. A creature that feels, genuinely and expressly thank you, and radiates that feeling outward. The relationship between Pokémon and the items they can hold, the enormous variety of held items that affect their performance in battle and their behavior in the world, reflects something about Pokémon biology that is not always made explicit. Many held items are effective not because of what the item does independently, but because of how the Pokémon's body integrates what the item contains. The flame orb that burns its holder is effective as a strategy not because the burn is desirable, but because certain Pokémon have abilities that transform the burn into something beneficial. The leftovers that slowly restore the holder's health reflect a nutritional relationship between certain items and certain Pokémon biologies. The items are not simply external tools, they become part of the Pokémon's physiology while held. The Megastones discussed earlier are the clearest example of this integration, but the pattern runs through the entire catalog of held items. The choice items that lock a Pokémon into a single move while amplifying its power reflect something about how certain Pokémon think and act under conditions of constraint. A Pokémon locked to one move is not diminished by that constraint if the move is right. It is clarified. The choice band does not simply make a move stronger. It focuses the Pokémon's entire output through a single channel, and the result of that focus exceeds what distributed effort produces. Whether Pokémon experience the holding of items consciously, whether they feel the difference between held and unheld conditions, whether a Pokémon with a berry knows it has a berry and anticipates the moment it will be consumed, is not answered in any documentation. What is observed is behavioral. The Pokémon that hold items behave differently from those that do not, in ways that cannot be entirely attributed to the mechanical effects of the items themselves. Something in the holding changes something in the Pokémon. Zekrom and Reshiram are the two halves of a single original dragon, separated at some point in the ancient history of Unova, when the two heroes who had shared a common ideal could no longer agree on what that ideal required. One pursued truth, one pursued ideals. The original dragon that had been their companion, that had existed as the embodiment of their shared vision, split to reflect the split between them, Reshiram for truth, Zekrom for ideals. And the third element of what the original dragon had been, the part that held them together, became Kyurem, diminished, cold, incomplete, waiting in the giant chasm for a reunification that the mythology describes as always possible and never arrived. The mythology of Unova around these three Pokémon is one of the most explicitly philosophical in the entire catalog. The question it poses, whether truth or ideals, is the more important foundation, whether what is empirically demonstrable or what is aspired to is the better guide to how to live, is presented not as having a simple answer, but as the kind of question that, taken seriously, splits things. That the split of an original whole into two competing parts is the mythology's central image for this question reflects something about how the mythology understands the relationship between truth and ideals. They are not simply different things, they were once the same thing. Their separation is a loss, and the incompleteness of Kyurem is the physical evidence of that loss. What it would mean for the original dragon to be reunified, what truth and ideals would have to look like when they were once again the same thing, is the question that the mythology leaves open. Whether the reunification would produce something that contained both or something that transcended both is not described. What is described is Kyurem's cold and the giant chasm's isolation, and the two Pokémon that carry within their extraordinary power the seeds of something that could be whole if the conditions were ever right. The swords of justice, Cobalion, Terrakion, Virizion, and Keldeo represent a tradition of Pokémon who chose to fight on behalf of Pokémon who were being harmed by humans during a period of conflict in Unova's history. The mythology describes a specific event, a fire set by humans that destroyed the forest where many Pokémon lived, and the response of those four to that event as the foundation of their identity. They witnessed harm. They decided to act. They dedicated themselves to a purpose that arose from that witness and that decision rather than from any biological imperative. Cobalion is the oldest and the leader, described as having a cool gaze that can overwhelm even a strong-willed human. Its authority among the group is earned rather than simply natural. It has seen more, endured more, maintained the course of the group's purpose through challenges that would have dissolved less committed entities. Terrakion's physical power is extraordinary even among legendary Pokémon. Viricion's speed and grace give it the ability to confuse opponents before they can mount a response. And Keldeo, the youngest, who was not present at the original event, but came to the three and was taught their ways, carries within its relationship with the three an origin story that is fundamentally about learning and being received. The question of what happens when the conflict that created the Swords of Justice no longer exists in the same form, when the specific humans who set that fire are long gone and the relationship between humans and Pokémon has shifted over subsequent generations, is one the mythology does not directly address. The Swords of Justice persist. Their dedication does not appear to have been time-limited. What they protect is no longer the specific Pokémon who lived in that specific forest. What they protect is the principle that the vulnerable deserve defense from the powerful, and that principle does not expire. Keldeo's resolution, the form it takes when it has fully committed to the path of the Swords of Justice, is one that it reaches not through battle, but through something more interior. The resolution form is not a power-up in the conventional sense. It is a coming into one's own, a form that expresses what was always there, but had not yet fully inhabited its own expression. Whether Keldeo can sustain the resolution form indefinitely, whether it is a permanent achievement or a state that requires maintenance, is not fully described. What the mythology around it consistently describes is the quality of the transition. A young Pokémon who doubted itself finding, in the commitment to something beyond itself, the foundation for a self that could stand without doubt. The Paldean Tauros, whose 3 combat breeds carry within them the energy of fires quenched and waters stilled and stones worn smooth by long contact with the earth, represent how the same basic form can carry entirely different relationships with the world, depending on what the lineage absorbed from its environment over long time. The blaze breeds fire, the aqua breeds water, the combat breeds earth. The same broad silhouette of Tauros, differently inhabited. Each version of the form complete on its own terms, while also reflecting something specific about the conditions that shaped it. These variations accumulate across the catalog into one of the quietest and most consistent themes in the entire body of Pokémon mystery. The same form, encountered in different contexts, produces different things. The same question, asked in different places and times, produces different answers. The same relationship, entered into with different creatures, produces different growth. The mystery is not always in the extraordinary creature with the extraordinary power. Sometimes the mystery is in how much difference context makes. How the same thing, placed somewhere else, becomes something else. How the world changes what lives in it, and what lives in it changes the world, and neither was ever going to be what it is without the other. The stone circles and carved monoliths found at the edges of certain Pokémon habitats across multiple regions reflect construction that predates recorded history in those areas. The marks left in stone by tool-making that was neither human nor obviously Pokémon in origin raise questions that archaeological research in those regions has pursued with limited success. In Galar, the stone formations associated with Zacian and Zamazenta's mythology stand at sites that the oral traditions of the Galarian people describe as places of meeting, locations where, in the oldest stories, Pokémon and people came together for purposes that the stories describe as mutual and important, but do not specify further. The question of what the oldest form of the relationship between Pokémon and people looked like is one of the genuine open questions of the catalog, because the documentation that would answer it most directly does not exist. What does exist is the evidence of long cohabitation. Tools and structures built with apparent awareness of Pokémon capabilities and needs. Mythologies that describe Pokémon not as wild forces to be conquered or avoided, but as participants in the making of the world alongside people, and the Pokémon themselves carrying in their forms and behaviors the traces of what long association with people has made of them. What draws people to the mysteries of Pokémon at the end of everything is not the need to solve them. It is the quality of the world they reveal, a world in which wonder is the most appropriate response, in which the questions that cannot be answered are not failures of knowledge, but features of the territory, in which a ghost carrying a bone can be a mother, in which a purple blob can be the universal ancestor of forms, in which a creature that sleeps for 1,000 years wakes to grant wishes and then returns to the comet that carries it back to sleep. These mysteries do not demand resolution. They offer something else entirely, which is the particular pleasure of being in the presence of things that exceed the frameworks you brought to understand them. The frameworks stretch. Sometimes they tear a little at the edges where the mystery presses outward. And in those torn places, something enters that is harder to name than the information you expected, but richer. The catalog will grow. Each new region that opens carries within it creatures that raise questions that could not have been anticipated. Each generation of research produces answers that are also new questions, maps that are also new territories. The mysteries of Pokémon are not a fixed list. They are an orientation, a way of moving through a world that is always, at its edges, stranger and more beautiful than it was yesterday. Every Pokemon game begins in a small bedroom. That is a detail so consistent, so repeated across generations, that most players have stopped noticing it entirely. You wake up in a modest room with a bed, a computer, a television, and just enough space to feel like a real place rather than a stage. The room does not have a door to the outside world. It always has a staircase leading downward, and waiting at the bottom is a version of an ordinary life. A parent, a meal, a town that has existed long before you arrived in it. What makes that room interesting is not what it contains, but what it represents. It is the last moment of stillness before everything begins. It is the quiet before the world opens up. The bedroom is also a kind of promise. Every time the series has returned to that small, familiar space, it has been telling players something important. No matter how large the world becomes, no matter how many legendary Pokemon are caught, or how many champions are defeated, the journey begins in a quiet room with a window and a morning light. There is something deeply reassuring about that continuity. It suggests that the adventure does not erase the beginning. It grows outward from it. What is less discussed is how those rooms change across generations. In the earliest games, the bedroom was sparse and deliberately simple, a reflection of hardware limitations as much as design intention. But as the series evolved, those rooms became richer. Bookshelves filled with readable text, posters on the walls depicting the wider world, items tucked away that hinted at the protagonist's personality before they had spoken a single word. Each game has quietly been building a portrait of who you are before you become whoever you choose to be, and that portrait has always been built from small, easily overlooked details. The television in the protagonist's bedroom has always been a subtle source of lore. In the earliest games, turning on the television yielded simple programming, weather reports, news fragments, and brief references to events happening elsewhere in the world. These broadcasts were rarely connected to the main story. They were background noise, the kind of information that suggests a living world without requiring the player to engage with it directly. But over time, those broadcasts began to contain references that were harder to dismiss. Events mentioned on television sometimes foreshadowed things that would happen later in the game. Other broadcasts referenced regions the player had never visited, places that would not become accessible until years later in entirely different games. The world of Pokémon has always been larger than any single game can contain, and the television in that small bedroom was one of the earliest hints that the designers knew it. The world existed before the player arrived in it. It would continue to exist after they left. The broadcasts playing in the background were evidence of that continuity, quiet proof that the protagonist was not the center of everything, only the center of this particular story. There is a question that sits at the heart of every Pokémon mystery, and it has to do with time. The Pokémon world exists in a version of the present, but it also contains a deep and layered past. Ruins fill the landscape of every region. Ancient carvings depict Pokémon and humans living together in ways that suggest the relationship between the two is far older than any recorded history the games provide. The ruins of Alph, the Sealed Chamber, the Celestic Town ruins, the Solation ruins, each of these locations suggests that civilizations once understood Pokémon in ways that have been entirely forgotten. What those civilizations knew and why that knowledge was lost is one of the longest-running unanswered questions in the series. The inscriptions left behind are often only partially translated. The meaning shifts depending on who you ask and which game you are playing. Some ruins suggest that ancient humans were capable of communicating directly with legendary Pokémon. Others imply that certain Pokémon were worshipped as gods, not metaphorically, but in a way that came very close to accurate. The boundary between mythology and history in the Pokémon world is unusually thin. One of the most striking examples of this thinness is the mythology surrounding the creation of the world itself. In the Sinnoh region, the story of Arceus creating existence from nothing is not presented as folklore or legend in the way creation myths typically are in our world. It is presented as something that actually happened. There are people in the game who speak about it as recorded history rather than inherited belief. The Lake Guardians, Ouxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, are said to have given humans knowledge, emotion, and willpower. These are not metaphors. They are described as literal gifts, events that shaped what humanity became. This raises a question that the games have never answered directly. If Pokémon gave humans their defining qualities, what were humans before that happened? The mythology implies that human beings existed in a prior state, one that lacked the emotional and cognitive capacities that now define them. The idea that a Pokémon is responsible for the human capacity for feeling is quietly one of the most profound things the series has ever suggested. And it was placed in a mountainside cave, surrounded by puzzles about unknown, easy to walk past without pausing. The unknown themselves are a mystery that is only deepened with time. They first appeared in the Johto region, carved into the walls of the ruins of Alph, resembling an alphabet of ancient symbols. Each unknown corresponds to a letter, a question mark, or an exclamation point. They drift through dark spaces, emitting a faint psychic energy that seems to have no clear purpose. The Pokédex describes them as having existed since ancient times and suggests that their relationship to written language is unclear, whether unknown inspired human alphabets or human alphabets gave shape to the unknown remains unknown. That ambiguity is not accidental. The unknown occupy a space between language and life. They are symbols that breathe, letters that float. Their existence raises a question that goes beyond Pokémon biology and touches something closer to philosophy. If thought can be given physical form, what does that say about the nature of thought itself? The unknown are not powerful in the way legendary Pokémon are powerful. They do not control the weather or bend time or govern the sea. But in groups, their power becomes something else entirely. In the third Pokémon film, a child's imagination given form through the unknown reshaped reality in ways that even legendary Pokémon struggled to counter. Alone, an unknown is almost nothing. Together, they can remake the world. There is something quiet and unsettling about that idea. The unknown are the only Pokémon whose power scales entirely with collective presence. They are a reminder that in the Pokémon world, the most extraordinary things are not always the most dramatic. Some of the deepest mysteries hide in plain sight, looking like letters on a cave wall. The concept of Pokémon dreams is another thread that runs through the series in ways that are rarely discussed openly. Drowsy and Hypno are famous for their relationship to human dreams, feeding on the emotions and imagery produced during sleep, but the lore surrounding these Pokémon is darker than it first appears. Hypno in particular is described as sometimes luring children away with its pendulum drawn to the vivid quality of young imaginations. The Pokédex is careful in how it describes this, but the implication is consistent across multiple entries. Hypno does not merely observe dreams, it extracts them, and what happens to a mind from which something has been taken is never fully addressed. The question of what Pokémon experience during sleep is separate from what they do to human dreams, and it is equally interesting. Jigglypuff puts others to sleep, famously and involuntarily, and becomes visibly frustrated when its audience fails to stay awake. But where does Jigglypuff go when it sleeps? The same question applies to Snorlax, a Pokémon that sleeps for enormous portions of its existence. Snorlax is described as having dreams so powerful that they occasionally cause it to walk in its sleep. What those dreams contain is never specified. A creature that sleeps that deeply is experiencing something, and the games are content to leave that experience unexamined. The Pokémon world treats sleep differently than our world does. It is not just a state of rest. It is a vulnerability, a condition that can be imposed by others, and a space in which certain Pokémon choose to exist for reasons that are presented as natural but never explained. Darkrai is the most explicit example, a mythical Pokémon that is described as being unable to help but giving nearby people and Pokémon terrible nightmares. Darkrai does not do this out of malice according to the lore. It is simply what Darkrai is, a presence that cannot be turned off, a shadow that happens to be alive. The distinction between Darkrai's nightmares and Cressalia's ability to grant peaceful sleep mirrors a balance that runs through the Pokémon world in many forms. For nearly every force that unsettles, there is a counterpart that soothes. This balance is rarely explained as deliberate design. It is simply the way things are. The world has dark places and luminous ones, and they exist in relation to each other in a way that feels stable without ever being perfectly understood. One of the most persistent mysteries in Pokémon lore is the question of what happened before the player arrived. Every game begins with a world already in motion. People have already experienced things. Towns have already changed. Relationships have already formed and broken. The rival in the original games is already confident, already ahead, already someone who has spent more time thinking about Pokémon than the player has. There is a whole history happening just out of frame, and the protagonist enters it from the side rather than from the beginning. This becomes especially interesting when you consider Professor Oak. In the original Pokémon Red and Blue, Oak is already a world-famous researcher with decades of study behind him. He has strong opinions about which Pokémon make good starters. He knows the landscape well enough to warn the player away from tall grass at the start of the journey. But there are hints, scattered carefully across the games, that Oak's past is more complicated than his gentle professorial presence suggests. He is described in some places as having once been a Pokémon trainer himself. His rivalry with another trainer, hinted at but never fully explored in the main games, is the kind of story that feels like it was nearly told and then decided against. The question of who Professor Oak was before he became Professor Oak is the kind of question the Pokémon world invites and then declines to answer. It is not a gap in the narrative. It feels more like a deliberate space, room left for the player's imagination to settle into. The world is rich enough that the characters who populate it feel like they had lives before the camera found them. And that feeling is one of the things that makes Pokémon lore so quietly compelling. The ghost-type Pokémon are perhaps the most philosophically interesting category in the entire series. On the surface, they are simply a type classification, a set of creatures that resist certain moves and are weak to others. But the implications of what a ghost-type Pokémon actually is have always been left deliberately unresolved. The Pokédex describes many ghost types as having been, at some point, alive in a different form. Gengar is widely theorized to be the ghost of a Clefable, based on their nearly identical silhouettes. Yamask carries a mask that was once its human face, according to its Pokédex entry, and sometimes stops to look at that mask and weep. That Yamask entry is one of the most striking pieces of text in the entire Pokémon franchise. It is presented without elaboration, without context, without any attempt to soften what it suggests. Yamask was once human. It remembers this. It carries a physical remnant of what it was, and that remnant causes it grief. The games do not offer a theory for how this transformation happened. They do not indicate whether it is common or rare. They simply state it as fact and move on, leaving the reader to sit with the weight of it. Ghost types in general exist in a space between states. They are described as living, but also as dead or post-dead, or beyond any category that has a clean name. Shedinja is another striking example. It is the shed skin of Ninkata, an empty shell that somehow became inhabited by something. Its ability is Wonder Guard, which means only super effective moves can damage it. But the unsettling detail is in its appearance. Shedinja has a hole in its back, and the Pokédex warns that looking into that hole will pull your soul out. This warning is issued casually as a piece of trivia. The game does not follow up on it. The casualness is the point. The Pokémon world is full of genuinely dangerous things that are described as though they are simply ordinary features of the landscape. Haunter's touch can cause uncontrollable laughter that leads to death. Spirit Omb is a collection of 500 malevolent spirits bound into a keystone as punishment. Palossand consumes the life energy of small Pokémon and hides the remains under its sand. These are not horror game details. They are Pokédex entries. They are presented alongside information about height and weight and habitat. The world simply contains these things, and the people who live in it have apparently made a kind of peace with their presence. What that peace says about the culture of the Pokémon world is worth considering slowly. In our world, a creature capable of killing by touch would not be treated as a companion animal. It would be a disaster or a legend. In the Pokémon world, it is simply a Pokémon, one that requires a certain kind of trainer to handle it safely perhaps, but a Pokémon nonetheless. The boundary between what is dangerous and what is acceptable in the Pokémon world is drawn in a very different place than we would draw it here, and examining where that boundary falls reveals something about the underlying values of the world and the people who live in it. The relationship between Pokémon and death has always been one of the most carefully navigated topics in the series. The games rarely show death directly. Pokémon faint in battle, but they recover. Characters reference loss, but it is usually positioned carefully to avoid being too heavy for the series' younger audience. And yet the lore around death in the Pokémon world is remarkably developed. Lavender Town is the most famous example, a quiet gray town in Kanto built around a tower devoted to honoring Pokémon who have died. The music that plays there in the original games was described by many players as one of the most unsettling things they had encountered in a game aimed at children. The tower itself is called Pokémon Tower, and it is exactly what it sounds like, a place where Pokémon are buried and where their spirits sometimes remain. The player must climb through floors populated by ghost-type Pokémon and by the wandering spirit of a Marowak who was killed by Team Rocket. That detail, that the tower contains the ghost of a specific Pokémon who died violently as a result of human cruelty, is one of the earliest moments in the series where the games acknowledge that Pokémon can be harmed in ways that are not reversed by a visit to a Pokémon Center. The Marowak's ghost does not speak. It does not explain itself. It simply stands in the tower, blocking the path, unwilling or unable to move on, and the player must eventually help it find whatever peace is available to a ghost. How that peace is found and what it means for the Marowak's existence afterward is not discussed. The spirit disappears, and the tower continues as before, but the moment leaves a mark on the world that does not fade. There is a Pokémon that died in this game. There was a mother, and now there is a ghost. And for a few floors of a tower in a gray town, the player is asked to sit with that. The Pokémon world's relationships with legendary beings is another mystery that deepens the more closely you examine it. Legendary Pokémon are not presented uniformly across the series. Some are treated as myths that may or may not have existed, Others are demonstrably present, walking through caves or soaring over roots in ways that make their existence undeniable. And some exist at a level of power so far beyond ordinary Pokémon that the word legendary barely covers what they represent. Arceus created the universe, Dialga governs time, Palkia governs space, Giratina governs antimatter in the distortion world, a mirror reality that underlies the Pokémon universe in ways that are never fully described. These are not powerful animals. These are forces given form, entities whose existence shapes the conditions under which all other life is possible. The fact that a child with 6 Pokémon can challenge and potentially capture them is, from a certain angle, one of the stranger things in the entire franchise. But that strangeness is also part of what makes Pokémon so interesting to think about. The games present power at every scale simultaneously. A caterpillar learning to harden its shell, a god learning to have a master. The distance between those two things is enormous, and the series moves across it as though the distance were not particularly strange. Part of what the games suggest is that in the Pokémon world, the bond between trainer and Pokémon is itself a force. That connection changes what is possible. It allows small things to grow into large ones, and it allows beings of unimaginable power to choose a partner rather than existing entirely alone. The mystery of why legendary Pokémon accept capture at all is one that the games occasionally gesture toward without resolving. Dialga and Palkia, beings who can control the flow of time and the shape of space, submit to a small red and white sphere thrown by a 10-year-old child. The in-universe explanation, when one is offered, tends to involve the trainer demonstrating worthiness through battle. But the deeper question is why a deity would recognize the authority of a small plastic ball in the first place. Some fan theories suggest that legendary Pokémon allow themselves to be captured when they feel the trainer is someone worth accompanying, that the capture is consent rather than defeat. This interpretation is never confirmed, but it sits more comfortably with the scale of these beings than the alternative. The mythology of the Sinnoh region, in particular, is built with unusual care. The Pokémon Platinum game introduced the distortion world Giratina's realm as a physically realized location that players could explore. That world operates on different rules. Gravity is unreliable. Perspective shifts in ways that suggest the usual logic of space does not apply. Giratina lives there because it was banished by Arceus for its violent nature. The exact nature of that violence is never described, but the idea that even a creator deity has lines it will enforce, and that the cost of crossing those lines is exile to a place beyond the ordinary world, is quietly one of the most developed pieces of mythology the series has ever produced. Giratina is often overlooked in favor of the more immediately dramatic Dialga and Palkia. But Giratina's existence raises questions the other two do not. If it was banished, who determined the terms of that banishment? Arceus, presumably, but Arceus's motivations are described only in the broadest terms. What did Giratina do that was severe enough to earn exile from the world itself? And what did Giratina do during all those years alone in the distortion world before any human found their way there? The game does not answer these questions. The silence around them is enormous. The concept of Pokémon evolution has always carried a mystery beneath its familiar surface. Evolution in Pokémon is not the same as the evolution in biology. It is faster, it is individual, and it is often triggered by emotional or relational factors that biology alone cannot explain. A Pokémon that feels loved evolves. A Pokémon that has spent time near certain locations, this evolves. A Pokémon that reaches a specific understanding of a move it has been practicing evolves. These are not genetic processes. They are closer to transformations of identity, moments both where a creature becomes something it was always capable of being. The philosophical implications of this kind of evolution are rarely discussed in the games, but they are interesting to sit with. If a Pokémon can change its fundamental form because of the emotional quality of its relationship with a trainer, then the bond between trainer and Pokémon is not just an attachment, it is a shaping force. The trainer is not merely a caretaker. They are, in some sense, a condition that makes certain kinds of becoming possible. This makes the trainer-Pokémon relationship feel different from pet ownership and different from partnership. It is something the series invented, and for which there is not quite a name. The Moonstone, Thunderstone, Firestone, and other elemental stones trigger evolution in ways that suggest Pokémon biology responds to something beyond training alone. These stones have existed since ancient times in the lore, found in ruins, traded by ancient civilizations, clearly understood by societies that no longer exist. The fact that modern people still use them without fully understanding their mechanism is a detail the games do not dwell on, but it suggests that the relationship between humans and Pokémon evolution is older and more complicated than the game's present-day setting implies. There is a subtle mystery embedded in the geography of the Pokémon world that most players absorb without quite noticing. The regions of the Pokémon world are islands or peninsulas or clearly bounded territories separated by oceans that are rarely crossed. The connections between regions are almost always made by sea, and those sea routes are treated as significant journeys. You do not simply walk from Kanto to Johto the way you might drive between neighboring states. The journey has weight, it takes time. The world feels large even when a map suggests it should not. This bounded geography has a curious effect on the Pokémon world's sense of mystery. Within each region, the world feels knowable, mapped, contained. Every route has been walked, every cave has been explored, every town has been named. But beyond the edges of each map, the sense of the unknown grows considerably. The ocean surrounding Hoenn contains things that are not on any map. The seas around Alola are deep in ways the game does not fully account for. The routes between regions are traveled regularly, and yet the spaces beyond them feel genuinely unexplored. Kyogre is a Pokémon that has shaped the physical geography of the world. It is described as having created the world's oceans by causing massive downpours that filled the land with water. If this is literally true, then every ocean in the Pokémon world is, in some sense, Kyogre's ocean. Every ship that crosses it is sailing through a space that Kyogre made. Every island that exists does so, because Kyogre stopped short of covering it. The world's geography is not neutral. It is a record of ancient Pokémon activity, a landscape written by creatures whose scale of action made mountains and seas. Groudon expanded the continents. Rayquaza governs the sky. These three Pokémon, the Weather Trio as they are often called, are responsible for the basic conditions of habitability in the Pokémon world. Without them, or without the balance they represent, the world would be uninhabitable. The games acknowledge this in the stories of Pokémon Ruby and Sapphire, where the awakening of Kyogre and Groudon poses an existential threat to the entire region. But what is easy to miss is that this threat is not unusual in the history of the Pokémon world. It has happened before, perhaps many times. The current stability of the world is the result of a balance that was achieved through conflict and is maintained only as long as that conflict stays contained. The people of the Pokémon world live inside the product of ancient cosmic events. Their mountains are monuments to Groudon, their seas are Kyogre's gift and its power. Their ability to exist at all depends on the continued restraint of forces that could unmake the world if they chose to act again. And they go about their days, tending their gardens and running their shops, beneath skies kept stable by a creature that sleeps in the ozone layer and descends only when the world below it requires intervention. There is a quality to Pokémon that the games often gesture toward, but rarely name, and it has to do with loyalty. Pokémon that have been with a trainer for a long time develop attachments that are described in the games as genuine. They remember kindness, they respond to familiar voices, they learn to anticipate what their trainer will ask of them. The bond that grows through travel and battle and care is not merely mechanical. It changes the Pokémon in ways that go beyond stronger moves or higher statistics. The friendship mechanic, present in various forms across multiple generations, is the most explicit acknowledgement of this. Certain evolutions are only possible when a Pokémon's friendship is high enough. But more than the evolution mechanism, the concept of friendship in Pokémon suggests that these creatures are capable of genuine emotional response, not just trained behavior. Espeon and Umbreon, for example, evolve from Eevee based entirely on the strength and nature of the bond with their trainer. No item, no level threshold, just relationship. The form the Pokémon takes is determined by the quality of the connection it has built. This makes Eevee one of the most philosophically interesting Pokémon in the series. It is famously capable of evolving into many different forms, and the available forms span almost the entire type spectrum. What it becomes depends on factors that include where it has been, what has been done to it, and who it has been with. Eevee is the Pokémon that most clearly demonstrates that identity in this world is not fixed at birth. It is shaped by experience, by environment, and by relationship. And that shaping is not a metaphor. It is a biological reality. The idea of a creature whose fundamental form is determined by experience rather than genetics is one that invites slow, quiet contemplation. Eevee in the wild, without a trainer, without exposure to elemental stones or specific locations, simply remains Eevee. It does not evolve. The catalyst for becoming something more, for any of its forms, requires an encounter with something beyond itself. A stone, a place, a person. The potential was always there, but potential, without the right conditions, remains potential. There are Pokémon in the series whose existence raises questions about the nature of individual identity in ways that are easy to miss on a first playthrough. Wishiwashi is one. In its solo form, it is described as one of the weakest Pokémon in the ocean, small and fragile and seemingly unremarkable. But Wishiwashi has an ability called schooling, and when it uses this ability, thousands of individual Wishiwashi merge into a single enormous school that functions as one entity. The combined school is one of the most physically imposing forms in the game. Pokédex entries describe Pokémon that would ordinarily dominate the ocean retreating when the Wishiwashi school appears. What is strange about this is the question of what the school actually is. Is it one Pokémon or many? When Wishiwashi school, do they retain individual awareness, or does the group form something like a collective consciousness? The game does not answer this. The ability functions mechanically, and the lore describes the behavior, but the inner experience of the schooling Wishiwashi is left entirely open. There is something quietly profound about a creature so small that its only real power is the willingness to combine, to give up individual separateness in service of something larger than any individual could become. Malamar is another Pokémon whose lore deserves slow consideration. Its Pokédex entries describe it as possessing the most powerful hypnotic ability of any Pokémon, capable of bending even the strongest-willed person to its desires. But more specifically, certain entries describe Malamar as having ambitions, specific goals it works toward, and the capacity to manipulate humans over long periods of time to achieve those goals. Malamar does not merely hypnotize, it strategizes, it plans. It is among the small number of Pokémon described as having intentional, long-term motivations beyond survival or territorial defense. This makes Malamar unusual in a very specific way. Most Pokémon, even powerful or dangerous ones, are described as acting from instinct. They hunt because they are hungry. They protect because they feel threatened. They gather energy because their biology requires it. Malamar, by contrast, is described as wanting things, not just needing things, and the things it wants appear to be related to power in ways that are uncomfortably reminiscent of human ambition. The series sometimes blurs the line between Pokémon and people in interesting ways, and Malamar is one of the places where that blurring happens most quietly. The mythology surrounding the origin of Pokémon themselves is a question the series has approached from several directions without ever fully resolving. One of the deepest clues exists in the Pokémon Platinum game, in a book found inside a mansion in Kanalov City. The passage describes a time before Pokémon existed as distinct from the world when all things were still one. It describes the original Pokémon emerging from eggs into a world that was not yet named. These descriptions do not perfectly match any single creation mythology offered elsewhere in the series, which raises the possibility that the Pokémon world has multiple origin stories, none of which tells the complete truth. The idea of multiple incomplete truths is one that sits comfortably with how the Pokémon world handles its own history. Different regions have different mythologies for the same events. What one region calls a god of creation, another calls a great dragon. What one culture remembers as a catastrophe, another recalls as a blessing. The Pokémon world is not a place with a single authoritative history. It is a place where knowledge is partial, perspective is location-dependent, and certainty is rare. The player moves through this world collecting fragments without ever receiving a complete picture. That incompleteness is not a flaw. It is the texture of the world. It is what makes the world feel inhabited rather than constructed. Real places do not have complete histories available on request. They have layers, and most of those layers are inaccessible, buried under other layers, or simply forgotten. The Pokémon world has that quality, a sense that more happened here than any single narrative can contain, and that the traces left behind are worth examining, even when they do not resolve into clean answers. The Pokémon world's history of human-Pokémon conflict is another thread that deserves unhurried attention. The games typically present a vision of partnership and coexistence as the dominant mode of the relationship between the two. But the history underlying that partnership is more complicated. There are ruins that suggest wars involving Pokémon. There are artifacts that imply humans and Pokémon were once in opposition. The AZ plotline in Pokémon X and Y, in which a king built a weapon capable of ending the lives of countless Pokémon in order to save the one he loved, and was then cursed with endless life as a consequence, is one of the most developed treatments of this tension in the series. Aziz's story suggests that the current peace between humans and Pokémon was not inevitable. It was earned through suffering, through choices made by individuals, through the slow work of building trust across a divide that was once much wider. The legendary Pokémon Xerneas and Yveltal, who govern life and death respectively, are not neutral forces. They are involved in the history of humanity in ways that carry moral weight. The world was shaped by choices made in darkness, and the brightness of the present is partly an achievement, something maintained by effort rather than simply given. The question of what Pokémon think about humans is almost never directly answered in the games. Pokémon communicate in their own sounds, in moves, in behavior. A small number can communicate through psychic means, and those rare conversations suggest that Pokemon have complex inner lives that humans rarely fully understand. Mewtwo is the most developed example of a Pokemon who can articulate its relationship to humanity, and what it articulates is complicated. Not simple hatred and not simple acceptance, something more like ambivalence, a recognition that humans are capable of both cruelty and care, and that its own existence sits at the intersection of the two. Mewtwo was created from the genetic material of Mew through human scientific intervention. It was not born, it was made. It did not come into the world through the natural processes that other Pokemon experience. And from the moment of its creation, it was treated as a resource rather than a person. The story of what Mewtwo did in response and what it eventually chose to believe about itself and about humanity is one of the oldest narratives in the franchise, and one that is never fully resolved. Mewtwo remains in the world somewhere, making choices about what kind of being it wants to be. The games allow it that much, at least. The nature of Pokemon communication is a mystery that touches on questions the series has explored in small, careful ways without making them central. Most Pokemon produce sounds that consist of their own names in the anime or digital tones in the games. This convention is so familiar that it has become invisible, something players accept without considering what it implies. But the implication is interesting. If a Pikachu says only variations of the sound that constitutes its name, is that language? Is it the expression of identity? Is it something else entirely, a kind of frequency that carries meaning beyond what the sounds literally contain? Psychic-type Pokemon bypass this question by communicating through thought rather than sound. When a trainer encounters a Pokemon like Alakazam or Gardevoir in lore contexts, they are sometimes described as receiving impressions, emotions, or images rather than words. This suggests that Pokemon communication, at its most developed, is closer to direct emotional transfer than to language as humans understand it. The barrier between Pokemon experience and human experience is permeable in these moments, and what passes through is something more immediate than translation allows for. The way Pokemon experience time is another dimension that the games address obliquely through specific Pokemon descriptions. Sleibei is described as a time traveler, moving through different eras of the world's history, sometimes carrying others with it. Dialga's existence is inseparable from the passage of time. But more interesting in some ways is Slowpoke. Slowpoke is described as being so slow to process sensation that it sometimes takes 5 seconds to feel pain after being bitten on the tail. This is presented as comedy, as one of Slowpoke's endearing qualities. But it also suggests that not all Pokemon experience the world at the same temporal resolution. A Pokemon that perceives the world 5 seconds behind the moment it is happening in is not merely slow. It is experiencing a different relationship to the present than other creatures experience. What Slowpoke's inner world feels like, whether it is a serene and unhurried version of reality or something more disorienting, is a question the games do not ask. But it is a question that opens up into interesting spaces. The Pokemon world is full of creatures whose relationship to time, sensation, and awareness is significantly different from anything human biology has produced. And those differences are usually presented as traits rather than mysteries, as facts rather than puzzles. Slowbro, Slowpoke's evolution, occurs when a shelter clamps onto Slowpoke's tail. The shelter's toxins then affect Slowpoke's brain, and something about that chemical interaction triggers a shift in Slowpoke's cognitive and physical development. The shelter becomes a permanent part of Slowbro, spinning on its tail, and is described as experiencing a kind of ecstasy from this arrangement. Two creatures, previously separate, become a single organism that is genuinely different from either of them alone. This is one of the more quietly radical things in Pokémon evolution. The idea that becoming something new sometimes requires incorporating something entirely other into yourself. Slowking takes this even further. When the Shelder clamps onto Slowpoke's head instead of its tail, the resulting interaction is even more transformative. Slowking becomes one of the most intelligent Pokémon in the series, capable of solving any problem it encounters and possessing an insight into the nature of the world that other Pokémon do not have. The difference between Slowbro and Slowking is entirely a matter of where the attachment happened. Same Pokémon, same Shelder, different point of contact, radically different outcome. What does it mean that where you are touched can determine what you become? The Pokémon Rotom is one of the more genuinely strange concepts the series has produced because its strangeness is low-key enough to be easy to miss. Rotom is a plasma Pokémon, a being of electrical energy that can possess and inhabit household appliances. In its base form, it is a small crackling entity with a playful disposition. But when it enters a washing machine, a lawnmower, a refrigerator, a fan, or an oven, it becomes something genuinely different. Its type changes. Its available moves change. Its general temperament is described as adapting to the function of whatever it has entered. Rotom in a washing machine is not Rotom driving a washing machine. It is Rotom that has, at least partially, become a washing machine. This raises a question about identity that the games do not linger on. If Rotom in a refrigerator is a different Pokémon functionally from Rotom in an oven, in what sense is it the same Pokémon? The same underlying entity occupies different shells and becomes different things while doing so. The games treat this as a single Pokémon with multiple forms, which is mechanically coherent. But philosophically, the situation is more like one consciousness exploring different modes of being, trying on different identities to see what each one feels like. Rotom is the Pokémon that most explicitly plays with the idea that form and self are separate things, that who you are is not determined by what you currently look like. The Nuzlocke challenge is not part of official Pokémon lore, but it has become part of Pokémon culture in a way that illuminates something real about how the games feel. In a Nuzlocke run, any Pokémon that faints is considered dead, not merely fainted, and must be released or deposited permanently. The challenge imposes on the game the emotional stakes that its lore implies, but its mechanics usually obscure. Pokémon are companions. They face danger. They can be harmed in ways that matter. The Nuzlocke challenge forces the player to experience Pokémon loss as genuine loss, and the communities that form around discussing those losses treat them with a seriousness that reveals how deeply players connect to these digital creatures. There is something worth pausing over in the fact that a game designed for children produces emotional experiences serious enough that adults have created systems to intensify and examine those emotions. The bond between trainer and Pokémon that the games describe, the bond that shapes evolution and powers friendship mechanics, is apparently real enough in the player's experience to warrant rituals of grief when it is severed. The Nuzlocke challenge is not a cynical modification of the games. It is a sincere engagement with what the games are actually about, which is connection and what connection costs. The mystery of where Pokémon go when they are released is one that the anime has addressed more than the games, but never fully resolved. Ash has released Pokémon throughout the series. Each release is presented as a meaningful choice, made for the sake of the Pokémon's well-being or development. But what happens to those Pokémon afterward is left mostly to inference. They return to the wild, they continue to grow, they perhaps encounter other trainers. The implicit suggestion is that a Pokémon that has been with a trainer carries that experience forward into whatever life follows. The bond does not require proximity to persist. This is a gentle mystery, rather than an alarming one. It does not demand resolution. It simply asks the player to trust that things continue beyond the frame of what can be seen, that the Pokémon who left the party are still somewhere, still themselves, carrying their history with them into whatever comes next. The world is large enough for that. The world has always been large enough for that. The Pokémon Ditto deserves a moment of careful attention because its existence raises questions that are easy to gloss over in service of its mechanical usefulness. Ditto is a transformed Pokémon capable of reshaping its entire body to precisely replicate any other Pokémon it encounters. It is used in breeding because it can become a compatible partner for nearly any species. It is found in various locations across different regions. Its origins are officially unclear, but certain Pokédex entries describe Ditto as a failed attempt at replicating Mew, a prototype that did not quite achieve what the experiment intended. If this is true, then Ditto is not simply a shapeshifter. It is an imperfect copy of the world's original Pokémon, a creature that carries within itself the DNA of everything, the potential to become everything, and yet cannot fully settle into any single permanent form. Ditto's resting state is the simplest thing possible, a small lavender blob with dots for eyes. Everything else it becomes is borrowed, temporary, a role it plays rather than a self it inhabits. The question of whether Ditto has a self that is separate from the forms it takes is one that the games do not ask. But the possibility that it does not, that the blob is all there is, carries a weight that is worth sitting with. Metagross is a Pokémon that formed by the merger of two Metang, and each Metang formed by the merger of two Beldum. The end result is a Pokémon whose brain is the combined product of 4 original organisms, each of which was already a fusion. Metagross is described as possessing intelligence that exceeds that of any supercomputer, the result of 4 linked brains operating simultaneously. What Metagross thinks about is not described. Whether those 4 original minds retain any individuality within the combined whole is not addressed. But the idea of intelligence as a function of connection, of cognitive capacity, as something that can be multiplied through merger, is a genuinely unusual concept for a creature designed to contain. The idea of merger and fusion runs through Pokémon biology in ways that are easy to take for granted. Magneton is 3 Magnemite that have come together. Dugtrio is 3 Diglett. In these cases, the merger appears to produce a new entity rather than a collaboration between 3 separate ones. The individual components seem to lose their independent status when the combination is complete. What that process feels like from the inside of each component is an unanswerable question, and yet it is the kind of question that once noticed stays with you. There is a specific feeling that the Pokémon world produces when you explore it at night. The games have always been careful about nighttime. The music shifts, the Pokémon that appear in tall grass change, the colors of the world darken in ways that suggest a genuine difference between the world by day and the world after dark. This is not merely aesthetic. In the lore, certain Pokémon are nocturnal in ways that affect their behavior, their hunting patterns, and their relationship to human settlements. Murkrow gathers at night and is described as being capable of leading wanderers astray. Mismagius casts curses at night, reciting incantations that cause misfortune for those who hear them. Banette haunts the places where children's toys are abandoned. The night in the Pokémon world is inhabited differently than the day. The creatures that populate it have different relationships to human presence, and the lore surrounding them suggests that darkness in the Pokémon world is not merely the absence of light. It is a condition that activates certain kinds of life, draws out certain kinds of behavior and creates certain kinds of risk. Players who have spent time wandering routes at night in the games will often describe a different quality to that experience, something quieter and slightly less certain than the daytime equivalent. Umbreon is a Pokémon that belongs to the night in a specific way. It evolved from Eevee through a bond of friendship developed in the dark, which means that the night itself was part of what shaped it. Its rings glow in the darkness, and those glowing rings are described as capable of intimidating and disorienting enemies. Umbreon is a creature that has internalized darkness and made it functional, turned the absence of light into a source of its own. This is consistent with the broader logic of how Pokémon evolve in response to their environment. But Umbreon is one of the clearest examples of an environment as specific as the nighttime hour producing a form as specific as a moon-marked dark Pokémon. The world's caves are another location where the Pokémon world's mysteries concentrate. Caves are transition spaces, places between the surface and whatever lies beneath it. In Pokémon games, caves are also places where rare Pokémon are found, where ancient events left marks in stone, where the geography becomes uncertain and the sense of depth extends further than expected. Mount Moon in Kanto is one of the earliest examples. It is described as a place where meteor showers land frequently, which is why moonstones are found there. But it is also where Clefairy and Clefable live, deep in the cave, away from human contact. The Clefairy evolutionary line carries one of the more intriguing lore threads in the series. Clefairy are found at high altitudes and in craters, in places where meteorites are found. Certain Pokédex entries describe them as having come from space, as having arrived on a meteorite long ago and settled in mountain environments where the stone beneath them felt familiar. The idea that Clefairy are not native to the Pokémon world, that they are visitors who arrived on a falling star and decided to stay, is presented as a quiet detail rather than a dramatic revelation. But if it is true, then Clefairy represents something unusual in a world full of unusual things, evidence that life exists beyond the edges of the Pokémon world, and that it occasionally finds its way here. The Elgyem line carries a similar suggestion. Elgyem is described as having appeared approximately 50 years ago in the desert, and its anatomy strongly suggests a connection to UFO sightings and depictions of extraterrestrial life. The 50-year timeline places its arrival within living memory in the Pokémon world's present, which means there are people who remember when Elgyem did not exist and then suddenly did. What it was doing before it arrived and where it came from is not described. The lore simply notes the arrival and declines to explain it. This is consistent with how the Pokémon world handles its largest mysteries. The door opens just enough to reveal that there is a space beyond it, and then it stays where it is. The ocean zones in Pokémon games, accessible by surfing, are one of the places where the world reveals its scale most clearly. Those deep blue tiles, populated by Tentacool and Wingull in the early routes but home to stranger things further out, suggest an ocean that extends beyond what the map shows. In Pokémon Ruby and Sapphire, there is a route that takes players far out into open water, far from any visible land, where the music changes and the feeling of isolation becomes part of the experience. This is where certain rare encounters happen, encounters with Pokémon that exist only in those open waters, away from anything that could be called a coastline. What lies at the deepest parts of the Pokémon ocean is a question the games have addressed through specific locations like the seafloor cavern where Groudon sleeps, or the deep trenches accessed in later generations. But the surface of those answers only makes the depth more visible. The ocean in the Pokémon world is not fully explored. It is not fully known. And the things that live in its deepest parts are aware of the world above them in ways that the world above them does not quite understand. Wailord is the largest Pokémon that can be obtained through ordinary gameplay in most generations. Its size is staggering in a way that the game's scale makes easy to underestimate. It is longer than 6 of the largest buses lined up end to end, yet it has a density so low that it would float in water, which raises mechanical questions about how it actually swims in the Pokémon world. Wailord is one of those creatures whose size makes it more than an animal. It is a landmark, a moving geography. Its song, which Wailmer produces and Wailord presumably continues, can be heard over enormous distances in the ocean. The communication happening between these creatures across miles of open water is something the games acknowledge without describing. Lapras is a Pokémon with a gentleness in its description that makes its historical situation more poignant. It was once widely hunted, and its population was reduced nearly to the point of disappearance. This is one of the relatively few cases in the Pokémon world where human action is described as having caused lasting harm to a species in a way the games treat as regrettable rather than neutral. Lapras remembers those times in a way its Pokédex entries seem to suggest, and its wariness around strangers is presented as earned rather than simply characteristic. The world of Pokémon has a conservation history, and that history is not uniformly positive. The concept of fossil Pokémon is one that the series has returned to many times, and each return raises similar questions in slightly different forms. Ancient Pokémon, preserved in stone over millions of years, can be restored through scientific processes and become living, functional members of a modern Pokémon team. This is presented as an accepted practice, a legitimate use of technology, and a way of reconnecting the present with the deep past. But the experience of the restored Pokémon is worth considering. It wakes into a world that is not its world. Every other member of its species has been gone for millions of years. The landscape it evolved to inhabit is unrecognizable. The climate has changed. The other creatures it coexisted with are gone. It is in the most literal sense possible, alone in a way that cannot be remedied. The games do not address this. The restored fossil Pokémon function like any other Pokémon. They can be trained, they can form bonds, they can become cherished members of a team, and perhaps that is enough. Perhaps the bond with a trainer provides something that replaces what was lost. But the fact that this never comes up in the games, the silence around the strangeness of resurrection into alienness, is a kind of mystery in itself. The world moves forward. The Aerodactyl adjusts. The Kabuto learns to navigate the present. And whether they carry the weight of that displacement or set it down somewhere along the way is a question the games trust the player to imagine. The Fairy type, introduced in the 6th generation, retroactively changed the way certain older Pokémon were understood. Pokémon like Clefairy, Togekiss, and Gardevoir, which had been categorized under normal or psychic, were revealed to have been fairy types all along. The lore around the fairy type connects it to the mysterious and the otherworldly, to ancient magic and enchantment, to the kind of power that does not operate through force, but through influence. The fairy type's introduction also gave dragon types a meaningful weakness for the first time, which changed the balance of Pokémon in a way that suggests even the fundamental type system of the world is not static, but subject to revision. What is interesting about the fairy type from a lore perspective is how it positioned certain Pokémon in relation to mythology. Fairy is connected to old stories, to the kinds of beings that live just outside the edges of the ordinary world and operate by different rules. Xerneas is a fairy-type legendary, described as the source of life, capable of restoring dying ecosystems. Its counterpart, Yveltal, is a flying and dark type, associated with destruction and the absorption of life energy. Together, they represent a cycle the world requires. But Xerneas's fairy typing places it in a category defined by enchantment and mystery rather than power, which feels like a deliberate statement about what kind of force life actually is. Pokémon Legends. Arceus offered a rare opportunity to see the Pokémon world at a much earlier point in its history, when the relationship between humans and Pokémon was genuinely uncertain rather than established. In that version of Hisui, which would eventually become the Sinnoh region, most Pokémon were not partnered with humans at all. They were wild in a way that the modern games rarely capture, capable of sudden aggression, protective of their territories, aware of human presence as a potential threat. The peaceful coexistence of the modern Pokémon world was not a default state. It was something that had to be built, negotiated, earned through individual encounters that eventually accumulated into a culture. Watching the earliest partnerships form in that game, watching a Pokémon choose to trust a person who had approached it carefully and treated it with respect, gives a different texture to the trainer-Pokémon relationship in the modern games. Every Pokéball used in a contemporary Pokémon game carries the history of that early, harder work. Every Pokémon willing to enter a Pokéball is choosing a practice that was not obvious and that had to be established through countless small acts of trust and care by people who came before. The mysteries of the Pokémon world do not resolve. That is part of their nature and part of their appeal. They continue to deepen with each new game, each new region, each new mythology added to the layers already present. The questions about what Pokémon think, what they experience, how the world was made, and how it is sustained, where the boundaries of the ordinary end and the extraordinary begins. These are questions the series has always carried without answering. They are the negative space around which everything else is arranged. And in that negative space, there is room for the player's own imagination to settle, to slow down, to notice the quality of stillness that surrounds all the motion and the mystery. The world of Pokémon is enormous in ways that a single game or a single season of the anime cannot fully convey. It is enormous not in the way that empty spaces are enormous, but in the way that something deeply inhabited is enormous. Every corner of it contains history. Every creature in it carries meaning. Every mystery it presents is a doorway into something that cannot quite be named, something that feels important without requiring a clear explanation to be valued. The sense that there is always more to understand, that the next cave or the next route or the next Pokédex entry might contain something worth pausing over, is what has kept people returning to this world for decades. And there is something in that return itself that mirrors what the world is about. The trainer comes back. They bring new questions. They move through familiar places and discover that familiar things look different when examined more carefully, when approached with more patience, when followed to the edges where the certainty runs out and the wondering begins. The world holds its breath at the edge of every unanswered question. And the questions, it turns out, are the most interesting part. They are the spaces between the known and the unknown, where the most interesting things grow quietly, out of sight, waiting to be noticed by anyone willing to slow down enough to look. There is a particular quality to the way certain Pokémon locations feel when you arrive in them for the first time. Not the dramatic locations, not the volcanic peaks, or the legendary guarded chambers, but the in-between places. A small town with a single road leading in and another leading out. A route where the music is gentle and the encounters are few. A patch of tall grass beside a lake that is not marked on the town map as significant. These places do not announce themselves. They simply exist, quietly, waiting to be moved through. And yet they often stay in memory longer than the landmark locations, because they contain a different kind of detail, the detail of ordinariness, the texture of a world that was built for life to happen in rather than for spectacle to occur in. The Pokémon world has always understood that the gaps between the dramatic moments are as important as the dramatic moments themselves. Routes are not simply connective tissue between dungeons and towns. They are spaces where the world breathes, where the music settles into something unhurried, where the player can walk through tall grass for a while without any specific goal and simply be in the world, aware of the slight uncertainty of what each step might reveal. That uncertainty is gentle. It does not produce anxiety. It produces the particular alertness of someone paying attention to a world that is paying attention back. The way weather works in Pokémon games is worth considering as its own quiet mystery. Weather is not merely a visual effect. It changes the mechanics of battle, the availability of certain Pokémon, the emotional register of the environment. Rain in a Pokémon game feels different from sun, not just visually, but experientially. There is something about the shift in color palette, the change in music tone, the sense that the world has altered its mood that produces a real response in the player. And the Pokémon whose presence causes that weather, Groudon bringing harsh sunlight, Kyogre calling forth rain, Rayquaza clearing the skies, makes the weather feel like intention rather than accident. Cast Form is a Pokémon whose form changes based on the weather it is experiencing. In sunlight, it takes on a warm, round appearance. In rain, it becomes a water droplet. In hail, it becomes a small ice crystal. Its normal form is a neutral white sphere, the weather equivalent of potential. What makes Cast Form interesting is not any individual form, but the fact that it contains all of them simultaneously. It is, at any given moment, whichever version of itself the world currently requires. The form is not a disguise. It is a genuine expression of what the environment has made possible. Cast Form is a reminder that identity in the Pokémon world is often not fixed, but responsive, shaped by the conditions that surround it. The concept of held items in Pokémon battles opens a small door into the economic and cultural life of the Pokémon world that is rarely fully explored. Berries can be grown and consumed. Stones can be found and wielded. Specific items with specific mechanical effects exist in quantities that suggest production and distribution systems beyond what the games show directly. Someone makes citrus berries available in Pokémon centers. Someone decided that a piece of metal called a choice band would increase a Pokémon's attacking power at the cost of move versatility. The infrastructure behind the items in Pokémon battles suggests an entire economy and research tradition that operates entirely off-screen. The Pokémon world's medical infrastructure is another dimension that reveals itself only in fragments. Pokémon centers restore health, and Pokémon are healed from status conditions, from the accumulated damage of battle, from states of unconsciousness, all through a technology that is never fully described. Nurse Joy, who operates every Pokémon center in every region, is described as belonging to a large family of nurses who have dedicated themselves to Pokémon care across multiple generations. The Chansey and Blissey who assist her are described as having a natural empathy that makes them ideal caretakers, capable of sensing pain in Pokémon and responding to it with a gentleness that goes beyond training. What the technology inside the Pokémon Center actually does is left deliberately mysterious. A machine receives the Pokémon, sounds play, light flickers, and then the Pokémon are returned, fully healed, as though the damage of the previous battle had not occurred. In early games, this process was described as involving advanced restoration technology, developed in partnership with Pokémon like Chansey. But the specifics remain obscure. The Pokémon Center is one of the most consistently present elements of the Pokémon world, and yet what it actually does, how it actually works, is one of the most thoroughly unexplained things the world contains. The Pokémon Professor system is another institution whose internal logic invites more thought than the games provide. Each region has a professor, each named after a tree or plant, each devoted to a specific area of Pokémon research. Professor Oak studies the relationships between Pokémon and humans. Professor Elm studies Pokémon breeding and egg production. Professor Birch studies Pokémon habitats and field behavior. These research focuses are presented as legitimate academic pursuits within the world, with each professor having a staff, a laboratory, and a reputation that extends beyond the region they inhabit. The fact that a research network apparently exists connecting these professors across regions is implied by the games, but rarely made explicit. What is interesting about the professor system is how it sits at the interface between the scientific and the legendary. Each professor operates within a framework that treats Pokémon as subjects of rigorous study, and yet the world those professors study contains beings like Arceus and Celebi and Zygarde, whose existence challenges any ordinary scientific framework. How do researchers trained in systematic observation respond when the subject of their research is a being that created time? The games occasionally nod toward this tension, but never resolve it. The professors continue their work, and the legendary Pokémon continue to exist at the edges of that work, beyond the reach of most research methodologies. The Rotom Pokédex, introduced in the Alola region, represents a genuinely unusual development in the series' treatment of both Pokémon and technology. The Rotom who inhabits the Pokédex is not simply using the device as a tool. It has integrated itself into a piece of technology and developed a personality shaped by that integration. The Rotom Pokédex learns. It grows attached to the trainer it accompanies. It responds to the places it visits with increasing familiarity. It is, in effect, a Pokémon that has chosen a form of existence that is inseparable from a human artifact. And through that choice, it has become something that did not exist before it made that choice. This is consistent with how Rotom has always worked, but the Rotom Pokédex makes the implications more visible by giving the Rotom an opportunity to develop a relationship with the player over time. It is not merely useful. It becomes fond. It expresses preferences. It occasionally communicates something that reads as genuine investment in the outcome of the journey it is sharing. Whether this constitutes consciousness in a meaningful sense is a question the games are too wise to ask directly. But the experience of interacting with the Rotom Pokédex produces in many players the sense that they are interacting with someone rather than something, and that shift in perception is itself a kind of mystery worth sitting with. The move Memento is one of the most quietly remarkable moves in the Pokémon battle system. When used, the Pokémon using it faints voluntarily, sacrificing itself to sharply lower the opponent's stats. In the context of a battle, it is a tactical decision, but in the context of what it represents, a Pokémon choosing to end its participation in the current moment to give its partner an advantage, it carries a weight that the game does not draw attention to. The Pokémon that uses Memento disappears from the battle, leaving behind a benefit that the next partner can use. The sacrifice is real within the logic of the game, even if the Pokémon will recover afterward. This is one of many places in the Pokémon battle system where the mechanics, if taken seriously, carry implications about what Pokémon are willing to do for their trainers. Moves like self-destruct and explosion, which cause the user to faint, are mechanical tools for high-damage scenarios. But they are also the representation of a Pokémon choosing to push everything it has into a single moment at the cost of its ability to continue. The voluntary nature of these choices, the fact that the game represents them as things the Pokémon does rather than things done to the Pokémon, is a subtle but significant aspect of how the series frames the trainer-Pokémon relationship. The Pokémon is not a tool being used. It is a partner making choices, including difficult ones. The concept of Pokémon contests, present in Hoenn and Sinnoh, introduces an entirely different dimension to what Pokémon are capable of. In contests, Pokémon are not valued for combat effectiveness, but for the beauty, grace, coolness, cleverness, or toughness they can express. Moves that are useful in battle might not be impressive in a contest. Moves that are flashy or aesthetically interesting, but mechanically moderate, might perform brilliantly in front of a crowd. The contest system acknowledges that Pokémon have qualities that exist entirely outside of combat, and that those qualities can be cultivated and celebrated in their own right. What contests reveal about the world is that there is an audience for Pokémon in the Pokémon world, people who come to watch Pokémon perform, and who have developed the aesthetic vocabulary to appreciate what they see. This is not a small detail. It means the Pokémon world has a culture around Pokémon that extends beyond training and battling, a culture with its own stars, its own traditions, its own understanding of what makes a performance worth watching. The coordinators who dedicate themselves to this path are as legitimate a form of relationship with Pokémon as any trainer, just oriented toward different values. Pokémon breeders represent another orientation that the games include but rarely develop. Breeding in the Pokémon world is presented as both a practical skill for producing Pokémon with desirable traits, and as a form of care that has its own specific knowledge base. Understanding which Pokémon can breed with which, what egg moves can be passed down, how the inherited traits of parents show up in offspring, these are specialized forms of knowledge that imply dedicated practitioners. A Pokémon breeder knows things about Pokémon that a trainer or a coordinator does not know. The world is large enough to contain all of these different kinds of knowing, different relationships to the same beings, each valid in its own context. The Safari Zone concept, present across multiple generations in various forms, raises an interesting question about Pokémon conservation that the games occasionally approach. In the Safari Zone, certain Pokémon can only be caught using specific mechanics, throwing bait or rocks rather than battling. The Safari Zone is described as a protected area where rare Pokémon can live without being subject to the ordinary pressures of the wild. It implies that outside the Safari Zone, those Pokémon face conditions that threaten their populations. The Safari Zone is, in essence, a conservation measure, an acknowledgement that some Pokémon need protection from the world's ordinary dynamics. This acknowledgement sits quietly alongside the rest of the game's relationship to Pokémon collection. The core loop of Pokémon games involves catching and training creatures, which raises questions about what that process means at scale. If every trainer catches multiple Pokémon across their journey, and there are many trainers in the world, what does that mean for wild Pokémon populations? The games do not develop this question explicitly, but the existence of protected areas, of Pokémon conservation wardens, and of Pokédex entries that note declining populations in certain species suggests that the world is aware of it. The world of Pokémon is not entirely naive about the implications of its central activity. The Pokémon world's approach to illness and injury is another area where fascinating details emerge if you look carefully enough. Pokémon can be poisoned, burned, frozen, and paralyzed, all of which have mechanical effects in battle. But outside of battle, in the lore, these conditions carry different implications. A Pokémon that is poisoned is suffering. A Pokémon that is frozen is not merely immobilized, but in genuine danger. The fact that these conditions can be healed by items or by the Pokémon Center technology does not erase the reality of what they are before the healing occurs. The world contains both the conditions and their remedies, and the presence of the remedies does not make the conditions less real. The Pokémon Sableye is described as having evolved in a completely dark environment deep underground, where it developed the ability to see in complete darkness and began consuming gems to sustain itself. Its diet is entirely mineral. It eats the earth. This is one of several Pokémon whose biology represents a genuine departure from animal metabolic systems in ways that the games present without elaboration. Sableye does not eat plants or other animals. It eats rocks. And over time, the gems in its diet have become embedded in its body, visible through its skin, giving it the appearance of a creature studded with jewels. The line between the creature and its diet has, over a long enough time span, disappeared. Carbink is a Pokémon that is described as having been born in the deep earth, compressed over hundreds of millions of years into its current form. It is made of stone and jewels at a level more fundamental than Sableye's dietary accumulation. Carbink did not eat minerals and incorporate them. Carbink is minerals, animated somehow, alive in a way that requires a different framework than biology ordinarily provides. Diancie, the mythical Pokémon connected to Carbink, is described as a sudden mutation from Carbink, a phenomenon so rare that it almost never occurs, in which a Carbink transforms into something far more refined and far more powerful. The mechanism of this transformation is not explained. It simply happens sometimes when conditions are right in ways that no one has determined. The mystery of why certain evolutionary conditions exist is one that the games have always handled through presentation rather than explanation. Pokémon evolve when they level up, or when they are exposed to certain items, or when they are happy, or when they learn certain moves, or when they are traded to another player. Each of these conditions was apparently discovered or understood enough to be reliably reproduced, which implies research and documentation by people in the Pokémon world. But the why behind each condition is rarely given. Why does trade trigger certain evolutions? What does the experience of being transferred to a new trainer's care do to a Pokémon that produces biological transformation? The games do not know or do not say, and the silence is a kind of answer in itself. Marshadow is a mythical Pokémon that lurks in shadows and absorbs the power and fighting techniques of anyone it watches. It is described as being able to enter shadows and move through them, observing from a position of complete invisibility. It learns by watching. It grows more powerful through the accumulated observation of skilled fighters and trainers, taking something from each encounter without the person it watches being aware of the taking. Marshadow is a Pokémon built around the concept of passive, invisible acquisition, of becoming more by simply being present and attentive in the right spaces. There is something interesting about a Pokémon whose power comes entirely from watching. Marshadow does not compete. It observes. It does not confront. It stays in the shadow at the edge of the encounter and receives something from it. The implication is that the Pokémon world is full of these invisible presences, creatures occupying the spaces between events, gathering information or energy or ability in ways that the participants in the central action cannot perceive. The world is watched by things that cannot be seen. The encounters that feel private are sometimes not. This is a gentle form of unease, the kind that does not resolve into specific fear but simply remains, a background awareness of the inhabited darkness. The concept of a Pokémon's nature, its disposition or personality type, is one that the games introduced as a mechanical system for affecting stat growth. But the naturalistic language used to describe it, hardy, jolly, quirky, naive, careful, lends the system an implication that reaches beyond mechanics. If a Pokémon has a nature, it has a character. And character is the kind of thing that shapes how a creature experiences its life, how it responds to challenge, what it finds easy, and what it finds difficult. Two Pokémon of the same species, with different natures, are not merely statistically different. They are, in some sense, different individuals, shaped by whatever in their development caused one to be hardy where another is bashful. The randomness of natures in the games, the fact that you cannot reliably predict what nature a wild Pokémon will have, suggests that in the Pokémon world, as in our world, individual personality is not fully determined by species or lineage. It is something that emerges from the particular configuration of an individual's development, not always predictable, not always explainable. And the fact that a nature, once set, stays with the Pokémon throughout its entire life, regardless of how much it grows or how many times it evolves, suggests that character in the Pokémon world is considered something fundamental rather than something that changes with circumstances. You are what you are at some deep level, regardless of what you become. The mythological weight of the legendary Pokémon of each region accumulates across the series into something that deserves its own slow consideration. Taken individually, each legendary is impressive. Taken together, they form a picture of a universe that is more complex, more layered, and more thoroughly attended to by ancient and powerful beings than any single game's scope can fully communicate. There is a being who created time, a being who created space, a being who was banished to a realm beyond ordinary space and time, a trio of genies who govern thunder, tornadoes, and the earth, a deer who grants wishes at the cost of its own life, a hedgehog who carries a crown of light and whose legend is tied to the concept of truth, a dragon who holds the world in balance and whose dissolution would mean the dissolution of everything else. This is not a simple bestiary. This is a cosmology, a picture of a universe maintained by the presence and activity of beings whose awareness extends far beyond the human scale. And it is a cosmology that exists alongside and partly through the activity of children journeying across regions with 6 Pokémon in their pocket. The scale shift is so dramatic that it should feel absurd. Instead, in the hands of the Pokémon series, it feels like truth. It feels like what the world actually contains: enormous forces and small moments, ancient presences and new friendships, mysteries that go all the way down, and moments of genuine quiet that sit at the surface, available to anyone paying attention. The stars above the Pokémon world are worth considering for a moment. The night sky appears in certain games, accessible from locations with open skies, rendered with the care that the series gives to environments it wants players to notice. Pokémon like Clefairy are associated with specific stars. The Pokémon Jirachi wakes every 1,000 years when a comet passes close to the world, grants wishes, and then returns to sleep. The existence of Jirachi implies that the world and the stars above it are in relationship, that cosmic cycles determine when certain powers are available and when they are not. The sky is not a backdrop. It is part of the system. What happens in the Pokémon world between visits by the player is one of the questions the series has never directly addressed, but which the world's construction implies has a real answer. The Pokémon world continues. Towns keep their schedules. The professors continue their research. The gym leaders are in their gyms, presumably, waiting with steady patience for challengers who may arrive in any season. The wild Pokémon in roots and caves go on living. The legendary Pokémon slumber or move or go about the vast and patient activities of their existence. The world does not pause when the player stops playing. It is, at minimum, implied to continue. This implied continuity is part of what makes the Pokémon world feel real in a way that is specific to this franchise. The world exists before you arrive in it and will exist after you leave it. Your journey through it is real to you, but the world's reality does not depend on your observation of it. This is philosophically significant and quietly extraordinary for a game. Most games exist for the player. The Pokémon world exists alongside the player, which is a different relationship entirely. The Pokémon Move Splash is, famously, completely useless in standard battle conditions. It does nothing. Its description, in various forms, indicates that it is a move Pokémon use to splash around. It was originally exclusive to Magikarp, the Pokémon most associated with helplessness and eventual transformation. The uselessness of Splash is part of Magikarp's design, the idea that a Pokémon can be genuinely without power and still be on its way to becoming something extraordinary. Gyarados, Magikarp's evolution, is one of the most powerful Pokémon in the original games, capable of sweeping entire teams. The distance between Splash and that power is one of the largest evolutionary gaps in the series. What Magikarp represents in the Pokémon world's mythology is something worth sitting with. It is the Pokémon that is almost defined by what it cannot do, by the gap between its current state and its potential. And the transformation into Gyarados, which comes simply from persisting long enough, is one of the most earnest things the series has ever communicated. The only thing required of Magikarp is that it continue to exist. The becoming takes care of itself if the conditions are maintained. There is something quiet and reassuring about a world where that is true, where the path from Splash to something remarkable is simply a matter of time and care. The Pokémon world contains several locations described as places where dimensions or realities overlap, where the boundary between the ordinary world and something else becomes thin enough to feel. The Old Chateau in Sinnoh is one of these places, a ruined mansion where ghost-type Pokémon wander through rooms that appear to be inhabited by memories rather than people. The images on the walls, some of which move, and the eyes that sometimes appear in places they should not be, suggest a location where something happened that has not fully finished happening. The past is present there in a way it is not elsewhere. The presence of the past is a theme that runs through the entire Pokémon series in gentle, consistent ways. The ruins of previous civilizations, the artifacts of ancient practices, the legendary Pokémon whose existence predates human memory, all of these carry the weight of what came before. The Pokémon world is a world that has happened to itself many times over, that has seen great events whose consequences shape the present in ways that the present does not fully understand. The player moves through a landscape of consequences, most of which are never named. Pokémon contests in Hoenn, Pokémon musicals in Unova, Pokémon showcases in Kalos, and Pokémon performances in various forms all point toward a consistent truth about the world. Pokémon have a performative dimension to their existence that exists independently of battle. They can dance, they can be groomed, they can develop appeal in categories that have nothing to do with combat effectiveness. And the world watches these performances and responds to them with genuine appreciation. The audience is real. The culture around performance is real. The Pokémon who excel at it are genuinely excellent at something meaningful within the world they inhabit. The way the Pokémon world handles genius is worth a quiet look. Certain trainers in the games are described as prodigies, people who understood Pokémon at an unusually young age, or who developed strategies that revolutionized competitive training. Champions, Elite Four members, and gym leaders are all described in their character bios as having reached their positions through genuine mastery. The Pokémon world does not distribute exceptional ability evenly. It has people who are genuinely better at what they do than others, and those people have worked to become so. The world is not a place where effort guarantees outcome, but it is a place where effort is consistently respected. What the games often leave unexamined is the emotional cost of training at that level. The champion who has devoted a life to becoming the best trainer in the region has made choices that the player glimpses only through the distorted lens of their title and their battle team. What did they give up? What did they carry with them through the years of training? The Pokémon they chose to be their partners, who have been with them through all of it? No. And in the moments of battle, before the dialogue ends and the outcome is decided, those Pokémon are there carrying everything. The idea of a Pokémon as keeper of its trainer's history is one that the series implies without stating. A Pokémon that has been with a trainer since it was caught as a baby on the first route of the game carries a record of everything that happened between that moment and the final battle. Every route walked, every gym defeated, every friend made, and every rival encountered. The Pokémon was there for all of it, and the care that trainer showed or did not show is recorded in the friendship stat, in the nature of the bond, in the way the Pokémon responds when called into the most important moments. This is in the end what the mysteries of the Pokémon world all circle back toward. Not the creation myths, not the legendary cosmologies, not the unanswered questions about animals and ghosts and dimensional spaces, but the relationship between a person and a Pokémon played out over time, shaped by choices, and recorded in both of them in ways that cannot be fully translated, but can be felt. Every great mystery in the Pokémon world points towards something smaller and more intimate at its center. The world was made, history happened, legendary beings moved through the centuries, and somewhere in the middle of all of that, a trainer and a Pokémon found each other, and that finding meant something. The questions the Pokémon world asks, the ones it does not answer, are built around that meaning. What does it mean to choose a companion? What does it mean to grow alongside something? What do we carry with us from the places we have been and the beings we have known? These are not small questions. They are the questions that the world is organized around. And the fact that they are asked through the medium of catching small creatures and training them to battle does not make the questions smaller. It makes the medium more remarkable. The concept of Pokémon habitats is something the games communicate through encounter tables and location descriptions, but rarely through extended lore. Yet the habitats themselves, if examined, reveal a world of ecological specificity that is easy to absorb without consciously noticing. Marill is found near rivers and lakes, not because rivers and lakes are merely convenient locations, but because Marill's biology and behavior are shaped by those environments. It plays in rivers, it uses its buoyant tail to stay afloat, and it can navigate current in ways that suggest deep evolutionary adaptation to moving water. Marill did not happen to be found near rivers. Marill was made by rivers through millions of years of selection in exactly those environments. The diversity of Pokémon habitats reflects a diversity in the Pokémon world's ecosystems that the games communicate through accumulated detail rather than explicit description. Caves host different communities than forests. Deserts support life that could not survive elsewhere. Deep ocean trenches host Pokémon whose biology assumes complete darkness and crushing pressure. The world is genuinely varied in the way that real ecosystems are varied, with each zone having its own logic, its own community of organisms, and its own set of rules for what can survive there and what cannot. Tropius is a Pokémon that evolved in lush, tropical environments and became so adapted to its habitat that it developed the ability to grow fruit around its neck. Its Pokédex entries describe children in the areas where it lives coming to it for snacks, gathering around it the way they might gather around a fruit tree in our world. Tropius is, in some sense, both an animal and an orchard. It occupies a niche in its ecosystem that is partly vegetative, growing a harvest on its body that feeds other species. The boundary between organism and resource is blurred in Tropius in a way that is consistent with how the Pokémon world generally handles the complexity of living things. The mystery of exactly how Pokémon evolved in the Pokémon world, and whether that evolution followed anything like the biological mechanisms that produce evolutionary change in our world, is one that the games approach most directly through the fossil Pokémon and through the mythology of the original Pokémon. The fossil record exists. Ancient forms of life existed that are different from what exists now. Pokémon have changed over geological time. But whether the mechanism of that change was anything like natural selection, or whether it involved the influence of legendary Pokémon, or whether some principle entirely specific to the Pokémon world was operating is never clarified. Flareon, Vaporeon, Jolteon, Espeon, Umbreon, Lafeon, Glaceon, and Sylveon all evolved from Eevee through different pathways, but they evolved from a single ancestral Pokémon rather than from separate lineages. This means Eevee carries within it the genetic potential for all of these forms, a range of biological possibility that no real organism possesses. The fact that each form is stable, self-consistent, and genuinely different from the others, rather than being a compromise between all of them, suggests that Eevee's biology operates on principles that are specifically Pokémon, tied to mechanisms of transformation that have no direct equivalent in evolutionary biology as we understand it. The Pokémon world's handling of memory is another thread that runs quietly through the series without being pulled into explicit discussion. Certain Pokémon are described as having very long memories. Sloking's enhanced intelligence includes an enhanced capacity to remember and analyze. Metagross possesses total recall of everything it has ever processed, a library of experience that grows throughout its life without loss. Alakazam's memory is so extensive that it reportedly remembers everything that has happened to it from before it was even born, which raises the question of what pre-birth experience looks like for a psychic-type Pokémon whose mental capacity is extraordinary. Memory and identity are closely linked in ways that Pokémon lore occasionally makes explicit. Yamask carries a mask that is a record of its previous identity as a human, and its grief when looking at that mask is described as genuine. Sigilif guards ancient ruins, not out of duty exactly, but out of inability to forget the purpose it was given in a civilization that no longer exists. It continues its patrol because to stop would require forgetting something it is not capable of forgetting. This is a form of loyalty that has outlasted the object of the loyalty, a commitment sustained by memory long after circumstance has changed. The ruins that Sigilif guards are ruins of a desert civilization in Unova, and Sigilif was apparently created by that civilization to serve a protective function. Its existence is evidence of a world in which Pokémon were sometimes created intentionally by human hands for human purposes, not bred or caught, but manufactured or summoned for specific roles. This practice, implied also by the creation of Mewtwo and by the mythology around Pokémon like Golurk, who was created as a protector by ancient people, suggests a historical relationship between humans and Pokémon that involved a degree of deliberate creation that the modern world has apparently left behind. Golurk is worth its own moment of attention. It is a giant clay and stone automaton, animated by a power sealed inside it, whose nature is not fully described. It was made by ancient people as a guardian, and it has continued in that role long after the people who made it are gone. Golurk is a construction that has outlived its creators, continuing to fulfill a purpose in a world where the context for that purpose has entirely dissolved. It patrols, it protects. It does not appear to struggle with the question of what it is protecting or why. The purpose was given to it, and the purpose remains, and Golurk continues. There is something that sits between tragedy and dignity in the idea of a Pokémon still performing a function whose original context is gone. Golurk is not confused. It is not searching for direction. It simply continues, because continuation is what it was made for. And in continuing, it preserves something of the civilization that made it not as a record or a memorial, but as an active presence, a guardian still guarding a world that is not quite the world it was made to guard. The world changed around it. Golurk did not. The Pokémon world's approach to sleep connects to something broader about how the series treats rest, recovery, and the rhythm of activity and stillness. Pokémon centers provide full restoration overnight in some game iterations. Certain Pokémon are described as requiring unusually long periods of sleep to function. Snorlax, famously, sleeps for most of its life and wakes primarily to eat. The sleep of a Snorlax is not a vulnerability exactly, though blocking paths does create problems for travelers. It is simply the correct proportion of sleep to wakefulness for that kind of being. Snorlax has found its balance point, and that balance involves a great deal of stillness. The Pokémon world does not pathologize excessive sleep the way our world often does. It observes it, documents it, and accommodates it. Routes that Snorlax blocks become navigable once the Snorlax has been woken, but the Snorlax itself is not blamed for blocking the route. It was simply there, being what it is. The world adjusts to the presence of large, sleeping things, rather than demanding that the large, sleeping things adjust to the world's schedule. This is a small accommodation that suggests something about the Pokémon world's general relationship to natural behavior, an acceptance of creatures on their own terms that is easier to maintain in a world where cooperation rather than control is the underlying model. The ancient relationship between humans and Pokémon in Hisui, the version of the world before the modern Pokémon era established its current norms, is one that the games began to explore more explicitly in recent years. In that earlier time, Pokémon were genuinely dangerous in a way that the modern world has largely mitigated through generations of familiarity and partnership. Pokémon that in the modern era would not seem threatening were understood in Hisui as beings capable of real harm, capable of frenzying unpredictably, capable of reactions that no amount of preparation fully anticipated. The humans of that time who chose to approach those Pokémon, to study them and to attempt partnership with them, were making choices that their contemporaries often found incomprehensible. The work of building the understanding that would eventually become the modern trainer-Pokémon relationship was done by specific people in specific moments of reaching across a significant divide. The fact that modern trainers take that relationship for granted, that they begin their journeys with the expectation of partnership rather than the reality of uncertainty, is the direct result of that earlier work. Every comfortable moment in the modern Pokémon world is downstream of those first, uncertain attempts at connection. The Pokémon world's geography includes places where the ordinary rules seem to bend. The distortion world, the ultraspace, the various dimensional anomalies that appear in games across the series. Each of these spaces operates on different principles than the ordinary world, and each of them hosts beings or holds conditions that would be impossible in the standard Pokémon environment. The existence of these alternate dimensions is acknowledged matter-of-factly by the scientists and researchers of the Pokémon world, who study them with the same systematic approach they apply to ordinary Pokémon biology. What is interesting about the ultraspace in particular is how it positioned the idea of other dimensions as not merely different places, but different kinds of place. The ultra beasts that inhabit it are not simply exotic Pokémon. They are beings that evolved under conditions so different from the ordinary Pokémon world that they represent a fundamentally different approach to what a living thing can be. Their anatomy, their abilities, and their behavior all reflect an environment whose rules were not the same as the rules that shaped ordinary Pokémon evolution. They are the product of elsewhere, and their presence in the ordinary world is described as genuinely disruptive, not because they are malicious, but because they are simply so different that ordinary frameworks do not contain them. The Pokémon world's understanding of itself is ultimately always incomplete. This is part of its nature and part of its enduring appeal. Each generation of games adds new pieces to a picture that never quite becomes a full picture. New legendary Pokémon reveal new dimensions of the world's cosmology. New regions reveal new approaches to the relationship between people and Pokémon. New mechanics reveal new ways of thinking about what Pokémon are and what they are capable of. And through all of this accumulation, the core mysteries remain. The world was made, and by what and how is incompletely understood. Pokémon exist, and what they are at the deepest level is incompletely described. The relationship between humans and Pokémon has a history, and that history is incompletely recorded. The incompleteness is not a failure of the world building. It is the world building. A world that answers all its questions becomes a closed thing, contained within its own explanations. A world that holds its questions open remains alive, remains a space that imagination can continue to inhabit. The Pokémon world has always understood this at some level, even if that understanding is not always explicit. The most enduring mysteries in its lore are not loose ends. They are doors left open, invitations to keep wondering, spaces where thought can settle and rest and return, finding the same questions waiting, as patient as they always were. The Pokémon world's approach to color is something that rewards slow attention. Each region has a palette, a dominant visual language that is felt before it is consciously understood. Johto is muted and autumnal, warm golds and deep greens, and the particular gray of old stone. Hoenn is saturated and tropical, vivid blues, and lush, almost overwhelming vegetation. Sinnoh carries the cool weight of mountain light, the blue-white quality of air at altitude, where the sky is clearer and everything feels slightly more exposed to the elements. These palettes are not arbitrary. They are expressions of each region's character, its relationship to climate and terrain, and the kind of life it supports. The Pokémon who inhabit each region often reflect its palette in ways that create a visual coherence across the whole. Hoenn's Pokémon are frequently water-adjacent or rain-appropriate, shaped by a region where the ocean is never far. Sinnoh's Pokémon include creatures built for cold, for altitude, for the specific conditions of a land where mountains define the horizon and glaciers move slowly through valleys. The connection between a region and its inhabitants is not accidental. It is the result of a world that maintains ecological consistency, even while being, in other ways, entirely unlike our own. The Alola region introduced the concept of regional variance in a way that made explicit something the series had always implied. The same species of Pokémon, placed in a different environment for long enough, becomes something genuinely different. Alolan Vulpix is an ice type rather than a fire type because Vulpix colonized the snowy peak of Mount Lanakila and adapted to its conditions over generations. Alolan Marowak is a fire and ghost type, shaped by the spiritual traditions and the particular climate of the islands. The Pokémon carried the potential for these forms within them all along. The environment drew out what was latent. This concept of regional adaptation is one of the closest points of contact between Pokémon biology and evolutionary biology as understood in our world. The principle that isolated populations develop differently in response to local conditions is a foundation of how species diversify. The Pokémon world applies this principle through a mechanism that is faster and more dramatic than anything our biology produces, but the underlying logic is recognizable. A Pokémon in a new environment becomes a new version of itself, not through the gradual pressure of generations, but through an accelerated process that still requires time, still requires consistency of conditions, still produces genuine biological change rather than mere cosmetic adjustment. Galarian forms extended this further, adding forms shaped not just by climate, but by culture. Galarian wheezing filters pollution and releases clean air, a form shaped by an industrial history. Galarian Rapidash is a psychic-type fairy, shaped by a region steeped in magical tradition and the lore of mystical horses. The Pokémon are not merely adapted to their physical environment, they are adapted to the human cultures that have coexisted with them. The history of a region lives in the forms its Pokémon take. Paldean forms carried the concept, yet further still, introducing Pokémon shaped by the specific conditions of a region built on exploration and education. Each new discovery of a regional form is a small lesson in how environment, in its fullest sense, including cultural and historical environment, shapes the living things within it. The Pokémon world is one in which biology and culture are not separate domains. They interpenetrate, they shape each other continuously, and the diversity that results is not merely decorative, but meaningful, a record of where things have been and what conditions produced them. The concept of Pokémon eggs is one that the series introduced without fully explaining, and that explanation gap is itself a kind of mystery. Pokémon reproduce through eggs, most of them anyway. Certain Pokémon, particularly those of legendary status, are described differently, sometimes as having no gender and no capacity for reproduction in the ordinary sense, sometimes as simply being singular, the only one of what they are. But for the majority of Pokémon, the egg exists as the transition between whatever came before and the creature that emerges, a bounded space of transformation that contains a life in progress. What happens inside a Pokémon egg is never described. The games show eggs as opaque, patterned objects that eventually hatch in response to the attention and movement of a trainer. They are warmed, in some sense, by proximity to active Pokémon. They respond to care. The conditions that trigger hatching are not purely biological. They involve the presence of a trainer who is moving through the world, walking routes and cycling paths, maintaining the motion that seems to be necessary for whatever process occurs inside the shell to reach completion. This is one of the stranger aspects of Pokémon reproduction when examined closely. The egg does not hatch when it is ready in any biological sense that can be independently verified. It hatches when someone who cares about it has moved far enough with it close by. The egg responds to engagement, to the presence of intention, as though what grows inside requires not just warmth and time, but the particular quality of being accompanied by someone who is going somewhere. The hatching of a Pokémon egg is described in the games with the same mechanical simplicity as any other event. Steps are taken, a threshold is crossed, the egg moves, and light appears, and then a Pokémon is there, a baby version of something that will eventually become larger and more capable, but the moment itself is worth sitting with. Something that was not quite present becomes fully present. A creature that was in the process of becoming arrives at the state of being. That transition, from almost to fully, is one of the most remarkable transitions there is, and it happens inside a spotted shell, carried in a bag, on the back of a journey. The music of the Pokémon world deserves its own thread of consideration. Each game has its own musical identity, and within each game, each location has its own theme that shapes the emotional quality of the experience of being there. The Route 1 themes across multiple generations each capture something slightly different about what it means to be at the beginning of a journey. Each one has that quality of openness, of possibility not yet narrowed by choices made, of a world still fully available. And each one is slightly melancholy in the way that all beginnings are slightly melancholy, because a beginning contains within it the knowledge that it will not last. The music of Lavender Town has been discussed extensively, analyzed for its frequencies, argued over for its psychological effects. But set aside the internet legends and simply listen to what the music does. It is sparse. It leaves gaps. It does not fill the space the way the music of other towns fills the space. It creates room for something, and what occupies that room is whatever the player brings. The quiet between the notes is what makes Lavender Town feel inhabited by something that cannot be seen. The music creates the conditions for haunting rather than depicting it. The music of the Pokémon champion battles is another kind of emotional architecture. Each champion theme communicates something specific about what this moment is and what it requires. The tension before the final encounter, the shift in tone once the battle is joined, the particular quality of the music when a champion's last Pokémon falls, these are not incidental. They are the emotional framework within which the player's achievement becomes meaningful. The music tells you what you are feeling, and in doing so, makes you feel it more completely. What the music of the Pokémon world does, across all of its forms and locations and occasions, is create a continuous emotional continuity underlying the visual and mechanical experience of the game. Even players who have not thought consciously about the music of a specific location will often recognize it instantly when they hear it again years later, because the music was doing something they were not aware of. It was recording the emotional tone of each moment and associating it with place and event in a way that persists in memory long after the specific details of what happened have faded. The question of what Pokémon eat is one that the games occasionally surface through specific Pokédex entries and then carefully avoid developing into a complete picture. Many Pokémon are described as having very specific diets. Snorlax consumes enormous amounts of food before sleeping. Munchlax hides food in its fur. Tropius grows fruit it can share. Executor's heads are described as eventually becoming independent execute. The details suggest an ecology of consumption and production, a web of nutritional dependencies that the games imply without mapping. What Pokémon eat in relation to each other is especially interesting. Ghost types that feed on fear or life energy. Psychic types described as sustaining themselves on mental energy. Pokémon that drink electrical current. Pokémon that absorb sunlight. The Pokémon world's energy economy is vastly more diverse than any single biome in our world, incorporating biological, elemental, and occasionally metaphysical forms of sustenance into a system that somehow maintains itself. The prey relationships implied by some Pokédex entries suggest food webs of considerable complexity, operating in the background of a world that is usually concerned with showing you the trainer side of things. The predator-prey dynamics of the Pokémon world are handled with a lightness that contrasts with the occasionally very specific nature of the descriptions. Sharpedo hunts by tracking blood from over a mile away, according to its Pokédex. Ariados traps prey in webs and drains them. Malamar hypnotizes other creatures and then manipulates them for its own purposes. These are not aggressive competitors in the sense that battling Pokémon are aggressive. They are predators operating within a natural food web, doing what their biology requires. The world contains this. It absorbs it into its ordinary functioning without framing it as alarming. Perhaps this reflects something about the relationship the Pokemon world encourages its inhabitants to have with nature. The predation is real, and the danger is real, but neither is something to be shut out or eliminated. It is part of the system, part of what makes the world work. The trainer who encounters a predatory Pokemon in the wild is encountering something that belongs there, that has a role in the ecology that would be disrupted by its absence. This is a more ecologically honest position than much of the Pokemon world's presentation would suggest on first encounter. The geography of routes in the Pokemon world is something that maps show as functional, and that experience reveals as something more. Routes are numbered, which implies a system, an organizing principle that someone applied to the landscape at some point in the world's history. The early routes in each region feel gentle, gradual in their demands, appropriate for someone beginning. The later routes feel different, not simply harder, but more themselves, more committed to a particular character. Desert routes that shimmer with heat. Mountain routes where the path narrows and the wind is audible. Ocean routes where the horizon is the only visible landmark and the sense of exposure becomes very real. Each route in each region is a specific kind of place, not merely a connector between more important locations. The tall grass that lines the paths is not just a game mechanic for random encounters. It is the representation of a world in which the human paths through nature are only maintained with effort, in which the wild is always immediately adjacent to the route, always present, always containing more than the civilized path makes visible. The routes are corridors through a world that extends in all directions beyond what can be walked on a specific path. The Pokémon Center as an institution has a quality to it that is easy to appreciate without examining. It is free. There is no charge for healing Pokémon. No transaction is required. Every town, regardless of its size or wealth, has a Pokémon Center that offers complete restoration at no cost. This is a detail that the games present as self-evident, as simply the way the world works, but it implies a significant social and economic arrangement that is never described. Someone pays for the Pokémon centers, someone trains the Nurse Joys, someone develops and maintains the technology. The infrastructure of Pokémon care is enormous, distributed across every inhabited region of the world, and it costs nothing to access. What this reveals about the values of the Pokémon world is worth sitting with. The care of Pokémon is treated as a public good, something provided universally because its importance is understood to benefit everyone. The world has decided at some point that the well-being of Pokémon is not something that should be contingent on individual wealth. It is something that every trainer, regardless of their means, should have full access to. This is a quietly remarkable economic decision embedded in what appears to be simple game design. The world is more generous than it explicitly states. The Pokémon Nurse Joy family represents another curiosity that the world presents without fully explaining. Every Pokémon Center in every region is staffed by a Joy, and every Joy has the same name and the same characteristic appearance. This is sometimes played for comedy in the anime, where characters struggle to tell them apart or are surprised to discover that multiple Joys exist. But the lore treats it as simply the way things are. The Joys are family members who have taken on a shared vocation and apparently a shared identity marker. What this means for the individual Joys is something the games do not examine. Each one is a specific person with specific experiences and specific relationships and a specific history of caring for specific Pokémon. The shared name and shared appearance do not erase that individuality, even if they make it easy to overlook. The Joy in Lavender Town is not the same as the Joy in Cerulean City. They have worked in different places, cared for different Pokémon, been part of different communities. The surface similarity contains a depth of individual variation that the games acknowledge only in passing. The Pokemon world's treatment of language is another detail that becomes more interesting the longer it is considered. In the games, every character speaks a common language. Regional differences in naming suggest that different cultures use different terms for the same things, but the barrier of translation is never an obstacle for the player. The anime occasionally gestures at the idea of Pokémon from different regions having different communication patterns, but this is not consistently developed. The world communicates fluidly across vast distances and diverse origins, which implies a long history of contact and exchange that the games never describe in detail. What did the Pokemon world look like before that common language existed? What did the early contact between people from different regions feel like when the traditions and the Pokemon and the landscape were entirely unfamiliar? The history of how the Pokemon world became as interconnected as it is, the trade routes and sea lanes and communication networks that bind Kanto to Johto to Hoenn to Sinnoh, is a history that is entirely implied and never narrated. The world we enter in the games is already the product of enormous amounts of historical integration. The work of that integration is behind us, completed before the journey began. The Pokemon world has a relationship with ancient technology that is distinctive and slightly mysterious. Certain ruins contain mechanisms that are clearly artificial, clearly functional, and clearly far beyond what would be expected of a society that appears to have been pre-industrial. The sealed ruins in various regions contain puzzles and locks and chambers that were clearly designed by someone with a sophisticated understanding of both Pokemon and engineering. The unowned chambers in Johto, the ancient ruins in Hoenn, the Sinjo ruins that connect Sinnoh and Johto, all of these suggest that ancient peoples possessed technical and mystical knowledge that the modern world does not fully possess or comprehend. This implies a loss of knowledge that is usually not made explicit, but is present throughout the series. The modern Pokemon world has access to more technology in terms of computational power and communication than any ancient civilization. But the ancient civilizations appear to have understood Pokémon in ways that modern research has not replicated. They built structures that still function thousands of years later. They understood how to work with legendary Pokémon in ways that required direct collaboration. They developed writing systems. The unknown themselves may be a writing system that encoded meaning in ways that modern scholars can only partially recover. The relationship between past knowledge and present capability is one of the series' most consistent quiet themes. The player often recovers or activates things that ancient people built, and in doing so, accesses power that the present-day world could not have created on its own. The ancient world was not merely a primitive version of the present. It was a different kind of world, organized around different principles and in possession of different forms of understanding. The modern world inherits its ruins and its artifacts and its puzzles and works backward from them toward knowledge that was once ordinary but is now extraordinary. Regis, Regirock, and Registeel are three Pokemon that embody this dynamic in a very specific way. They are golems, created by Regigigas, the master whose legend describes it as having towed the continents into their current positions using ropes. These three Pokemon were sealed in ancient chambers by civilizations that could create them, but perhaps could no longer control them, or perhaps created them for purposes that eventually became unnecessary. They wait in those chambers, dormant, holding the particular quality of power that exists in potential without expression for anyone who knows the sequence required to unlock them. The sequence required involves understanding inscriptions in Braille, a writing system used by blind people in our world that the Pokemon world's ancient civilization apparently also used for reasons that are never explained. The inclusion of Braille is one of the stranger details in the series, a connection between the Pokemon world and a very specific aspect of our world that does not quite resolve into a clean explanation. Whether it was a deliberate puzzle design choice that created an interesting play experience, or whether it implies something deeper about the ancient civilization that created the Regis, is a question worth holding gently. The Pokemon world's most remote locations tend to be the ones where the most significant lore is concentrated. The mountain peaks where ancient Pokemon sleep, the ocean trenches where impossible things live, the caverns so deep that they reach geological layers that were formed before any human civilization existed. These remote locations are not merely dramatic settings. They are places where the world's oldest layers become accessible, where the distance from ordinary human life makes room for something older and stranger. Rayquaza, living in the ozone layer, is perhaps the most extreme example of this remoteness. It has lived there, according to the lore, for hundreds of millions of years. It feeds on meteors and microscopic particles carried up by wind currents. It descends only when summoned by the conflict between Gruden and Kyogre, or when something significant enough to warrant its attention occurs in the world below. Otherwise, it remains in the sky's highest reaches, above the weather, above the clouds, in a place where the air is too thin for anything else to live. It is alone up there in a way that is genuinely difficult to imagine, and it has been alone there for a span of time so large that human civilization is a recent and minor event within it. What Rayquaza notices of the world below is an interesting question. Does it observe the rise and fall of civilizations? Does it register the proliferation of human settlements as a change in the world it has watched for so long? The lore does not address this. Rayquaza is described primarily in terms of function, what it does when it descends, what power it possesses, what role it plays in the balance of the world. Its inner life is, like so much of the Pokemon world, present but unaddressed. The concept of mega evolution, introduced in the Kalos region, opened a set of questions about the nature of Pokemon power that the series has approached from multiple angles without settling. Mega evolution requires a keystone, a megastone specific to the Pokemon, and a bond between trainer and Pokemon strong enough to sustain the transformation. It is not available to all Pokemon. It is not available at all times. It is a temporary bond-dependent access to a form of power that the Pokemon could not reach alone, and that the trainer cannot produce without the Pokemon's cooperation. What Mega Evolution feels like for the Pokemon has been described in various ways across the games and related media. Some Mega Evolutions are described as pleasant, an amplification of the Pokemon's power that it welcomes. Others are described as painful, a transformation that strains the Pokemon's body and that is possible only because the bond with its trainer provides something that makes the pain bearable. This variation is significant. It suggests that Mega Evolution is not a uniformly positive experience, that the power comes at a cost, and that the willingness to bear that cost is part of what the bond between trainer and Pokemon makes possible. The temporary nature of Mega Evolution also matters. The Pokemon becomes something extraordinary and then returns to its ordinary form. The transformation does not persist. Whatever the Mega State is, it is not a destination, but an occasion, a form that exists for the duration of a specific challenge and then releases. This is different from ordinary evolution, which is permanent and cumulative. Mega Evolution is more like a peak performance, a moment of maximum expression that cannot be maintained indefinitely. The world seems to understand that such moments should be occasional, should be special, should not become the permanent baseline. The Z moves of Alola introduced a different expression of the trainer-Pokemon bond's capacity to unlock extraordinary power. Where Mega Evolution transformed the Pokemon, Z moves required the trainer and Pokemon to perform together, synchronized in movement, building shared energy that was released in a single, powerful expression. The choreography of Z-move activation, the specific poses, and the particular quality of the connection required placed the trainer as participant rather than enabler. The bond was not the condition that unlocked the Pokemon's power. It was the mechanism through which combined power was expressed. The Dynamax and Gigantamax phenomena of Galar introduced scale as the primary expression of amplified power, with Pokemon growing to enormous sizes and the landscape of max raid battles becoming a shared challenge, requiring multiple trainers to engage a single enormous opponent together. The specific expression of this power in Galar is connected to a phenomenon called the Galar particle, a form of energy native to that region whose source turns out to be the remains of ancient Pokémon who died in conflicts long past. The power that makes Pokémon giant in Galar is, in some sense, the legacy of loss, energy released from ancient endings and now available to be used. This is an unusual and quietly sobering origin for a mechanic that is visually spectacular. The Dynamax phenomenon is dazzling. The giant Pokémon are impressive, and underneath it is the fact that this power originates in death, in the sediment of ancient battles whose participants are long gone. The Galar region harvests the energy of its history in a literal way, and the questions this raises about what is owed to those ancient creatures and what it means to use their remains as a power source are questions the games gesture toward in their lore before moving on. The Pokémon World's festivals and traditions are another dimension that the games include without fully developing. Each region has its own seasonal rhythms, its own occasions for gathering and celebration, its own relationships to the cycle of the year. The seasons in Unova change the world visibly, altering the appearance of locations and making certain Pokémon available only during specific periods. The Pokémon World Tournament in Black and White, two gathered champions and notable trainers from across multiple regions into a single event, implying a global community of Pokémon trainers connected by shared practice and mutual recognition. The Grand Festival in the contest tradition, the Pokémon Leagues in each region, the various seasonal events that appear across the games, all of these suggest a world with a rich calendar of communal occasions organized around Pokémon. The communities that form around these events are real communities, people who share knowledge, who recognize each other's skill, who maintain traditions across generations. The Pokémon world is not just a world of individual journeys. It is a world of belonging, of culture, of the particular warmth that comes from shared devotion to something. The idea of the Pokémon journey itself, of leaving home at around age 10 and traveling through a region, catching and training Pokémon, challenging gyms, accumulating experience, deserves unhurried consideration because it is strange and also entirely natural feeling within the world that contains it. In our world, we would have significant concerns about 10-year-olds traveling alone through wilderness and cities without adult supervision. In the Pokémon world, this is presented as the appropriate coming-of-age experience, the thing that young people do to learn who they are and what they are capable of. The Pokémon world seems to have collectively decided that the journey is safe enough because Pokémon are there. A trained Pokémon companion is protection, navigation assistance, emergency support, and constant companionship. The world is not without danger, but the danger is navigable with Pokémon alongside you, and the experience of navigating that danger, of learning to trust your partners and yourself, is considered formative in a way that justifies beginning young and traveling far. The journey is not merely a search for badges. It is the world's way of producing adults who know things that cannot be taught in a classroom. What children learn on the Pokémon journey that they would not learn otherwise is a question the games engage through character development more than explicit statement. The rival who begins arrogant learns something about the relationship between confidence and care. The player who begins uncertain learns something about the relationship between capability and commitment. The Pokémon who begin as new and uncertain companions learn something about trust, about what it means to have someone consistently choose them, day after day, through difficulty and ease alike. The world produces these learnings not through instruction, but through experience, through the specific challenges of routes and gyms and rivalries and encounters with things larger and stranger than anything a classroom could contain. The education of the Pokémon journey is experiential in the deepest sense, and the world is structured to provide it. The routes get harder as the journey progresses. The gym leaders get more challenging. The encounters become more demanding. The world is a teacher that calibrates its difficulty to what the student is ready for, not because anyone planned it that way, but because the structure of the journey, moving outward from home through progressively larger challenges, is itself a curriculum. The Elite Four and Champion structure is another educational institution embedded in what looks like a competitive one. The Elite Four members are not simply the strongest trainers in a region. They are usually people who have specific deep relationships with particular types of Pokémon who have devoted themselves to understanding a type in a way that goes beyond tactical advantage. The specialist nature of the Elite Four suggests that there is value in depth of focus, in choosing a direction and following it fully rather than spreading attention across everything equally. The generalist champion, who can handle any type, who has developed the flexible judgment that comes from broad experience, is the product of a journey, while the Elite Four specialists represent an alternative path, the mastery that comes from singular devotion. The victory over the champion is presented as the culmination of the journey, the destination toward which everything else was building. But what the games often quietly acknowledge is that defeating the champion does not end anything. The world continues. The routes remain. The Pokémon not yet caught are still out there. The knowledge not yet gathered is still available. Becoming champion is a recognition, not a conclusion. The journey transforms into something with more dimensions than it had before. The player has proven what they are capable of. Now the question becomes what they will do with it. The post-game content in Pokémon games is, in this sense, a meditation on what comes after accomplishment. The National Dex, the legendary Pokémon, not encountered in the main story, the battle facilities where mastery can be tested against ever-increasing challenge. All of these are invitations to continue exploring a world that does not run out of things to offer simply because the primary quest is complete. The world remains as large as it was. The question is whether the player wishes to keep discovering it. The Pokémon world treats expertise with a particular kind of respect that is worth noticing. The people who are most skilled at working with Pokémon are not necessarily the people who have battled the most. The breeder who understands genetics and care deeply. The coordinator who has developed an eye for beauty and appeal. The researcher who has spent years observing Pokémon behavior in their natural habitats. Each of these paths produces a different kind of knowledge, and each kind of knowledge is genuinely valuable within the world. The world does not rank them against each other. It simply contains them, makes room for all of them, recognizes that the full understanding of Pokémon requires multiple perspectives, none of which individually is complete. This pluralism of expertise reflects something generous about how the Pokémon world is structured. It is not a world where only one kind of success counts. It is a world where the depth of engagement matters more than the form that engagement takes. The trainer who has caught every Pokémon and the trainer who has devoted everything to understanding a single Pokémon completely are both doing something real, both contributing something to the world's collective understanding. The world is large enough for both of them and for everyone between those extremes. The question of what Pokémon think of each other, independent of their relationships with trainers, is one that the series occasionally surfaces through observed behavior. The descriptions of Pokémon communities in the wild, the way Pokémon protect their territories, raise their young, form alliances, and sometimes conflict with neighboring species, suggest social dynamics of considerable complexity. Pokémon are not isolated units that only come to life in relation to trainers. They have their own lives, their own social structures, their own histories of relationship with the other species that share their habitat. Vespiquen is one of the clearest examples. It governs a colony of Combi with a social structure that mirrors the eusocial organization of real bee colonies, with a single reproductive queen and a large workforce of non-reproductive individuals who perform specific roles. The colony is a collective organism in which no individual is complete without the others. Vespiquen's power in battle draws on that collective, defending with the bodies of its workers, attacking with their coordinated action, healing itself through their care. The individual Vespiquen and the colony it governs are not entirely separable. They are two aspects of a single social entity. This kind of social organization appears in various forms across the Pokémon world, suggesting that collective existence is as viable a strategy for life as individual existence. Wishiwashi's schooling, Vespiquen's colony, the coordinated action of Miltank herds described in certain Pokédex entries, all of these represent its approaches to being alive that blur the boundary between individual and group in ways that the Pokémon world accommodates without needing to resolve into a single, clean category. There are Pokémon in the series whose existence implies a relationship to human psychology and emotion that goes beyond the physical interactions the games describe. Gardevoir is described as being able to sense the emotions of others and is experiencing strong loyalty to its trainer that it expresses by predicting danger and shielding against it. It is also described as being capable of creating a miniature black hole using the energy of its emotions in moments of extreme feeling. This is an extraordinary detail presented with the same matter-of-fact tone as its height and weight. Gardevoir generates singularities when moved. The boundary between emotion and physics is different in the Pokémon world than in our own. Togekiss is described as appearing before kind-hearted people and sharing in their good fortune. It does not appear to warriors or to those who engage in conflict. It seeks out and is drawn to peace in a way that implies a capacity to read the emotional and ethical quality of a situation with some reliability. Togekiss is not merely attracted to pleasant circumstances. It is described as being capable of recognizing the quality of the people it encounters, of distinguishing between those whose happiness it wishes to participate in, and those whose emotional state does not match what it seeks. The Pokémon world contains, in scattered Pokédex entries and lore fragments, descriptions of creatures with moral discernment, with the capacity to respond differentially to ethical quality in their environments. This is an unusual thing for any biological description to include. We do not usually describe the behavior of animals in terms of their response to human goodness or cruelty, at least not in scientific writing. The Pokémon world's descriptive framework is more expansive than that, allowing for the possibility that certain Pokémon have developed, or perhaps always possessed, the capacity to register something like moral quality as a feature of their environment. What this implies about the relationship between ethics and ecology in the Pokémon world is something the series has never made explicit, but the implication is there in the Togekiss that comes to kind people, in the Darkrai that cannot help giving nightmares, in the Celebi that protects forests from harm, in the Malamar that seeks power through manipulation. The world contains creatures oriented toward different qualities of human experience, and those orientations feel less like animal behavior and more like something that has taken a position about what matters. The Pokémon world is a world in which certain creatures care, in the fullest sense of that word, about what humans do and who they are. As the night deepens and the narration finds its way toward stillness, there is one more thread worth following slowly before rest claims you completely: the relationship between the Pokémon world and hope. The series has always been, at its foundation, optimistic, not naive, not without its shadows and its unsettling corners, but genuinely, consistently oriented toward the belief that things can be better, that people and Pokémon can choose to be better, that the world can be improved through effort and care and the quality of the bonds formed along the way. Every villain in the Pokémon world believes something. The leaders of Team Rocket believe that power is what matters and that Pokémon are tools. The leaders of Team Magma and Aqua believe that the world is wrong and must be remade. Cyrus believes that emotion is weakness and that the universe would be purer without it. Each of these beliefs is challenged and ultimately defeated not by superior force, but by the demonstration that the challenger's values, connection, care, relationship, are real and powerful in ways that the villain's philosophy cannot account for. The champion's victory over the villain's plan is always also a demonstration of what the trainer-Pokémon bond actually is. It is not a tool relationship. It is not power over another. It is something that grows between two beings who choose each other repeatedly through difficulty, and that becomes more than either of them could produce alone. The Pokémon world insists on this, film after film, game after game, with a persistence that reads as genuine conviction rather than formula. The bond matters, the care matters. The world will resist those who deny this, and the resistance will succeed. That insistence is part of what makes the Pokémon world feel like home, not a perfect place, not a place without shadow or question or loss, but a place that has decided something, that has organized itself around a belief in the value of connection, and that invites everyone who enters it to participate in that belief, to choose a partner, to care for them, to let the journey change both of you, to discover that what you become together is more interesting than what you were apart. The questions will remain when morning comes. The mysteries will be exactly where you left them, patient and unchanging, waiting for whoever returns to look at them again. And the world will still be there, enormous and detailed and full of creatures who are remarkable in ways that take time to notice. It will wait. It always waits. There is no hurry here. There is a particular feeling that comes from finding something small and overlooked in the Pokémon world, a detail that rewards attention precisely because it was not placed there for the purpose of being noticed. The items hidden in the grass along routes, the books and homes that players can read, the background conversations between NPCs that do not relate to any quest or objective. These details exist for no reason other than to make the world feel more real than a single story requires. They are the texture of a place that is lived in, evidence of a world that extends beyond the boundaries of what the player is meant to care about. The NPC dialogue in Pokémon games is something that players often skim past, drawn onward by the momentum of the journey. But the conversations, when read carefully, contain a portrait of ordinary life in the Pokémon world that is surprisingly specific. A fisherman who has been fishing the same spot for 20 years and swears there is a legendary fish just below the surface. A child who wants to be just like their big sibling when they grow up, and whose big sibling is standing 3 steps away, looking embarrassed. An old woman who remembers when a particular town looked different before the buildings went up and the routes were paved. These are not details that advance the story. They are details that exist because the story takes place inside a world, and a world contains more than any single story. The old woman who remembers a different town is one of the more interesting categories of NPC across the Pokémon series. She carries within her the weight of time in a way that most other characters do not. She has seen things change. She has a comparison that younger characters lack. And the fact that she shares this, unbidden, with a stranger passing through, suggests that the memory is something she carries with her, regardless of whether anyone asks. The past is present in her, even when the present has moved on. She is a reminder that the world has depth in the temporal direction, as well as the spatial one, that places have histories that existed before the player arrived in them and will continue after the player leaves. The concept of Pokémon contests as a tradition passed down through families is something that the Ruby and Sapphire games developed through the character of Norman's wife, who introduces contests and whose enthusiasm for them is presented as something that predates the player's arrival by years. Contest traditions in the Pokémon world feel lived in a way that battle traditions also feel lived in. These are things people have been doing for generations, things that have developed their own aesthetics and customs and communities over long enough periods to feel established and ongoing. The player enters into something that was already happening, already had its champions and its history and its accumulated lore about what makes a great performance. The Pokémon world in Pokémon Snap offers a perspective on the creatures that no other game in the series provides with quite the same emphasis. In that game, the player observes Pokémon behaving naturally, without the intervention of battle or the presence of a trainer attempting to direct them. The Pokémon are simply there, doing what they do, and the player's role is to witness it and record it. The relationship between observer and observed is explicitly non-interventionist. You are watching, you are not directing, and what you see when you watch without directing is different from what you see when you are participating. Pokémon sleep, Pokémon play. Pokémon interact with each other in ways that have nothing to do with the trainer-Pokémon relationship that the main series focuses on. They have habits and preferences and relationships with other Pokémon that pre-exist and will continue regardless of whether any human is watching. The game captures this, briefly, in a snapshot. The snapshot is not the thing itself, but it is evidence of the thing, evidence that the creatures of the Pokémon world have rich existences that extend into the moments when no trainer is present and no battle is occurring. The river in Pokémon games is always moving. This is a small detail that becomes larger the longer you sit with it. Water flows in the background of routes and towns, and that flow is continuous, present even when nothing else is happening. The rivers of the Pokémon world are genuine rivers, not decorative water, and they connect to other bodies of water in ways that maintain a hydrological logic across each region's geography. Following a river in a Pokémon game eventually leads somewhere. The rivers know where they are going, even when the player does not. There are Pokémon who live in rivers specifically, who have adapted to the particular conditions of freshwater flow, who navigate the current in ways that imply a deep understanding of water movement. Phoebus is found in rivers, hidden in specific water tiles that require patience and attention to locate, and its design is deliberately unremarkable, a small, slightly ugly fish that would be easy to overlook. Its evolution into melodic, considered one of the most beautiful Pokémon in existence, is the series' most direct statement about the gap between appearance and potential, about what is hidden inside unpromising exteriors, about the particular kind of attention required to see what is there rather than what is easy to see. The beauty of melodic is not incidental, it is the point. The contrast between what Phoebus looks like and what it becomes is a design choice that communicates something specific about the Pokemon world's understanding of value. The most beautiful thing in the ocean was once the least impressive thing in the river, and the condition for the transformation is not simply time or competition or exposure to a particular element. It is the development of a specific quality, a beautiful condition of the Pokemon itself, cultivated through attention and care. What becomes beautiful is that which was given the conditions for beauty to emerge. The Pokemon world's sky deserves a moment of unhurried attention before this narration finds its resting place. The sky in Pokemon games is visible from everywhere that is not underground. It changes with the time of day. It holds weather. It holds Pokemon who live in it permanently, who have made the air their medium in the way that other Pokemon have made soil or water or stone their medium. The sky is full, not just of clouds and light, but of life, of creatures who navigate its currents and who understand the geometry of altitude in ways that ground-dwelling things cannot easily imagine. Altaria floats on clouds and is described as humming in a voice beautiful enough to put listeners into a dreamy state. It lives at high altitude, where the air is thin and the clouds are sparse, and the light has a particular quality that those who have experienced it describe as clarifying. Altaria in that environment is not simply an animal in a habitat. It is part of a specific quality of experience that only exists at altitude, part of what makes the high sky different from the low sky, part of the reason that mountains in the Pokemon world feel like genuine destinations rather than merely obstacles. Rayquaza, Altaria, Swellow, Staraptor, and the many other Pokemon whose lives are primarily aerial all contribute to a sky that is inhabited in the way that forests and oceans are inhabited, with a community of species that have different niches, different behaviors, different relationships to the medium they share. The sky has its own ecology, its own hierarchies, its own patterns of movement and rest. And from the ground, that ecology is mostly invisible, audible in distant calls, and visible in silhouettes, but not accessible to those who cannot join it. The flying-type gym leaders and the bird Pokemon specialists who appear across the series are, in some sense, people who have found a way to participate in the sky's ecology through their Pokemon. They have developed relationships with beings whose natural domain is above the clouds, and those relationships give them access to a perspective that most people cannot easily reach. The sky is not closed to humans in the Pokemon world. It simply requires a partner. It requires a relationship with something that belongs there, and through that relationship, a kind of belonging by association. This is, in miniature, what the entire Pokemon world offers. The deep ocean is accessible through a Pokemon who belongs there. The mountain summit is reachable through a Pokemon who makes its home there. The dark caves are navigable through a Pokemon whose senses are adapted to darkness. The world is not closed to the human who travels with companions. Every environment that would otherwise be inaccessible becomes available through the particular abilities of the creatures who have adapted to it. The trainer does not conquer these environments. The trainer is welcomed into them, temporarily, by the beings who actually belong. The Pokemon world is generous in this way. It does not require that humans master every environment independently. It simply requires that they cultivate the relationships that make participation possible. This is both a practical arrangement and a philosophical position. The world is saying something about what access requires, not dominance, not technological conquest of an environment, but relationship, partnership, the willingness to need something outside yourself in order to go where you want to go. The Pokemon world is large and full of mystery and genuinely strange in places. But underneath all of that is a structure built on the idea that connection makes more possible than isolation. That a creature of limited capability, traveling with partners who extend what is possible, can reach places and accomplish things that pure individual capability could never achieve. That the most interesting journeys are the ones made alongside others. The mysteries will wait. The ruins will hold their secrets until morning. The legendary Pokémon will continue their long and patient existences in whatever spaces they inhabit, unmoved by the passage of one more night. And you, at the end of this particular journey, through questions and reflections and the quiet company of a world that rewards attention, can rest now. The world held you tonight. It will still be there tomorrow, as full of wonder as it ever was, as ready to offer its mysteries to anyone who comes to it slowly and with patience and with genuine curiosity about what it contains. If you drifted with us through all of this and found something worth carrying with you, there is another gentle journey waiting on the left side of your screen. Let it find you wherever you are tonight, and let the world of Pokémon keep its quiet company as sleep takes you